Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what-if stories and hidden magic. What if Harry's soul was saved by the one person he never expected? Harry x Fleur. If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Cracks in Harry's Soul. The cupboard under the stairs had grown smaller. Harry Potter knew this was impossible. Cupboards did not shrink, not unless magic was involved, and there was no magic at Privet Drive. Yet every summer he returned to number 4, the space seemed to constrict around him like a tightening fist, the sloped ceiling pressing closer, the shelves of cleaning supplies threatening to topple and bury him in their chemical stench. He lay on his thin mattress now, knees drawn to his chest, listening to the familiar sounds of the Dursley household settling into its nightly routine. Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps on the stairs. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice calling out last-minute instructions. Dudley's grunts as he heaved his bulk from one room to another, no doubt seeking something to consume before bed. Harry had learned to catalogue these sounds years ago. They were the music of his captivity, the rhythm of his survival. Each footfall told him whether it was safe to breathe, whether he could risk the creak of his cupboard door to use the toilet, whether another beating was imminent. Tonight, he did not move. His ribs ached from the latest confrontation. 3 days ago, he had inadvertently mentioned Hogwarts, just the word, just the name of the school that had given him 4 years of belonging, and Uncle Vernon had turned purple, his mustache bristling like a furious caterpillar. The subsequent punishment had been creative: no food for 48 hours, then a forceful reminder that freaks did not speak in this house. Harry had spent those 2 days in his cupboard, his stomach gnawing at itself, his mind drifting to better places. The Gryffindor. Common room with its crackling fire. Ron's laugh echoing across the great hall. Hermione's fierce intelligence sparking arguments that made him feel alive. And Quidditch. Oh, Merlin, Quidditch. He closed his eyes and tried to remember the feeling of flight, the wind in his hair, the firebolt humming beneath him, the world reduced to a blur of green and blue as he dove for the snitch. That was freedom. That was what it meant to be Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the youngest seeker in a century. But here, in the darkness of his cupboard, those memories felt like dreams of another person. A person who didn't have to count the cracks in the ceiling to fall asleep. A person whose soul wasn't slowly fracturing under the weight of years. Because that was the truth Harry never spoke aloud, not even to Ron and Hermione, not even to Sirius when they exchanged letters. Privet Drive was slowly killing him. Not his body, though the Dursleys had tried their best at that, but something deeper. Something essential. Every beating, every insult, every reminder that he was unwanted, unloved, a burden to be endured, each one left a mark. Not visible. Not something Madame Pomfrey could heal with a wave of her wand. But there nonetheless. Tiny fissures spreading across whatever made him him, like spiderwebs in glass. Harry pressed his palm to his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart beneath his scarred ribs. He wondered, sometimes, whether other people felt this way. Whether Hermione had nightmares about being trapped in a world that didn't understand her. Whether Ron ever lay awake wondering if anyone would notice if he simply vanished. Probably not. They had families. They had people who loved them. Harry had, well, he had Hogwarts. He had the Weasleys' reluctant but genuine hospitality. He had Sirius, when the Ministry wasn't hunting him. He had the memory of his parents, frozen in photographs and in the mirror of Eriste, forever young and smiling at him. But love? Real, unconditional love? Harry had learned early that love came with conditions. For the Dursleys, the condition was that he didn't exist. For the wizarding world, the condition was that he remained the boy who lived, the symbol, the weapon, the one who would defeat the Dark Lord. He was loved for what he represented, not for who he was. And somewhere in the depths of his 11-year-old self, buried under years of survival instinct and self-deprecating humor, Harry knew what this cost him. The cracks spread. The glass grew more fragile. Tonight, as the Dursleys finally fell silent and number 4 creaked into its nighttime stillness, Harry felt something shift. Not a physical change, he was still in his cupboard, still aching, still hungry, but something deeper. Something that made his scar tingle faintly, though Voldemort was far away and not particularly angry. For a moment, just a moment, Harry thought he saw something shimmer at the edges of his vision. A faint golden light, like sunlight through stained glass, dancing in the absolute darkness of his cupboard. Then it was gone. He blinked, his glasses askew, and saw nothing but the familiar gloom. Spiderwebs in the corner. The faint outline of the door. Dust motes suspended in the sliver of light from the hallway. Just his imagination, then. Or the remnants of a dream. Or the beginnings of the madness that the Dursleys always warned would come to freaks like him. Harry closed his eyes and willed himself to sleep. Tomorrow would be another day of avoiding Dudley's gang, of listening to Uncle Vernon's rants about the rising price of drills, of being invisible. The routine was familiar. The routine was safe. But as consciousness finally claimed him, Harry could have sworn he heard a whisper, soft as a caress, sweet as spring rain, in a language he didn't recognize. And somewhere deep in his fractured soul, something stirred. The summer passed in its usual miserable fashion. Harry endured. That was what he did. He endured the Dursleys' casual cruelty, the passive-aggressive comments, the deliberate neglect. He endured the loneliness that wrapped around him like a shroud. He endured the growing certainty that, despite everything, he was fundamentally broken. The dreams didn't help. They came almost every night now, fragments of Voldemort's consciousness bleeding through their connection. Snakes coiled in darkness. A vast room with a dais and a chair. The hiss of Parseltongue. Death, so much pain, so much rage. Harry woke gasping, his scar burning, his hand pressed to his forehead as if he could physically hold the pieces of himself together. The pain was bad enough. It was the dream's aftermath that truly terrified him, the lingering sense that he was losing himself, that the boundaries between Harry Potter and the Dark Lord were becoming dangerously thin. He never told anyone about this. Not Ron, who would crack a joke to cover his worry. Not Hermione, who would research obsessively and come up with theories that only made Harry feel more like a freak. Not Dumbledore, whose twinkling eyes always seemed to hold secrets that Harry couldn't access. The headmaster had sent him a letter early in the summer, brief and cryptic as always. Dear Harry. I trust this finds you well. I know that your summers at Privet Drive are difficult, but please understand that the protections placed there are vital to your safety. Patience, my boy. All will be made clear in time, I look forward to seeing you at the start of term. Yours sincerely. Albus Dumbledore. Harry had read the letter 3 times, searching for something, he wasn't sure what. Comfort, perhaps. An explanation. A reason why he had to endure the Dursleys when Dumbledore had the power to take him away. Instead, he found only more questions. He'd written back, a carefully worded letter that didn't quite hide his desperation. Dumbledore's reply had been equally careful, equally evasive. Harry. I understand your frustration. However, there are elements at play that I cannot fully explain at this time. Trust me when I say that your current circumstances, while challenging, serve a greater purpose. You will understand in time, I am enclosing a small token of my appreciation for your patience. Please do not use it in front of your relatives, The small token had been a chocolate frog that Harry ate in the dead of night, savoring the familiar taste of magic in an otherwise magical-less existence. But the token hadn't been enough. The words hadn't been enough. And the cracks in Harry's soul continued to spread. Hogwarts was both salvation and pain. The moment Harry stepped through the barrier at King's Cross, the weight on his chest began to lift. The familiar bustle of the platform, the scarlet steam engine, the scent of soot and magic, it all washed over him like a bomb. Ron's welcoming grin. Hermione's tight hug. The Weasley twins' simultaneous assault of pranks and questions. For a few hours, Harry could almost pretend he was normal. But the cracks remained. They were invisible to others, but Harry could feel them, splintering, aching, threatening to shatter entirely. Every time someone mentioned the Dark Lord's return. Every time Malfoy's sneer reminded him of his unwanted fame. Every time a professor looked at him and saw the boy who lived instead of just Harry. And then there was the Goblet of Fire. The Great Hall was a riot of candles and enchanted ceiling, but Harry barely noticed. His attention was fixed on the ancient goblet, a rough-hewn wooden cup, utterly unremarkable in appearance, yet emanating magic so powerful that even his scarred senses could feel it. This was it. The Triwizard Tournament. The event that had brought Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to Hogwarts. The competition that would supposedly unite three schools in friendly rivalry. Harry had no intention of entering. He was only 14, underage, barred by Dumbledore's age line. He would watch, cheer for the Hogwarts champion, and quietly be grateful that for once, he wasn't the center of attention. The Beauxbatons students had entered the Great Hall with a flourish that had made Harry's jaw drop. The carriage had been enormous, pulled by winged horses the size of elephants. The students themselves were impossibly elegant, pale blue robes, perfect posture, and an air of cultured superiority that made the Hogwarts students seem like clumsy children. And at their head had been Fleur Delacour. Harry remembered the moment she'd entered. The temperature in the Great Hall had seemed to drop, and a strange warmth had bloomed in his chest, not attraction, exactly, but something deeper. Something that made his scar tingle faintly and his soul respond to her presence as if recognizing something long lost. He dismissed it as teenage awkwardness. Fleur was beautiful, inhumanly so, with her silver blonde hair and her Vila grace. Every boy in the room had stared, including Harry. But the feeling had been different, somehow. Less about her appearance and more about something else. He couldn't name it then. He couldn't name it now, as the Goblet of Fire pulsed with a fiery blue light and the champions' names were announced. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted in cheers. Harry clapped along with everyone else, genuinely pleased for the older boy who had always been kind to him. Fleur Delacour. The Beauxbatons contingent shrieked with delight. Fleur rose gracefully, her silver hair catching the candlelight, her expression serene. As she walked toward the door, she passed within a few feet of Harry's table. And Harry felt it again. A pull. A recognition. A warmth that spread through his chest like sunlight through clouds. His scar tingled, not with pain but with something almost like, welcome. He shook his head, trying to clear the strange sensation. It was probably just proximity to Vila magic, the kind of subtle allure that made men do foolish things. Except Harry had seen Fleur perform the water-making spell earlier that evening, and she hadn't seemed particularly alluring then. Just a student performing magic. A gifted student, certainly, but nothing that should have made his soul respond like it was reaching for something. Victor Crumb. The Durmstrang champion stood, his burly frame and dark gaze earning him a round of applause. Harry watched him go, trying to focus on the tournament rather than the strange stirrings in his chest. And then the Goblet of Fire flared one final time. Harry Potter. The silence in the Great Hall was absolute. Harry's heart stopped. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, colors bleeding together, sounds becoming muffled. He was aware of Ron's face turning toward him, of Hermione's gasp, of the fury in Dumbledore's eyes as the headmaster strode forward. But beneath it all, Harry felt something else. A vibration, almost like a frequency, emanating from the goblet and resonating with something inside him. Something that was already cracked. Something that was beginning to glow. He didn't understand it then. He wouldn't understand it for months. But in that moment, as Harry walked toward the door and his name was announced for the second time, he caught Fleur Delacour's eye across the hall. Her expression was unreadable, not hostile, not pitying, but something else entirely. Something that made his chest ache with recognition. And then she nodded. Just once. A small gesture, barely perceptible. But Harry saw it. And in that moment, something shifted. The cracks in his soul trembled. The accusation was immediate and brutal. "Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry?" Dumbledore's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp, missing nothing. "No," Harry said. "Sir, I swear. Someone is trying to kill you." Moody's magical eye swiveled wildly, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "That's what this is. Someone entered you in this tournament to get you killed." The others in the chamber, Cedric, Fleur, Victor, and the various heads of schools, watched with varying degrees of concern. Madame Maxime's expression was haughty disdain. Karkaroff's was barely concealed glee. And Fleur? Fleur's face was troubled. Harry noticed this because he couldn't seem to stop noticing her. She was standing across the room, her silver hair gleaming in the torchlight, and there was something in her eyes that made his stomach twist. Concern, maybe. Or confusion. Or recognition. "The tournament is binding," Bagman said, sounding almost cheerful despite the gravity of the situation. "Once entered, the champion must compete. There's no way to withdraw." Harry felt his heart sink. He was trapped. Whatever the tournament threw at him, he would have to face it, and the chances of survival were slim. Dumbledore dismissed them after that, telling Harry to return to Gryffindor Tower, to get some sleep, to not worry. But Harry couldn't sleep. He wandered the corridors instead, his mind racing, the strange resonance of the goblet still echoing in his chest. And then he heard footsteps. He turned, his wand half raised, to find Fleur Delacour approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. Her steps were silent on the stone floor, her robes flowing around her like water. "Monsieur Potter," she said, her voice soft with an accent that made the words sound like music. "I must speak with you." Harry blinked. "Me? You are the only other champion here." She stopped a few feet away, her pale eyes studying him with an intensity that made him feel exposed. "I believe you were entered against your will. I do not think you are a cheat." "Thank you," Harry said, surprised. "Most people seem to think I did it for the attention." "I know what it is to be watched," Fleur said, and there was something bitter beneath the musical quality of her voice. "To be judged by your appearance, by what others believe of you." "I do not judge you, Monsieur Potter." Harry's throat tightened. This was more kindness than he'd expected, especially from someone whose school he'd inadvertently insulted by stealing the champion spot. "Thank you," he repeated, feeling inadequate. Fleur took a step closer, and the strange warmth in Harry's chest flared. He saw her eyes widen slightly, as if she felt it too. "Your name," she said slowly, her accent thickening with emotion. "It was called from the goblet, yes. But before that, when I walked past you." The goblet reacted, Harry finished, understanding dawning. "I felt it too." They stared at each other in the flickering torchlight, both of them unsettled by something neither could explain. Harry felt as if he were standing on the edge of a precipice, about to fall into something vast and terrifying. Fleur's hand rose, reaching toward him. Harry held his breath. But before she could touch him, they heard footsteps approaching, heads of schools, come to check on their champions. Fleur stepped back, her expression shuddered. "We must be careful," she murmured. "There is something strange happening, Monsieur Potter. I do not understand it yet, but I will. And perhaps then." She trailed off, shaking her head. "Perhaps then we will both know." She turned and walked away, her robes trailing behind her. Harry stood in the corridor, his heart pounding, the warmth in his chest slowly fading. And for the first time in weeks, the cracks in his soul felt slightly less painful. The first task was dragons. Harry had known it would be something terrible, the tournament was designed to test champions to the point of death. But seeing the Hungarian horntail in the flesh, massive, scaled, with spikes and teeth and an appetite for destruction, had nearly undone him. He'd survived. Thanks to Hermione's research, Moody's advice, and the firebolt that Sirius had given him, he'd managed to retrieve the golden egg. But the memory of the dragon's roar was etched into his soul, another scar to add to the collection. And now he was in the champion's tent, waiting to be summoned for the second task, and the cracks in his soul were aching. Fleur was there too, sitting across from him, her expression distant. She had been withdrawn since the first task, her usual composure frayed at the edges. Harry had heard that she had struggled with the horntail, that her Vela charm had failed against the dragon's primal nature. She had still succeeded, but barely. Harry wanted to say something. He wanted to ask her about the strange connection he felt, about the warmth in his chest when she was near, about the way her eyes seemed to look through him and into his soul. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, he sat in silence, waiting for his name to be called. Harry Potter. He stood, his heart pounding. The second task was underwater, he knew that much. He would need the gillyweed that Dobby had provided, and he would need to rescue something precious to him from the Black Lake. But as he passed Fleur's chair, something made him pause. Her hand was resting on the armrest. And before Harry could stop himself, he reached out, not for her hand, but for her shoulder, to steady himself, to offer comfort, to do anything that might bridge the distance between them. His fingers brushed hers. And the world shattered. Images flooded through Harry's mind like a waterfall of glass. A beautiful woman, golden-haired and kind, singing to a child. A chateau in the French countryside, warm with sunlight and the scent of lavender. An older woman with cruel eyes, her hand raised to strike. Tears. Loneliness. A desperate hope that someone would see her for who she really was. Fleur. He was seeing Fleur's memories. But that wasn't all. At the same time, Harry felt something crack open in his own mind. The Dursleys' insults. The cupboard under the stairs. The moment Hagrid told him he was a wizard. The feeling of being watched by the basilisk. The despair of the graveyard, watching Cedric fall. The loneliness. The endless, crushing loneliness of being Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the one everyone expected to save them. He saw his parents, frozen in photographs. He saw Sirius, reduced to a wanted criminal. He saw Ron and Hermione, loved and wanted, and he felt the yawning gulf between them. And beneath it all, the cracks. The spiderwebs of damage. The sense of a soul barely holding together. Fleur saw it all. Mon Dieu, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. She had withdrawn her hand, but the connection lingered, a thin thread of warmth between them. Your soul, it is. Harry couldn't speak. His throat was closed, his chest tight, and he felt as if he might shatter completely. No one had ever seen him like this. No one had ever seen the truth of what the Dursleys had done. No one had ever witnessed the fractures. Harry, Fleur said, and her voice was softer now, more careful. I did not mean to pry. I did not mean to see. I know, Harry managed. His voice was hoarse. I saw things too. Your grandmother. The way she treated you. Fleur's eyes widened. You saw that? I saw everything. Harry met her gaze, and for the first time, he didn't feel alone. The connection between them was a lifeline, fragile but real. I think there's something happening. Something bigger than the tournament. Fleur nodded slowly, her expression shifting from shock to determination. I have felt it since the first night. The goblet, it responded to us. And now this. Voices outside the tent. The other champions were being called. Fleur stood abruptly, her silver hair cascading around her shoulders. We must go, she said. But we will speak again, Harry Potter. This is not finished. She left the tent without looking back. Harry sat in stunned silence, his hands still tingling from the touch, his mind still reeling from the images he'd seen. Fleur's soul was whole. Unbroken. She had endured hardships, yes, the cruelty of her grandmother, the isolation of being different, the weight of expectations, but she had somehow remained intact. And Harry's soul, by contrast, was a shattered mirror. For the first time, the full horror of his situation became clear. He wasn't just damaged. He was broken. And if the cracks continued to spread, he would eventually fall apart entirely. But something else was stirring in the depths of his damaged soul. Something that had awakened when Fleur's hand had touched his. Something ancient and powerful and bright. It wasn't hope. It was too fierce for hope. It was survival. Harry stood, summoned by the call of the second task, and walked out of the tent to face the Black Lake. But in his mind, the cracks were trembling. And deep within him, a faint golden light began to shine. He didn't make it. Not really. Harry had succeeded in the second task, he'd rescued Ron and the other hostages, but he'd barely survived. The gillyweed had worn off too early, and the Grindylows had attacked, and the time had nearly run out. But he'd made it. Just barely. And now, hours later, he was in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey fussing over him while Ron and Hermione kept watch. Honestly, Harry, Hermione said, her voice trembling with barely suppressed emotion. You nearly died. Again. I'm fine, Harry said automatically. It's fine. You almost drowned, Ron added, his expression somewhere between admiration and horror. That's not fine. That's nearly died. Harry tried to smile, but the expression felt wrong on his face. The warmth in his chest was gone, replaced by the familiar cold ache of isolation. He'd felt something in that tent. Something real. Something that had made him feel less alone for the first time in years. And now it was gone. But as Harry drifted off to sleep, the golden light flickered in the darkness of his mind. And he heard a voice, soft, accented, determined. I will not abandon you, Harry Potter. I promise. He didn't know if it was real or dream. But for the first time in months, Harry slept without nightmares. And the cracks in his soul, though still present, seemed to pulse with a faint golden glow. The third task loomed. Harry stood in the champion's tent, his heart pounding, his wand gripped tightly in his hand. The maze awaited, a labyrinth of hedges and monsters and curses, designed to test the champions to their limits. But Harry's mind wasn't on the maze. It was on Fleur. She was sitting across from him, her expression calm, her composure unshaken. But Harry could see the tension in her shoulders, the tightness around her eyes. She was afraid. Not of the maze, but of something else. Something that connected them. Harry, she said softly, and her voice was different now, less formal, less guarded. I have been researching. The ancient Vila texts, they speak of something that binds souls. Harry's breath caught. Souls. Fleur leaned forward, her pale eyes bright with intensity. There is a legend. A prophecy, perhaps. About a soul that is broken and a heart that is pure. When they meet, they create something new. Something powerful. Harry's mind raced. You think that's us? Fleur hesitated. I do not know. But I know that when we touched, I saw things. I felt things. Your soul, Harry, it is damaged. More than I have ever seen. And yet there is something within you that fights. Something that refuses to break. I don't understand, Harry admitted. What does it mean? Fleur shook her head. I do not know. But I know we are linked. And I know I cannot let you face this maze alone. The tournament rules. The tournament rules do not matter. Fleur's voice was fierce. You are important, Harry Potter. More important than any competition. And I will not stand by and watch you be destroyed. Harry felt warmth flood his chest, not the strange magical warmth, but something simpler. Something that felt almost like caring. Fleur. The task is beginning. She stood, her robes swirling around her. I must go. But I will find you in the maze, Harry. I promise. She left the tent, and Harry was alone. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. The maze was dangerous. Someone had entered him in the tournament to get him killed, and the third task was their best chance. But for the first time in months, Harry felt a flicker of hope. He had an ally. Someone who saw him for who he really was, broken, damaged, desperate, and still believed in him. And that, Harry realized, made all the difference. He walked out of the tent, into the blinding sunlight and into the maze. Behind him, the goblet of fire, sitting forgotten in a corner, flared with an incandescent blue light. And somewhere in the depths of Harry's soul, something ancient and golden began to wake. The maze was a nightmare of shifting hedges and hidden dangers. Harry had fought acromantulas and bogarts, solved riddles and navigated darkness. Each victory was hard-won, each step forward a triumph. But the sense of something wrong grew stronger with every passing moment. And then he found Cedric. The older boy was lying in a patch of shadow, his eyes glassy, his wand still in his hand. He was alive, barely, but something had happened to him. Something that had stolen his consciousness. Harry knelt, checking for a pulse. It was there, weak but steady. Cedric, he said urgently. Cedric, wake up. There was no response. And then Harry heard footsteps. He spun, his wand raised, and found Fleur standing at the edge of the clearing. She was disheveled, her silver hair tangled, a cut bleeding on her cheek. But her eyes were clear and focused. Fleur! Harry exclaimed. What happened to you? I met the acromantula, she said grimly. It did not like me. She moved closer, her gaze falling on Cedric. Is he alive, but unconscious? Harry shook his head. We need to get him out of here. There is something else, Fleur said, her voice dropping to a whisper. I felt it, a dark presence in the maze. Something ancient. Something powerful. Harry's scar prickled. Voldemort. Your scar. Fleur's eyes widened. You can feel him. He's here, Harry said, the certainty settling into his bones like ice. The tournament was a trap. Voldemort wants me dead. Fleur reached out, grabbing his hand. The warmth flooded back, stronger than ever, and Harry felt a surge of strength that steadied his nerves. Together, Fleur said firmly. We face whatever comes together. Harry nodded, the warmth steadying him. Together. They moved through the maze with purpose, Cedric supported between them. The hedges loomed tall and threatening, the darkness pressing in from all sides. And then they reached the center. The Triwizard Cup gleamed in the center of the clearing, golden and beautiful, a promise of victory. But beyond it, in the shadows, something stirred. Harry Potter. The voice was cold, cruel, and familiar. Harry's blood ran cold as a figure stepped out of the shadows, gaunt, pale, with red eyes that burned with hatred. Wormtail, Harry breathed. The little rat man sneered, his wand raised. The Dark Lord has been waiting for you. Fleur stepped forward, her wand glowing. You will not touch him. Vila, Wormtail spat. The Dark Lord has no interest in you. Step aside, creature, and you may live. Fleur's eyes blazed with fury. I am not a creature. And I will not step aside. Fleur, Harry said urgently. We need to get Cedric out of here. We need to. Too late, Wormtail cackled. The Dark Lord is coming. And he is angry, Harry Potter. Very, very angry. The ground beneath them began to shake. Harry felt his scar explode with pain, and he fell to his knees, clutching his forehead. Harry. Fleur's voice was distant, muffled by the roaring in his ears. Harry, what is happening? He's coming, Harry gasped. Voldemort. He's. And then. The world went white. When Harry opened his eyes, he was in the graveyard. The same graveyard as his nightmares. The same cold, dark place where Cedric had died in his visions. The same place where Voldemort's resurrection had been foretold. But Fleur was with him. She stood beside him, her wand raised, her expression fierce. Behind her, Cedric lay unconscious, still protected by whatever magic the maze had inflicted on him. Where are we? Fleur asked, her voice trembling slightly. What is this place? The graveyard, Harry said, his voice hollow. This is where it happens. This is where Voldemort comes back. Fleur's eyes widened. The prophecy. Not a prophecy, Harry said, shaking his head. A plan. Voldemort planned this. The tournament, the maze, everything. He planned to capture me here and use me to resurrect himself. I will not let him. Fleur's voice was fierce. I will not let him take you. You need to go, Harry said urgently. Take Cedric and run. Get back to the Hogwarts grounds. Warn Dumbledore. And leave you. Fleur's laugh was bitter. Non, Harry. I told you, I will not abandon you. Fleur. Together, she repeated. We face this together. The warmth in Harry's chest flared bright and hot, and for the first time, he felt something he hadn't felt since his parents died. Love. Not romantic love, not yet, but something deeper. A recognition that he was not alone. That someone would stand beside him, no matter the cost. Wormtail emerged from the shadows, dragging something heavy. Harry's heart seized as he saw the cauldron, the bubbling potion, the dark ritual ready to begin. Ministry of Magic is watching, Wormtail cackled. They will not intervene. This is the night the Dark Lord rises. Stop him, Harry urged. Fleur, please. But Fleur was already moving. She raised her wand, and a stream of silver-white magic erupted from the tip, slamming into Wormtail's chest. The Ratman flew backward, his grip on the cauldron. Loosening. Fleur, no. Harry shouted. He's not the threat. Too late. Voldemort's voice echoed across the graveyard, cold and triumphant. Kill the girl, Wormtail. Kill her now. Wormtail's wand rose, aimed at Fleur's heart. Harry screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from his throat. And then the world went silver. In the months that followed, Harry never fully remembered what happened in that graveyard. He remembered Fleur's body crumpling, the burst of silver light from his own wand, the feeling of something within him breaking open and spilling out. He remembered the warmth. The golden light that enveloped them both. And he remembered Voldemort's scream of fury as the resurrection ritual failed, as the cauldron exploded, as the dark magic that bound him to the ritual was torn apart by something ancient and powerful. When Harry woke in the hospital wing at Hogwarts, the first face he saw was Fleur's. You are awake, she said softly. Her cheek was bandaged, her arm in a sling, but her eyes were bright with relief. I was so worried, Harry. Harry's voice cracked. You were hurt. I thought. I am fine, Fleur assured him. You saved my life. Your magic, it was incredible. Like nothing I have ever seen. Harry shook his head. I don't remember. I just remember, I felt something break. Something inside me. Fleur's expression grew serious. I felt it too. Your soul, Harry, I could see it. The cracks were filling with light. Golden light. Harry stared at her. My soul. You could see my soul. Only for a moment. Fleur reached out, taking his hand. But I saw enough. Whatever connection we have, it is healing you, Harry. Your soul is becoming whole. The warmth in Harry's chest surged, and for a moment, he felt something he had never felt before, hope. Truly, deeply hope. Fleur, he said slowly. What are we? What is this? Fleur shook her head. I do not know. But I know that I am grateful for it. She squeezed his hand, her eyes soft. Whatever we are, Harry, I am grateful. They sat together in the silence of the hospital wing, the moonlight streaming through the windows, the warmth between them growing steady and strong. And somewhere deep within Harry Potter's damaged soul, the cracks began to seal. The golden light was winning. The tournament was over. Cedric had survived, thanks to Fleur's quick thinking and Harry's desperate magic. Voldemort had been thwarted, though he had escaped. The wizarding world was in chaos, but Harry found himself strangely calm. He sat in the Gryffindor common room, staring into the fire. Ron and Hermione were asleep. The Weasley twins had retired hours ago. It was just Harry and the flames. And the warmth in his chest. What are you doing awake? Harry turned to find Fleur standing in the doorway, her silver hair loose around her shoulders, her expression soft. Couldn't sleep, Harry admitted. You. The same. Fleur crossed the room, settling onto the couch beside him. It is strange, is it not? A tournament designed to bring the schools together, and instead it brought us. Harry nodded slowly. Do you think this was meant to happen? Us meeting? Fleur considered the question. I do not know. But I think there is something greater at work. Something ancient. My ancestors, Harry said suddenly. There were stories. At least, Sirius said there were stories. About soul magic. About healing. Fleur's eyes widened. Soul magic. That is what I have been researching. The Vila texts speak of it. They say the first guardians of the soul were powerful wizards who protected the balance between life and death. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. And you think I might be one of them? I think you are something, Fleur said quietly. Something important. And I think I was brought here to help you. The warmth in Harry's chest flared, and he reached out, taking her hand. The connection between them pulsed with golden light, and Harry felt the cracks in his soul seal just a little more. Thank you, he said softly. For not giving up on me. Fleur smiled, a genuine, warm smile that transformed her face from beautiful to breathtaking. I will never give up on you, Harry Potter. I promise. They sat together in the firelight, two souls bound by something ancient and powerful, their connection growing stronger with every passing moment. And somewhere in the depths of Harry's fractured soul, the golden light began to blaze. The healing had begun. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Unexpected Connection. The weeks following the third task passed in a blur of whispered conversations and stolen glances. Harry found himself watching Fleur constantly, not with the adolescent fascination that afflicted most of the male population of Hogwarts, but with something deeper. Something that made his chest ache when she wasn't nearby and filled him with a strange, quiet peace when she was. He told himself it was because of what they'd shared. The graveyard. The near-death experience. The strange golden light that had erupted from his wand when Wormtail had tried to kill her. Anyone would feel connected to someone after surviving something like that. But Harry knew it was more. He couldn't stop thinking about what Fleur had shown him in the champion's tent, the fragments of her childhood, the loneliness she'd endured, the grandmother who'd looked at her with the same cold disdain that Aunt Petunia directed at him. They were different in so many ways. She was beautiful and confident and French, while he was, well, Harry, but beneath it all, they were the same. Both of them knew what it was like to be unwanted. "Harry, are you even listening to me?" Hermione's voice cut through his reverie, sharp with frustration. Harry blinked, realizing he'd been staring out the window of the Gryffindor common room for the better part of an hour. "Sorry," he said quickly. "What were you saying?" "I was saying that Professor McGonagall wants to see you about your OWL preparations." Hermione sighed, tucking a strand of bushy hair behind her ear. "Honestly, Harry, you've been absolutely useless lately. What's going on with you?" Harry opened his mouth to make an excuse, the aftermath of the tournament, nightmares about the graveyard, anything, but the words died in his throat. He couldn't lie to Hermione. "Not about this. It's Fleur," he admitted quietly. Ron, who had been attempting to complete his charms homework, looked up with a snort. "Fleur. The French bird who looks like she stepped out of a magazine. What about her?" "Ron." Hermione smacked his arm. "Don't be so." "It's not like that," Harry interrupted quickly. I don't know how to explain it. Something happened in the graveyard. Something strange." Hermione's expression shifted from irritation to curiosity. "What kind of something?" Harry hesitated. He'd never told anyone about the cracks in his soul, not even Hermione, not even Ron. The idea of explaining something so intangible, so deeply personal, made his stomach twist. But Fleur had seen it. Fleur had touched his soul and felt its brokenness. And she hadn't run away. "Remember when I told you about the thing with the goblet? How it reacted when Fleur and I were near each other?" Harry asked, choosing his words carefully. Hermione nodded slowly. "You said it felt like recognition." "Yeah." Harry ran a hand through his hair, frustrated with his inability to explain. "And then in the maze, when we were together, something happened. I don't know how to describe it. It was like we were connected. Like I could feel her emotions, and she could feel mine." "That's impossible," Ron said flatly. "Unless she's a Legilimens or something." "She's not." Harry shook his head. "It's different. When we touch, I see things. Memories. Feelings. And she sees mine." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, the kind of look they'd perfected over years of dealing with Harry's increasingly strange life. "Harry," Hermione said carefully, "do you think this might be connected to Voldemort?" The name made Ron flinch, but Harry shook his head. "I don't think so. It feels different. Voldemort's connection it's dark. Angry. This feels warm. Like the exact opposite of everything he represents." Hermione frowned, clearly processing this information. "I've read about soul bonds. Ancient magical connections between two people. They're extremely rare, and the conditions for creating one are." "What?" Harry asked when she trailed off. Hermione bit her lip. "The conditions are poorly understood. Some texts suggest that a soul bond can only form between two people who are deeply compatible. Or who share a profound emotional connection. Or who've experienced the same kind of trauma." Harry felt his heart skip. "Trauma? You grew up with the Dursleys," Hermione said gently. "And Fleur, well, I don't know her whole story, but I've seen the way she flinches when people mention her grandmother. Whatever happened in her past, it wasn't easy." Harry thought of Fleur's memories, the cold, cruel voice of her grandmother, the sense of isolation and rejection that mirrored his own. They'd both been hurt. They'd both been broken. But Fleur's soul was whole. And Harry's was fractured. Could that be the key? Two broken people, one shattered and one intact, connecting in a way that healed the damage. "I need to talk to her," Harry said abruptly, standing up. "I need to ask her." "Harry, it's almost curfew," Hermione protested. "And the Beauxbatons carriage is on the grounds. You can't just." But Harry was already out the door. The night air was cool and crisp as Harry crossed the grounds toward the Beauxbatons carriage. The massive structure glowed with lantern light, its winged horses dozing in their traces. Harry's heart pounded as he approached. What was he doing? What would he even say? Hi, Fleur, I think our souls are connected and I can't stop thinking about you, and also my soul is completely shattered and maybe you're the only one who can fix it, That sounded insane. Fleur would think he'd lost his mind. But then Harry thought about the way she'd looked at him in the hospital wing. The way she'd promised never to abandon him. The way her magic had intertwined with his in the graveyard, creating something new and powerful. She wouldn't laugh at him. Fleur had seen the cracks in his soul. She knew exactly how broken he was. And she'd stayed. Harry reached the carriage and hesitated, unsure whether to knock or call out or simply wait. But before he could decide, the door swung open. Fleur stood in the doorway, her silver hair loose around her shoulders, her pale eyes bright with something that looked almost like relief. Harry, she said softly. I knew you would come. You did? Harry blinked. How? Fleur stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. I felt it. The connection, it grows stronger the closer you are. I could not sleep, and then I felt you approaching, like. She trailed off, searching for the right words. Like a warmth spreading through my chest. Harry stepped inside the carriage, marveling at the elegant interior, plush seats, delicate furniture, a small fireplace glowing with blue flames. It was beautiful and refined and completely foreign. But Fleur was there, and that made it feel almost like home. What happened in the graveyard? Harry asked, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. I mean, I know what happened. Voldemort tried to resurrect, and I somehow stopped it, but I don't understand how. The magic felt different. Stronger. Like something else was helping me. Fleur sat down on one of the plush chairs, her expression turning serious. I have been researching since we returned. The Vila archives are extensive, and there was something I remembered from my childhood, a story my mother used to tell me. What kind of story? A story about the Soul Guardians. Fleur's eyes were distant, focused on something Harry couldn't see. There were once wizards who could protect the balance between life and death. They could heal damaged souls and destroy those who corrupted the natural order. They were powerful, but they were also rare. Harry frowned. And you think I'm one of them? I do not know. Fleur shook her head. But I know you have the ability. I saw it in the graveyard, the golden light that came from your wand. It was pure, Harry. Clean. It burned away the dark magic like nothing I have ever seen. Harry sat down opposite her, his mind racing. But I didn't feel the light. I didn't feel like I was doing anything. It just happened. Because it is not something you control, Fleur said. It is something you are. Something that is becoming stronger the more we are connected. The warmth in Harry's chest pulsed, and he felt Fleur's presence in his mind, faint, but unmistakable. She was nervous. Unsure. Hoping he wouldn't run away. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Most people would want to keep this secret. Use it for themselves. Fleur met his gaze steadily. Because I trust you, Harry. I have seen the cracks in your soul, but I have also seen what lies beneath them. You are good. You are kind. You have suffered more than anyone should, and yet you continue to fight. She leaned forward, her eyes blazing with intensity. I do not understand everything that is happening between us. But I know that you are important. And I know that I want to help you. Harry felt something break inside him, not painfully, but with a sudden release of tension he hadn't even realized he'd been carrying. For years, he'd shouldered the weight of being the boy who lived alone. Ron and Hermione were his best friends, but they couldn't understand this. They hadn't lived through what he'd lived through. But Fleur had. She'd seen the Dursleys. She'd seen the cupboard, the beatings, the years of neglect. She'd seen the cracks in his soul. And she was still here. "Thank you," Harry said, his voice hoarse. I don't know what to say. I've never had anyone who sees you." Fleur finished softly. "Not the boy who lived. Not the hero. Just you." Harry nodded, unable to speak. Fleur reached out and took his hand. The warmth flared, bright and golden, and Harry felt the cracks in his soul tremble. "We will figure this out together," she promised. "Whatever it is. Whatever it becomes. Together." The next morning, Harry woke with the sunlight streaming through the Gryffindor dormitory windows and a strange sense of peace settling over him. It was the first time in years he'd woken without the weight of the world pressing down on his chest. His scar was quiet. His mind was clear. And somewhere in the depths of his soul, the golden light was glowing brighter than ever. Ron and Hermione were already in the common room when Harry descended, their expressions carefully neutral. "Morning," Ron said, his tone a little too casual. "Sleep well?" Harry nodded, ignoring the obvious question in Ron's eyes. "Where's breakfast?" "Great Hall," Hermione said, rising from her chair. "We'll walk with you." The three of them made their way through the castle, the morning sunlight slanting through the high windows. Students bustled around them, their chatter filling the corridors with noise. But Harry heard only one voice. "Harry." He turned to find Fleur striding toward him, her silver hair flying behind her like a banner. Her expression was urgent, her pale eyes wide with something that looked almost like fear. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, instantly alert. "The goblet," Fleur said, her accent thickening with emotion. "It is gone. Someone took it from the chamber last night." Harry's blood ran cold. "Why would anyone take the goblet?" "I do not know." Fleur shook her head. "But I know it is connected to us. To whatever is happening between us. The goblet reacted when we were near, and now it has been stolen." Ron and Hermione exchanged another look, this one more alarmed than the last. "Harry," Hermione said carefully, "maybe we should tell Dumbledore." "No." Harry shook his head firmly. "Not yet. I don't trust anyone with this. Not until I understand what's happening." Fleur nodded in agreement. "We need to investigate ourselves. Find out who stole the goblet and why." "And how exactly do you propose we do that?" Ron asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. Harry's expression hardened. "We track it." He pulled out his wand, his mind racing. Tracking spells were tricky, especially for an object like the goblet that was saturated with ancient magic. But Harry had something the goblet had responded to, something that might help him locate it. "Fleur," he said, "I need you to touch the goblet's base. The spot where it reacted when we were near." Fleur hesitated, then nodded. She reached out, her fingers brushing the spot where the golden light had first appeared. And then Harry focused his magic, reaching through the connection to the echoes of the goblet's power. "Apar vestigium," he murmured. The spell shimmered in the air, a faint golden thread that stretched through the corridors and disappeared into the depths of the castle. "Where is it going?" Ron asked, his voice hushed. Harry's eyes narrowed. "The dungeons. It's going to the dungeons." The Slytherin dungeon was cold and damp, lit by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Harry, Fleur, Ron, and Hermione crept through the corridors, their wands raised, the golden thread leading them ever deeper. "This is a terrible idea," Hermione whispered. "If we get caught." "We won't get caught," Harry said, his voice firm. "We just need to find the goblet and get out." The golden thread led them to a heavy oak door, carved with serpentine designs that writhed in the torchlight. Harry pressed his ear to the wood and heard voices on the other side. "The Dark Lord will be pleased." The connection between the Potter boy and the villa is stronger than we thought. If we can use the goblet to sever it. Sever it? Harry heard himself say, his voice sounding strange and distant. They want to sever our connection. Fleur's hand found his, squeezing tightly. We cannot let them, Harry. Whatever is happening between us, it is important. I can feel it. Harry nodded, a fierce determination rising in his chest. He raised his wand, aimed at the door, and unleashed a spell that sent it flying off its hinges. The Death Eaters inside, 4 of them, hooded and masked, spun around, their wands raised. On the table in front of them sat the goblet of fire, pulsing with an eerie blue light. Potter, one of them spat. We were wondering when you'd show up. Give me the goblet, Harry said, his voice cold and hard. Give it to me, or I'll make you regret it. The Death Eaters laughed. There are 4 of us and 1 of you. What can you possibly do? Harry didn't answer. He just raised his wand, and felt something stir in the depths of his soul. The golden light blazed through him, bright and powerful, and he unleashed it in a wave that swept through the dungeon. The Death Eaters screamed as the light washed over them, their dark magic shattering like glass. When the light faded, they were crumpled on the floor, unconscious. Harry stood in the center of the room, his chest heaving, his wand still raised. The golden light pulsed through him, warm and steady, and for the first time, Harry felt like he understood something about himself. I did that, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I actually did that. Fleur stepped forward, her eyes bright with wonder. Your soul, Harry. It is healing. The light is growing stronger. Ron and Hermione stared at him with expressions of shock and awe. Mate, Ron said, his voice cracking slightly. What the bloody hell was that? Harry shook his head, unable to explain. The warmth was fading now, but not completely, it lingered in his chest, a constant presence that reminded him of what he'd done. And of what he could become. They destroyed the goblet that night. Harry, Fleur, Ron, and Hermione gathered in the room of requirement, the shattered pieces of the goblet spread out before them. Each fragment pulsed faintly with residual magic, and Harry could feel the connection between them and his soul. We need to destroy it completely, Hermione said, her voice shaking. If the Death Eaters can use it to damage the bond between you and Fleur. The bond isn't just between me and Fleur, Harry interrupted. It's between me and something bigger. Something ancient. Fleur nodded slowly. The Soul Guardians. The texts I read spoke of them often. They were bound to a power source, something that allowed them to heal and protect. Harry looked at her sharply. A power source? Like what? Fleur's expression was troubled. I do not know. The texts were vague. But I think the goblet was connected to it somehow. Harry stared at the fragments, a sense of dread settling in his stomach. So whoever stole the goblet wasn't just trying to separate us. They were trying to get to the power source. But what is the power source? Ron asked, his voice tinged with frustration. And why does it matter? Harry's scar prickled, and he felt a sudden surge of certainty. Because I'm connected to it. That's why the goblet reacted when Fleur and I were near. That's why the light is growing stronger. I'm becoming part of something bigger than myself. Fleur reached out, taking his hand. The warmth flared, bright and golden. Together, she said softly. We face whatever comes, together. The next morning, Harry stood outside the Beauxbatons carriage, his heart heavy. Fleur was leaving. The tournament was over, and Beauxbatons would be returning to France. Harry had known. It was coming, but the reality of it hit him like a physical blow. I will come back, Fleur said, her voice barely above a whisper. I do not know when, but I will come back. Harry nodded, unable to speak. The warmth in his chest was fading, replaced by the familiar cold ache of loneliness. Harry, Fleur said, stepping closer. Look at me. He met her eyes, and she smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile that made his heart ache. Whatever is happening between us, it is not over, she said. It is just beginning. I will write to you. I will study. I will find out what we need to know. And when the time is right, I will return. Why are you doing this? Harry asked, his voice rough with emotion. I don't understand. You barely know me. Fleur reached out, cupping his face in her hand. The warmth surged, and Harry felt her presence in his mind, steady, comforting, certain. Because I see you, she said simply. I see the cracks in your soul, but I also see what lies beneath them. You are not broken, Harry. You are healing. And I want to be part of that healing. Harry felt his throat tighten. No one had ever said anything like that to him. No one had ever seen past the surface and cared about what they found underneath. Thank you, he managed, his voice barely a whisper. Fleur leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. I will write to you, she repeated. And you will write to me. Promise me, Harry. I promise, he said. And then she was gone, walking into the carriage, disappearing into the depths of the magical structure. Harry watched until the carriage lifted into the air, its winged horses carrying it higher and higher until it vanished into the clouds. The weeks after Fleur's departure were difficult. Harry fell into a pattern of marking time, going through the motions of lessons and Quidditch practices without really feeling anything. The warmth in his chest had dimmed to a faint glow, a distant reminder of the connection he'd shared with Fleur. But her letters helped. They arrived every few days, carried by enchanted owls that seemed to know exactly where to find him. Fleur wrote about her research, about the Vila archives, about the fragments of knowledge she was piecing together. Dear Harry. I have discovered something important. The Soul Guardians were not just protectors of the balance between life and death, they were guardians of something else. Something that exists within the soul itself, I do not fully understand it yet, but I believe it is connected to the golden light you manifested. There is a power within you, Harry, that goes beyond ordinary magic. It is ancient and pure. And it is growing stronger, Please take care of yourself. I know the nightmares must be bad, but remember what I said, you are not broken. You are healing, With affection. Fleur. Harry read the letter 3 times, the words sinking into his heart like warm water. She understood him. She saw him. And she was fighting for him, even from a distance. Dear Fleur. I'm trying to take your advice. It's hard, but I'm trying. The nightmares are still there, but they're different now. Less vivid. More like memories than present tense, I think the healing is working. The cracks in my soul, they're still there, but they're filling with light. I can feel it growing stronger every day, Thank you for not giving up on me. I don't know what I did to deserve you, but I'm grateful, Yours. Harry. The exchanges continued for weeks, their letters growing longer and more personal. Harry found himself sharing things he'd never told anyone, the details of the graveyard, the guilt he felt over Cedric's near death, the crushing weight of being the boy who lived. And Fleur shared her own struggles, the pressure of being a Vila, the cruelty of her grandmother, the loneliness of being seen as beautiful but never truly known. Dear Harry. Do you know what I appreciate most about you? You see me as a person. Not a Vila. Not a champion. Not a pretty face. Just me, It is a gift, Harry. A precious gift. And I want you to know that I see you the same way, I know you are struggling, but please remember, you are worthy of love. You are worthy of healing. You are worthy of everything good that comes your way, With all my heart. Fleur. Harry read the letter in the Gryffindor common room, the words blurring as tears filled his eyes. He wasn't a crier, he'd learned long ago to control his emotions, to hide the pain behind a mask of indifference. But Fleur's words cut through the defenses he'd built, touching something raw and vulnerable. Harry? Hermione's voice was concerned. Are you okay? Harry nodded, blinking rapidly. Yeah. I'm fine. It's just Fleur's letter. Ron looked up from his homework, his expression carefully neutral. The French bird still writing to you? Her name is Fleur, Harry said, a little more sharply than he intended. And yes, she's still writing to me. We're connected, Ron. I know you don't understand it, but I understand more than you think, Ron interrupted. I see the way you light up when her letters come. I see the way you stare at the ceiling at night, thinking about her. I'm not stupid, mate. Harry blinked. Then why do you always call her the French bird? Ron shrugged. Because I'm a git? I don't know. Maybe I'm just jealous. Jealous? Harry stared at him. Not like that, Ron said quickly. I don't fancy her or anything. It's just, you found someone who really gets you, Harry. Someone who sees past all the fame and the scars and the destiny stuff. That's special. And I'm jealous because I want to find someone like that too. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Ron. Don't get all emotional on me, Ron said, holding up his hands. I'm just saying, I get it now. You and Fleur, there's something real there. And I'm happy for you. Hermione beamed, clearly pleased with Ron's unexpected maturity. That's very sweet, Ron. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. Ron grabbed his quill and returned to his homework. I've got a reputation to maintain. Harry laughed, the first genuine laugh he'd managed in weeks. And somewhere in the depths of his soul, the golden light pulsed with warmth. The summer came, and Harry returned to Privet Drive. The Dursleys were as awful as ever, their cruelty unchanged by the passage of time. Uncle Vernon's rants about freaks and abnormals filled the air, and Aunt Petunia's thin-lipped disapproval hung over the house like a shroud. But Harry bore it differently this time. He had the letters. He had the warmth in his chest. He had the knowledge that somewhere out there, Fleur was fighting for him. And he had the growing sense that the cracks in his soul were finally healing. The nightmares still came, but they were less frequent now. The scars still hurt, but the pain was distant, muffled by the golden light that pulsed through him. Harry spent his days avoiding the Dursleys and his nights writing to Fleur. Their letters had become lifelines, the only thing keeping him sane in the suffocating atmosphere of Privet Drive. Dear Harry. *I have found something. An old prophecy, written in a language I barely understand. It speaks of a soul guardian who will rise when the balance between life and death is threatened. It speaks of a Vila with a pure heart, a heart that will recognize the damage and help heal it. I believe it is about us, Harry. I believe we are part of something ancient and powerful. I will travel to England soon. I need to show you what I have found. With love. Fleur. Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. A prophecy. A Vila with a pure heart. A soul guardian who would rise when the balance was threatened. It sounded like a fairy tale. But Harry had learned that fairy tales were often just truths dressed up in pretty words. And the truth was this: he was healing. He was growing stronger. And Fleur was the one who'd started it all. He picked up his quill and began to write back. Fleur arrived at the beginning of August, operating onto the deserted street outside Privet Drive with a soft pop. Harry was waiting for her, having escaped the Dursleys' watchful eyes by claiming a headache and retreating to his room. He'd snuck out through the garden, meeting her in the shadow of the old sycamore tree. Harry. Fleur's voice was soft, her eyes bright with welcome. "You look terrible," Harry finished with a rueful smile. "I know. The Dursleys have been extra awful this summer." Fleur shook her head. "I was going to say, better. There is light in your eyes that was not there before." Harry blinked. "Really? Really?" Fleur stepped forward and took his hand. The warmth surged, bright and golden, and Harry felt his soul sing with joy. "I missed you," he admitted, the words tumbling out before he could stop them. "I didn't realize how much until just now." Fleur's eyes softened. "I missed you too, Harry. More than I thought possible." They stood there for a long moment, the warmth between them pulsing with each heartbeat. Harry felt the cracks in his soul tremble, felt the golden light surge and fill them. "I have something to show you," Fleur said finally. "The prophecy I told you about. I brought the original text." She reached into her robes and pulled out a rolled parchment, yellowed with age. The edges were frayed, the ink faded, but the words were still legible. "When the soul is fractured beyond repair," Harry read aloud, "the guardian shall rise, born of sacrifice and pain. And the Vila with the pure heart shall recognize the damage and help the healing begin." Harry looked up, his eyes meeting Fleur's. "The Vila with the pure heart. That's you." Fleur nodded slowly. "And the soul fractured beyond repair. That is you." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "But I'm not fractured beyond repair. I'm healing." "You're helping me heal." "The prophecy was written centuries ago, Harry. It cannot account for everything." Fleur's voice was gentle. "But it tells us one important thing: we are meant to be together. Our connection is not random or accidental." Harry stared at the parchment, his mind racing. "So what do we do? What happens next?" Fleur rolled up the parchment and tucked it back into her robes. "We continue what we have started. We strengthen the bond. And we prepare for whatever is coming." "Voldemort," Harry said bitterly. "It's always Voldemort." "Perhaps." Fleur squeezed his hand. "But perhaps it is something else. Something we do not yet understand." She leaned forward, pressing a kiss to his forehead. "I will stay in England for a while. I want to be close to you, Harry. I want to help you heal." Harry felt his heart swell with emotion. "Fleur. Together," she said simply. "Whatever happens, together." They made their way to the Leaky Cauldron, a small, dingy pub that served as a gateway to Diagon Alley. Harry had been coming here for years, but seeing it through Fleur's eyes made it feel new again. "The magic here," Fleur said, her voice filled with wonder. "It is so ancient. So powerful." Harry smiled. "You get used to it." "One should never get used to magic," Fleur said firmly. "It is a gift, Harry. A precious gift." They ordered drinks and sat in a corner booth, the parchment spread out between them. Harry traced the faded words with his finger, marveling at the ancient script. "Where did you find this?" he asked. "In the Vila archives," Fleur said. "They are hidden in the mountains of the Pyrenees. Only my family has access." "Your family allowed you to search for prophecies about soul guardians?" Fleur's expression darkened. "My grandmother did not know. She would have stopped me if she had." Harry thought of the fragments of Fleur's past he'd seen, the cold, cruel grandmother who had made her life miserable. "I'm sorry," he said. "For what she did to you." Fleur shook her head. "It does not matter now. What matters is you. What matters is the bond between us." She reached out, taking his hand. The warmth surged, brighter than ever, and Harry felt something shift in his soul. "Fleur," he said softly. "I don't understand what's happening to me. I don't understand why I can do the things I can do. But I know one thing for certain: I can't do it alone. I need you." Fleur's eyes glistened. You have me, Harry. You will always have me. They sat in the dim light of the leaky cauldron, two souls bound by something ancient and powerful, their connection growing stronger with every passing moment. And somewhere in the depths of Harry Potter's fractured soul, the golden light blazed bright and steady. The healing was continuing. And the unexpected connection was becoming something far greater than either of them had ever imagined. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Forgotten Prophecy. The leaky cauldron's back room was smaller than Harry remembered, cramped with mismatched furniture and the lingering scent of old fire whiskey. He sat across from Fleur at a rickety table, the ancient parchment spread between them like a sacred text. Outside, the London summer beat against the grimy windows, but inside, the world had narrowed to just the two of them and the faded words that might change everything. "Tell me again," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "About the Soul Guardians." Fleur's eyes were distant, focused on something beyond the physical realm. The original Guardians were powerful wizards, some say the most powerful who ever lived. They protected the balance between life and death, ensuring that neither side encroached on the other. Harry frowned. Like, keeping people from coming back from the dead? More than that. Fleur shook her head. They protected souls. The essence of what makes a person who they are. When a soul was damaged, by dark magic, by trauma, by something else, the Guardians could heal it. And when a soul was damaged beyond repair? Fleur's expression grew troubled. Then the Guardians could end it. Not destroy the soul, but release it. Let it move on to whatever comes next. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Like a mercy killing. Sometimes mercy is the greatest gift we can give, Fleur said softly. But I do not think that is what you need, Harry. Your soul is damaged, yes, but it is not beyond repair. I can see it, the golden light filling the cracks, healing the wounds. And you think I'm a soul guardian? One of these ancient wizards? Fleur hesitated. I think you have the potential to become one. The power is there, Harry. I have seen it. But potential is not the same as ability. You need training. Knowledge. And, she paused, her eyes meeting his, you need someone to help you. You, Harry said. You want to help me. Fleur nodded. The prophecy speaks of a Vila with a pure heart. That is me, Harry. I know it. I have felt it since the first moment we met. Harry thought about the strange warmth that had filled him in the great hall, the recognition that had sparked when their eyes met. It hadn't been random. It hadn't been coincidence. It had been destiny. I don't understand why me, Harry said, voicing the doubt that had plagued him for years. I'm Harry. Nothing special. Just a boy who got lucky. Fleur reached across the table and took his hand. The warmth surged, bright and golden, and Harry felt her presence in his mind, steady, certain, unwavering. You are not just a boy who got lucky, she said firmly. You are Harry Potter. You survived a killing curse when you were a baby. You have faced Voldemort multiple times and lived. You have endured more pain and suffering than most people experience in a lifetime. And through it all, you have remained good. Harry shook his head. I don't feel good. I feel broken. And that is what makes you good. Fleur said. You have been broken, and you have chosen to heal rather than shatter. That takes strength, Harry. More strength than you know. The words settled into his chest, warm and comforting. For the first time in as long as he could remember, Harry felt like someone truly understood him. Thank you, he said softly. For believing in me. Fleur smiled. I will always believe in you, Harry. Now, we need to find someone who knows more about the Soul Guardians. Someone who can help us understand what is happening. Harry's mind raced. Dumbledore. He knows everything. Fleur shook her head. Dumbledore is powerful, yes, but he is not the one we need. The Soul Guardians were a secret order. Their knowledge was passed down through specific families, specific bloodlines. We need someone who comes from one of those lines. And you know someone? Fleur's expression grew hesitant. There is an old scholar in France. A man named Etienne Moreau. He is one of the last keepers of the old knowledge. My grandmother despised him, said he was a relic of a forgotten age, but he is the only one I can think of who might know something. Harry felt a surge of hope. Can we go see him? Fleur nodded slowly. It will be dangerous. Moreau lives in hiding, protected by ancient wards. He does not trust easily, especially not strangers. I'm not a stranger, Harry said firmly. I'm the boy who lived. If anyone can convince him to talk, it's me. Fleur's expression was troubled. That is exactly what worries me, Harry. Your fame attracts attention. Attention we do not want. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the words died in his throat. She was right. His fame was a double-edged sword, a shield and a target. What do you suggest? He asked. We go together, Fleur said. Quietly. We tell no one where we are going. And we do not stay longer than necessary. Harry nodded. When do we leave? The journey to France was brief but fraught with tension. Harry had never left Britain before, and the sensation of operating across the English Channel was disorienting. One moment he was in the leaky cauldron's back room, and the next he was standing in a sun-drenched meadow, the scent of lavender filling his nostrils. Where are we? He asked, looking around at the rolling hills and distant mountains. The Pyrenees, Fleur said. The Vila lands. Moreau lives in a cottage about an hour's walk from here. Harry followed her along a winding path, the grass soft beneath his feet. The scenery was breathtaking, wildflowers blooming in riotous colors, butterflies dancing on the breeze, the distant peaks of the mountains capped with snow. It's beautiful, he said. Fleur smiled. I used to come here as a child. Before my grandmother, she stopped abruptly, her expression closing off. Before she ruined it? Harry finished gently. Fleur nodded, her eyes distant. She was not always cruel. There was a time when she loved me, I think. But then my mother died, and something in her broke. She poured all her grief into anger, and I became the target. Harry reached out and took her hand. I understand. The Dursleys were the same way. They never loved me, but they hated me for something I couldn't control. Fleur squeezed his hand. We are both survivors, Harry. That is what makes us strong. They walked in comfortable silence, the warmth between them pulsing with each step. Harry felt the golden light in his soul grow brighter, the cracks filling with warmth and hope. And then they reached the cottage. It was small, nestled in a hollow between two hills, its stone walls covered with climbing roses. A wisp of smoke rose from the chimney, and Harry could hear the faint hum of protective wards. Stay close to me, Fleur said, her voice low. The wards are keyed to Vila magic. They will not harm you, but they will be suspicious. They approached the door, and Harry felt the wards wash over him like a gentle wave. The magic was ancient and powerful, tinged with a melancholy that made his heart ache. Who approaches? A voice called from within. It was old and thin, trembling with age, but there was an undercurrent of steel beneath the frailty. Etienne Moreau, Fleur said, her voice clear and strong. It is Fleur Delacour. I come with a friend. We need your help. The door creaked open, revealing a wizened old man with white hair and sharp blue eyes. He studied them for a long moment, his gaze lingering on Harry's scar. The boy who lived, he said, his voice flat. I had heard you were reckless, but this is beyond even my expectations. Please, Fleur said. We need to talk to you about the Soul Guardians. Moreau's expression flickered, surprise, then wariness. That knowledge is forbidden. The old order was dissolved for good reason. The old order was dissolved because the magical world wanted to forget, Fleur countered. But we cannot afford to forget. Not now. Dark forces are rising again, and Harry, she paused, gathering herself, Harry is connected to it. Connected to something ancient and powerful. Moreau studied Harry with renewed interest. Let me see your soul, boy. Harry blinked. What? Let me see your soul. Moreau stepped closer, his eyes boring into Harry's. I have the ability, inherited from my ancestors. I can see what lies within a person's magical core. Show me, and I will decide whether to help. Harry hesitated, glancing at Fleur. She nodded encouragingly. I don't know how, Harry admitted. Moreau's expression softened slightly. Close your eyes. Reach inside yourself. You will feel it, a warmth, a light. Let it rise to the surface. Harry did as instructed, closing his eyes and focusing inward. At first, he felt nothing but the familiar ache of his fractured soul. But then the golden light flickered, pulsing with warmth, and he let it rise. When he opened his eyes, Moreau was staring at him with an expression of stunned disbelief. Impossible, the old man breathed. The golden light. I thought it was a myth. It's real, Harry said. I can feel it growing stronger every day. Moreau shook his head slowly. The prophecy was true. The soul guardian has returned. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. What prophecy? Moreau gestured for them to enter the cottage. The interior was cluttered with books and scrolls, ancient artifacts scattered across every surface. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Sit, Moreau said, settling into a worn armchair. This will take some time. They sat, Harry and Fleur perched on a lumpy sofa, their hands intertwined. The warmth between them pulsed steadily, a comfort in the strange surroundings. The Soul Guardians were an ancient order, Moreau began. They were founded at the dawn of magical civilization, when the first wizards realized that souls could be damaged, by dark magic, by trauma, by the corruption of the natural order. I understand that part, Harry said. Fleur explained it to me. Moreau nodded. Then you know that the Guardians were powerful. They could heal damaged souls, protect the innocent, and destroy those who sought to corrupt the balance between life and death. But they were wiped out, Fleur said. The texts I read said they were destroyed. Moreau's expression grew dark. They were betrayed. A guardian named Roderick Ashford grew ambitious. He wanted to use his power to achieve immortality, to cheat death itself. He gathered a group of followers who shared his vision, and they attempted to overthrow the order. What happened? Harry asked. They were defeated, Moreau said. But at great cost. The order was shattered, its members scattered. Ashford's followers went into hiding, biding their time. And the knowledge of the Soul Guardians was suppressed, buried so deep that most wizards forgot it ever existed. Harry's heart raced. Voldemort. Moreau nodded slowly. The Dark Lord seeks immortality. He has damaged his soul beyond repair in his quest for power. And now, he seeks to destroy anyone who might threaten his ambitions. Harry felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. Voldemort knows about the Soul Guardians. He knows what I'm becoming. I do not know what he knows, Moreau said. But I know that he fears something. Something that threatens his plans. Something, he paused, his eyes meeting Harry's, something golden. Fleur's grip on Harry's hand tightened. We need to protect him. We need to help him heal. Moreau nodded slowly. The prophecy speaks of a soul guardian who will rise when the balance is threatened. It speaks of a Vila with a pure heart who will help the healing begin. That's us, Harry said. Fleur and me. We're the ones from the prophecy. Moreau studied them for a long moment, his eyes glistening. The prophecy was written centuries ago. It spoke of a time when the world would face its darkest hour. A time when the souls of the innocent would be threatened by an evil beyond imagining. Voldemort, Harry repeated. The Dark Lord is a symptom, Moreau said. The disease is something older. Something that has been festering in the shadows for centuries. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. What do you mean? Moreau rose and walked to a bookshelf, pulling down a thick, leather-bound tome. He opened it to a marked page and handed it to Harry. The prophecy, Moreau said. Translated from the original French. Harry read the words aloud, his voice trembling. Asterisk, when the broken soul finds the pure heart, the golden light shall be born. And the guardian shall rise to face the shadow that has haunted the world since time immemorial, asterisk. Asterisk, the shadow is not one man, but many. It is the corruption that lies at the heart of all dark magic, the desire to cheat death, to control souls, to pervert the natural order, asterisk. Asterisk, only the golden light can burn it away. Only the guardian can end the cycle. Asterisk. Harry looked up, his eyes wide. The cycle? What cycle? Moreau's expression was grim. The cycle of dark magic. Every age has its Dark Lord, Grindelwald, Riddle, and others before them. Each one rises, threatens the world, and is defeated. But the shadow that creates them never dies. It simply waits, biding its time, until the next vessel arises. Harry felt his blood run cold. So Voldemort isn't the real threat. There's something else. Something worse. The shadow is the real threat, Moreau said. Voldemort is merely its most recent vessel. The golden light, the power of the soul guardians, can destroy the shadow permanently. But only if the guardian is strong enough to face it. Harry stared at the words on the page, his mind racing. He had thought Voldemort was the ultimate evil. He had thought defeating him would end everything. But the prophecy suggested something else entirely. How do I get stronger? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. How do I become powerful enough to face the shadow? Moreau looked at him with a mixture of pity and hope. The same way the guardians of old did. You heal your soul. You bond with the Vila who holds your heart. And you learn to wield the golden light. Harry turned to Fleur, his eyes searching hers. Is that what you want? To bond with me? To help me heal? Fleur reached up and cupped his face in her hand. The warmth surged, bright and golden, and Harry felt his soul sing. I want to help you, Harry, she said softly. I want to be with you. Not because of a prophecy, but because I choose to be. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. Fleur. Don't, she said gently. Don't say anything. Just let me stay. Let me help. Harry nodded, unable to speak. The warmth in his chest was overwhelming, filling the cracks in his soul with golden light. Moreau watched them with a knowing smile. The bond is strong, he said. Stronger than I have ever seen. You may be the one, Harry Potter. You may be the sole guardian who finally ends the shadow. Harry felt a surge of determination. Then I'll do it. I'll become strong enough. I'll face whatever comes. Moreau nodded slowly. There is much you must learn. The ancient magics of the soul guardians are complex and dangerous. But I will teach you what I know. And Fleur will help you heal. Harry looked at Fleur, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, he said. Thank you both. Moreau smiled, a genuine smile that made his ancient face look young. The soul guardians were my ancestors, Harry. Their legacy is my legacy. And I will not let it die. The days that followed were a blur of learning and healing. Harry spent his mornings with Moreau, studying the ancient texts and practicing the techniques of the soul guardians. The magic was unlike anything he had ever learned, gentle and powerful, healing and protective. "Your soul is healing well," Moreau said one afternoon, studying the golden light that pulsed through Harry's chest. "The cracks are filling. The wounds are closing." Harry looked down at his hands, which still tingled with the residue of his magic. "I can feel it. The light is stronger every day." "That is because of Fleur," Moreau said. "She is the Vila with the pure heart. Her presence, her touch, her love, it strengthens your soul." Harry nodded slowly. He had felt it too, the warmth that flooded him whenever Fleur was near, the sense of peace that settled over him when she touched him. He had never felt so connected to another person. Fleur spent her days researching, poring over the ancient texts that Moreau had collected over a lifetime. She was meticulous, searching for any detail that might help Harry understand his powers. "Look at this," she said one evening, pointing to a passage in a crumbling tome. "It describes the process of soul bonding. It says that two souls can be joined permanently, creating a connection that enhances both of their abilities." Harry read the passage, his heart racing. "Is that what we have? A soul bond?" "Not yet," Fleur said. "But we could form one. If we wanted to." Harry looked at her, his eyes searching hers. "Do you want to?" Fleur nodded slowly. I think it is the only way to make you strong enough. The prophecy says the Vila and the Guardian must be bonded. Without the bond, you cannot reach your full potential." Harry felt a surge of fear. But what if it goes wrong? What if the bond hurts you somehow? Fleur reached out and took his hand. The warmth flared, bright and golden, and Harry felt her presence in his mind, steady, certain, loving. "It will not hurt me," she said softly. "It will make me stronger. We will be stronger together, Harry. That is what the bond does." Harry took a deep breath. "Then let's do it. Let's form the bond." Fleur smiled, a radiant, joyful smile that made his heart ache. "Not yet. We must be ready. The bond is permanent, Harry. Once it is formed, there is no going back." "I know," Harry said. "But I'm ready. I've never been more ready for anything in my life." Fleur leaned forward and pressed her forehead to his. The warmth surged between them, golden and bright, and Harry felt the cracks in his soul tremble. "Soon," she promised. "Soon, we will be bound together forever." The next morning, Harry woke to a commotion in the cottage. Moreau was shouting, his voice sharp with fear. Fleur was arguing with him, her accent thick with emotion. "What's happening?" Harry asked, stumbling out of his room. Moreau turned to him, his face pale. "The wards have been breached. Someone is coming." Harry's blood ran cold. "Voldemort?" Moreau shook his head. "I do not know. But whoever it is, they are powerful. The wards did not even slow them down." Harry grabbed his wand, his heart pounding. "Where are they?" "Outside." Moreau's voice was grim. "They are waiting. They know we are here." Harry moved to the window and peered through the curtain. A figure stood in the meadow, cloaked in black, their face hidden in shadow. "I recognize that cloak," Harry said, his voice hollow. "It's a Death Eater." Fleur stepped up beside him, her wand raised. "Then we fight. Together." The door burst open, and the Death Eater stepped inside. The cloaked figure raised their wand, but before they could cast a spell, Harry felt the golden light surge through him. "Protego Maxima," he shouted, and a wall of golden light erupted around them, shielding them from the attack. The Death Eater stumbled back, clearly surprised. "The boy who lived," they hissed. "The Dark Lord will be pleased." "Go back to your master," Harry said, his voice cold. "Tell him that his reign of terror is over. I will stop him. I will end the shadow forever." The Death Eater laughed, a hollow, mocking sound. You are nothing but a child, Potter. The Dark Lord has faced you before, and he will face you again. And this time, he will destroy everything you love. The Death Eater's gaze flicked to Fleur, and Harry felt a cold rage surge through him. You will not touch her, he snarled. You will not touch anyone I care about. The golden light blazed through him, brighter than ever, and he unleashed it in a wave that swept through the cottage. The Death Eater screamed as the light washed over them, their dark magic shattering like glass. When the light faded, the Death Eater was gone. Vanished. As if they had never existed. Harry stood in the center of the room, his chest heaving, his wand still raised. The golden light pulsed through him, warm and steady. Harry, Fleur said softly, stepping forward. You saved us. Harry looked at her, his eyes wide with shock. I didn't even think. I felt the light, and I let it go. Moreau was staring at him with an expression of awe. That was the power of the Soul Guardians. The golden light. I have never seen anything like it. Harry shook his head. I don't understand. How did I do that? How did I make the light so strong? The bond, Fleur said, her voice barely above a whisper. It is already working. Even before we form it permanently, our connection is making you stronger. Harry looked at her, his heart racing. Then we need to form the bond. Now. Before Voldemort sends more Death Eaters. Fleur nodded slowly. We will need to prepare. The ritual is complex, and it requires absolute focus. I don't care how complex it is, Harry said firmly. I'm ready. We're ready. Fleur reached out and took his hand. The warmth surged between them, golden and bright, and Harry felt his soul sing with joy. Then let us prepare, she said softly. Tomorrow, we will form the bond. And nothing will ever separate us again. The next morning, Harry and Fleur stood in the center of Moreau's cottage, surrounded by ancient symbols and flickering candles. Moreau watched from the doorway, his expression reverent. The ritual requires complete surrender, he said. You must open your souls to each other completely. There can be no secrets, no defenses, no walls. Harry looked at Fleur, his heart pounding. I'm ready. Fleur nodded. I am ready too. They faced each other, their hands clasped. Harry felt the warmth between them, golden and bright, pulsing with each heartbeat. Moreau began to chant, an ancient language that Harry didn't recognize. The symbols on the floor began to glow, and Harry felt his soul respond. Fleur, he said softly, I don't know what the future holds. But I know I want to face it with you. Fleur's eyes glistened with tears. I want that too, Harry. I want to be with you forever. The warmth surged between them, brighter than ever. Harry felt the cracks in his soul fill with golden light, felt himself becoming whole. And then the bond formed. It was like nothing Harry had ever felt, a connection so deep, so complete, that he couldn't tell where he ended and Fleur began. Her presence filled his mind, her warmth enveloped his soul. They were one. Forever. When the light faded, Harry and Fleur were still. Standing, their hands clasped, their eyes locked. I can feel you, Harry whispered. Inside me. It's like you're part of me now. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. And you are part of me, Harry. The bond is complete. Moreau stepped forward, his face alight with wonder. I have witnessed something incredible today. The soul bond, performed willingly between two people. It is the stuff of legend. Harry looked at Fleur, his heart full to bursting. Thank you, he said softly. For everything. Fleur leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. The warmth flared, golden and bright, and Harry felt his soul sing with joy. The journey is not over, Moreau said gently. There is still much you must learn. The shadow still waits, and Voldemort still seeks your destruction. Harry nodded, his determination unwavering. I know. But I'm not afraid anymore. With Fleur by my side, I can face anything. That night, Harry sat alone in the meadow outside Moreau's cottage, staring up at the stars. The golden light pulsed steadily in his soul, a constant warmth that reminded him of what he'd become. He felt Fleur approach before he heard her footsteps. The bond between them hummed with her presence, filling him with comfort. Can't sleep, she asked, sitting beside him. Too much on my mind, Harry admitted. The prophecy. Voldemort. The shadow. It's a lot to process. Fleur leaned against him, her warmth seeping into his bones. We will face it together, Harry. That is what the bond means. Harry wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. I know. And that's what makes it bearable. Knowing I don't have to face it alone. They sat in comfortable silence, the stars wheeling overhead. Harry felt the cracks in his soul tremble, felt the golden light grow brighter. Fleur, he said softly, do you think we'll make it? Do you think we'll actually be able to defeat the shadow? Fleur was quiet for a moment. I do not know, she admitted. But I know. That we will try. And that is all anyone can do. Harry nodded slowly. You're right. That's all we can do. He looked at the stars, feeling the weight of destiny settle on his shoulders. He was the boy who lived, the sole guardian, the one who would face the shadow and end the cycle. But more importantly, he was Harry. And Harry would never give up. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, The Soul Mirror. The dream started the same way it always did. Harry was standing in a vast, empty chamber beneath Hogwarts, the walls made of rough-hewn stone that seemed to breathe with ancient magic. Torches flickered on the walls, their flames casting dancing shadows that twisted and writhed like living things. But this time, something was different. The chamber wasn't empty. In the center of the room stood a mirror, tall and ornate, its surface dark as obsidian, its frame carved with symbols that Harry had never seen before. They pulsed faintly with golden light, the same light that now lived in his soul. Harry walked toward the mirror, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The golden light in his chest pulsed in time with the symbols on the frame, as if recognizing something familiar. And then he looked into the mirror. At first, he saw only his reflection, the same tired, scarred face that stared back at him every morning. But then the image began to shift, the surface rippling like water disturbed by a stone. The reflection changed. Harry saw himself as he truly was, a boy barely held together by willpower and hope, his soul cracked and splintered like a shattered mirror. The cracks ran deep, some of them reaching all the way to his core, where a faint golden light flickered weakly. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the shadow that clung to his soul. It was thin at first, barely visible, but as Harry watched, it grew thicker, darker, spreading through the cracks like poison through veins. This was the shadow. The ancient corruption that Moreau had spoken of. And it was inside him, spreading through his soul, consuming the golden light. Harry tried to look away, but the mirror held him captive. He watched in horror as the darkness spread, filling the cracks in his soul, smothering the golden light. And then he saw Fleur. She was standing behind him in the reflection, her silver hair gleaming, her pale eyes filled with tears. She reached out to touch his shoulder, but the shadow struck first, lashing out like a living thing, wrapping around her arm, dragging her into the darkness. Fleur! Harry screamed, but no sound came out. The mirror shattered, and Harry woke with a gasp. He sat up in his bed at the leaky cauldron, his heart pounding, sweat dripping down his face. The golden light in his soul pulsed frantically, trying to calm him. But the image of Fleur being consumed by shadow was burned into his mind. It was just a dream, he told himself, his voice shaking. Just a nightmare. It wasn't real. But even as he said the words, he knew they weren't true. The soul mirror was real, he could feel it, calling to him from somewhere beneath Hogwarts. And the shadow was real too, spreading through his soul, threatening to consume him. Harry threw off the covers and stumbled to his feet. He had to warn Fleur. He had to find the mirror and understand what it meant. The morning light was pale and weak as Harry made his way to the leaky cauldron's common room. Fleur was already there, sipping tea at a corner table, her expression troubled. "Harry," she said, rising as he approached. "I felt it." "The nightmare." Harry nodded, sinking into the chair opposite her. "It was about a mirror. A soul mirror, I think. It showed me what's happening to my soul." Fleur's eyes widened. "A soul mirror? Are you certain?" "I saw the shadow," Harry said, his voice low. "It's inside me, Fleur. Spreading through the cracks, consuming the light. And I saw it reach for you. I saw it try to take you." Fleur reached across the table and took his hand. The warmth flared, but it was weaker than usual, barely enough to fill the space between them. "We need to find the mirror," Fleur said firmly. "If it showed you the shadow, it might also show us how to defeat it." Harry nodded. "I know where it is. Beneath Hogwarts. I've been dreaming about it for weeks." Fleur squeezed his hand. "Then we go. Today." The journey to Hogwarts was fraught with tension. Harry and Fleur traveled by Fleur powder, emerging in the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. The village was quiet, the streets empty, the shops shuttered. "Everyone is at the castle," Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The students won't arrive for another week. The castle is empty." Fleur nodded, her expression grim. "Dumbledore? Will he be there?" "I don't know." Harry shook his head. "But we need to avoid him. He can't know what we're doing." "Not yet." They made their way through the village, their footsteps crunching on the cobblestones. The castle loomed in the distance, its towers dark against the grey sky. As they approached the gates, Harry felt a strange pull, a tugging sensation deep in his soul, guiding him toward the entrance. "This way," he said, leading Fleur through a side door and into the bowels of the castle. The corridors were dark and dusty, the torches unlit. Harry's wand cast a pale glow that barely penetrated the shadows. The pull in his soul grew stronger with every step, guiding him deeper and deeper into the earth. "Harry," Fleur said softly, "I can feel it too. The mirror. It is calling to us." Harry nodded, his heart pounding. They descended a narrow staircase, the stones rough and uneven beneath their feet. The air grew colder, heavier, pressing against them like a physical weight. And then they reached the chamber. It was exactly as Harry had dreamed, vast and empty, the walls made of rough-hewn stone that seemed to breathe with ancient magic. In the center of the room stood the mirror, tall and ornate, its surface dark as obsidian, its frame carved with symbols that pulsed with golden light. "The soul mirror," Fleur breathed. "I have read about it in the Vila archives. It is said to be the most powerful magical artifact in existence." Harry stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the mirror. "It showed me the shadow. It showed me what's inside my soul." Fleur moved to stand beside him, her hand finding his. "We will face it together, Harry." Harry nodded, and together they stepped in front of the mirror. The surface rippled, and Harry saw himself, not as he appeared in the dream, but as he truly was. His soul was a complex web of light and shadow, the golden light pulsing weakly at its center, the darkness spreading through the cracks. "This is what I saw before," Harry said, his voice hollow. "The shadow is inside me." Fleur studied the reflection, her eyes sharp. "Wait. Look more closely." Harry looked again, and this time he saw something he'd missed before. The golden light at his core wasn't just pulsing, it was growing. Slowly, weakly, but unmistakably, it was expanding, pushing back against the shadow. "The light is fighting," Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. It's fighting the shadow. Fleur nodded. The soul bond is working, Harry. Our connection is strengthening your soul. The shadow cannot overcome the light as long as we are together. Harry felt a surge of hope. So I'm not doomed. I'm not going to be consumed. Fleur squeezed his hand. No, Harry. You are going to be saved. The mirror rippled again, and the image shifted. Harry saw himself in the reflection, the golden light burning brighter than ever, the shadow retreating. And beside him stood Fleur, her own soul glowing with a pure white light. They were connected, bound together by something ancient and powerful. Their souls intertwined, the golden light and the white light merging into something new. Something stronger. The bond, Fleur whispered. It is showing us what we can become. Harry stared at the reflection, his heart racing. For the first time, he could see the future, a future where he and Fleur stood together, their souls united, their powers combined. A future where the shadow was defeated. But then the image shifted again, and Harry's hope turned to ice. The future was still there, Fleur and Harry standing together, the golden light blazing, but something else was lurking in the background. A darkness so deep, so ancient, that it made the shadow in Harry's soul seem like a candle flame compared to a forest fire. The shadow, Harry breathed. The real shadow. It's still out there. Fleur nodded, her expression grim. The mirror is showing us the truth. The shadow has existed since the dawn of magic. It is not something we can defeat easily. It will take everything we have. Harry stared at the reflection, his mind racing. The shadow was ancient and powerful, far more powerful than Voldemort or any Death Eater. It was the source of all dark magic, the corruption that had plagued the wizarding world for centuries. And it was coming for them. We need to get stronger, Harry said, his voice filled with determination. We need to learn how to use the golden light. We need to prepare for the battle ahead. Fleur nodded slowly. The mirror can help us. It can show us what we need to know. She reached out and touched the mirror's surface. The golden symbols flared, and Harry felt a surge of power wash over him. Images flooded his mind, ancient guardians fighting shadowy creatures, their souls blazing with golden light. Runes and symbols that pulsed with power. Techniques for healing damaged souls and protecting the innocent. Harry absorbed it all, the knowledge pouring into him like water into a vessel. He felt his soul expand, the golden light growing brighter with each passing moment. When the images finally faded, Harry staggered back, gasping for breath. Harry! Fleur caught him, steadying him. Are you all right? Harry nodded weakly. The mirror, it showed me everything. The history of the Soul Guardians. Their techniques. Their battles. Fleur's eyes widened. It transferred its knowledge to you? I think so. Harry looked at his hands, which were still tingling with power. I can feel it inside me. The knowledge. The power. It's like I've been training for years. Fleur smiled, a radiant, joyful smile that made his heart ache. This is what the prophecy foretold. The Soul Guardian, rising to face the shadow. Harry looked at the mirror, his expression solemn. I wish I could take it with me. The knowledge could help us. The mirror pulsed, as if in response. The golden symbols on its frame flared, and a small, crystal shard appeared on the floor at Harry's feet. What's this? Harry asked, bending to pick it up. The shard was smooth and cool, pulsing with a faint golden light. As Harry held it, he felt the knowledge of the mirror flow into his mind, all of it, compressed into a single, perfect crystal. The mirror wants you to have this, Fleur said, her voice filled with awe. It has given you its knowledge. Harry stared at the shard, his heart racing. This is incredible. With this, I can learn everything I need to know. He tucked the shard into his pocket, feeling its warmth against his chest. The golden light in his soul pulsed in rhythm with it, as if welcoming an old friend. "We need to go," Fleur said, her expression suddenly urgent. "I can feel the castle waking. The professors are arriving." Harry nodded, and they made their way back through the dark corridors. The pull in his soul had faded, replaced by a quiet certainty. He had the knowledge of the soul guardians. He had the bond with Fleur. He had the golden light in his soul. And he would use all of it to defeat the shadow. They returned to the leaky cauldron just as the sun was setting, the streets of London bathed in golden light. Harry collapsed onto his bed. Exhausted but exhilarated. The crystal shard was tucked safely in his pocket, its warmth a constant presence against his chest. Fleur sat beside him, her hand in his. The bond between them pulsed with warmth, steady and strong. "Harry," she said softly, "I want to show you something." Harry looked at her, his eyes tired but curious. "What is it?" Fleur reached into her robes and pulled out a small, leather-bound journal. Its pages were yellowed with age, the handwriting faded but still legible. "This was my mother's," Fleur said, her voice barely above a whisper. "She wrote about the Vila magic, the ancient knowledge that has been passed down through our family for generations." Harry took the journal, handling it with care. "Your mother, she knew about the soul guardians?" Fleur nodded slowly. "She suspected. She knew that the Vila were connected to the guardians, somehow. But she never learned the truth before she died." Harry opened the journal, his eyes scanning the faded pages. The words were in French, but he could understand them through the bond, Fleur's knowledge of her mother's language filtering through their connection. "My grandmother told me stories of the ancient Vila, the ones who danced on the battlefields and healed the wounded souls. They were called the heart of magic, the ones who could mend what was broken. But there were others, too. The guardians of the soul, who protected the balance between life and death. They were bound to the Vila, connected by something ancient and powerful. I believe I have found the connection. It is love, pure and unconditional. Only love can heal a broken soul. Only love can create the golden light. If I am right, then my daughter, Fleur, may be one of the heart of magic. She has the gift. I can see it in her eyes, feel it in her soul. I will teach her everything I know. I will prepare her for the battle to come. And I will pray that the world will be ready for what she will become. Harry looked up from the journal, his eyes meeting Fleur's. "Your mother knew. She knew what you would become." Fleur's eyes glistened with tears. "She always believed in me. Even when my grandmother tried to destroy me, my mother believed." Harry reached out and wiped a tear from her cheek. "She was right to believe. You are the heart of magic, Fleur. The Vila with the pure heart." Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. The warmth between them flared, golden and bright. "And you are the soul guardian," she whispered. "Together, we will end the shadow forever." The next few days were spent in quiet preparation. Harry studied the crystal shard, absorbing its knowledge with increasing speed. He learned about the ancient techniques of the soul guardians, the healing spells, the protective charms, the methods for purifying corrupted souls. He learned about the shadow, too. The ancient corruption that had plagued the wizarding world since the dawn of magic. It was not a single entity, but a force, a malevolent presence that fed on fear and hatred and despair. The shadow had taken many forms over the centuries. Grindelwald had been its vessel. Voldemort was its vessel. And unless Harry stopped it, there would be more in the future. "I am the only one who can end it," Harry told Fleur one evening, as they sat together in the leaky cauldron's back room. "The shadow exists because souls are damaged. Because the balance between life and death is corrupted. If I can heal the damage, I can destroy the shadow." Fleur nodded slowly. "But you cannot do it alone. You need the Vila magic. The heart of magic that exists in my blood. Harry reached out and took her hand. Then we'll do it together. Like the prophecy said. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with hope. Together. The night before they were to return to Hogwarts, Harry had another dream. He was standing in front of the soul mirror again, but this time the reflection was different. He saw himself. As he would become, a man, grown and powerful, his soul blazing with golden light. Beside him stood Fleur, her own soul glowing with pure white light. And in front of them stood the shadow, a vast, formless darkness that seemed to stretch to infinity. The golden light in Harry's soul flared, and he felt a surge of determination. He was not afraid. He would face the shadow and destroy it. But then the shadow shifted, and Harry saw something that made his blood run cold. At the center of the darkness, a single figure stood, a man with red eyes and a snake-like face. Voldemort. The Dark Lord. He was the vessel of the shadow, the physical manifestation of its corruption. "We meet again, Harry Potter," Voldemort hissed. "But you are not the only one who has grown stronger. I have united with the shadow. I am its vessel. And with its power, I will destroy everything you love." Harry saw Fleur in the reflection, her silver hair gleaming, her eyes filled with terror. Voldemort reached for her, his hands dripping with shadow, and Harry felt his soul scream in protest. "No!" Harry shouted, and the golden light blazed from his core, surrounding them both in a protective aura. "You will not touch her." Voldemort laughed, a cold, mocking sound. "You cannot protect her forever, Potter. The shadow is everywhere. It exists in your soul, in your fears, in the cracks that still remain." Harry felt the shadow in his soul respond, the darkness pulsing with malevolent energy. But the golden light fought back, pushing the shadow aside. "I will heal," Harry said, his voice filled with conviction. "I will heal, and I will destroy the shadow. Not with hate, but with love." The golden light flared, bright and blinding, and the dream shattered. Harry woke with a gasp, his heart pounding. The crystal shard was warm against his chest, its knowledge flooding his mind. He looked over at Fleur, who was sleeping peacefully beside him. Her silver hair fanned out across the pillow, her face relaxed in sleep. Harry reached out and brushed a strand of hair from her face. The bond between them pulsed with warmth, steady and strong. He would not let Voldemort destroy her. He would not let the shadow consume her. He would protect her with everything he had. Because Fleur was his soulmate. The Vila with the pure heart. The one person who had seen the cracks in his soul and stayed. And Harry would do anything to keep her safe. The next morning, they apparat to Hogwarts. The castle was still quiet, the students not yet returned. Harry and Fleur moved through the corridors like ghosts, their footsteps echoing in the silence. "We need to find Dumbledore," Harry said. "He needs to know about the mirror. About the shadow." Fleur nodded. "I agree. He may be able to help us." They found the headmaster in his office, poring over a stack of ancient texts. Dumbledore looked up as they entered, his expression unreadable. "Harry," he said, his voice calm. "Miss Delacour. I had wondered when you would come." Harry stepped forward, his heart racing. "Professor, we need to talk to you. About the soul mirror. About the shadow. About everything." Dumbledore's eyes widened, just a fraction, barely perceptible, but Harry saw it. The headmaster knew more than he was letting on. "The soul mirror," Dumbledore repeated slowly. "How do you know about it?" "I dreamed about it," Harry said. "And I found it. Beneath the castle. It showed me what's happening to my soul." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed, a tired sound that seemed to age him decades. "I had hoped," he said, "that you would never need to know." Harry's blood ran cold. "Know what?" What are you hiding from me? Dumbledore's eyes met his, ancient and sad. The truth about your soul, Harry. The truth about why you are connected to Voldemort. The truth about the shadow. Harry felt his heart pound. Tell me. I need to know. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. But what I am about to tell you will not be easy to hear. He gestured for them to sit, and Harry and Fleur took seats in front of his desk. The headmaster settled back in his chair, his expression grave. The night Voldemort attacked your family, Dumbledore began, he was attempting to create a Horcrux. A piece of his soul, separated from the whole. Harry nodded slowly. I know about Horcruxes. Hermione found them in a book. Dumbledore continued. When the killing curse rebounded, it shattered Voldemort's soul. But it also did something else. It created a connection between you and Voldemort. A connection that has allowed you to see into his mind, to feel his emotions. Harry's scar prickled. I know. I've felt it. The connection goes deeper than you realize, Dumbledore said. Voldemort's soul is not just connected to yours, Harry. It is inside you. A fragment of his soul, clinging to yours like a parasite. Harry felt his heart stop. What? The scar, Dumbledore said gently. It is not just a mark of the curse. It is a vessel. A container for the fragment of Voldemort's soul that was created when the curse rebounded. Harry stared at him, the words not quite processing. You're saying Voldemort's soul is inside me? I have a piece of him inside me? Dumbledore nodded slowly. Our bond created the light, and it's healing my soul. Dumbledore fell silent, his eyes distant. Harry could see the gears turning in the headmaster's mind. I have studied the Soul Guardians, Dumbledore said slowly. But I never believed the prophecies. They seemed too fantastical. They're real, Harry said firmly. I've seen it. I've felt it. The golden light is real, and it's healing me. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed. Perhaps I was wrong, the headmaster admitted. Perhaps there is more to the prophecies than I believed. Harry felt a surge of hope. So you'll help us? You'll help me defeat the shadow? Dumbledore nodded slowly. I will do what I can. But the power is yours, Harry. Yours and Fleur's. I can only guide you. Harry stood, his heart racing. That's all I need. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore's eyes met his, ancient and weary. Be careful, Harry. The shadow is not to be underestimated. It has waited centuries for this moment. Harry nodded firmly. I know. But I'm not afraid. I have Fleur. I have the golden light. And I have the determination to win. They left Dumbledore's office and walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Harry, Fleur said softly, are you all right? That was a lot to hear. Harry nodded slowly. I'm all right. I mean, it's a shock, finding out I have a piece of Voldemort's soul inside me, but it makes sense. The shadow, the connection, everything. It all makes sense. Fleur reached out and took his hand. We will deal with it together, Harry. The golden light can destroy the Horcrux. I believe it. Harry squeezed her hand. I believe it too. The light has been fighting the shadow since the day we met. And it's winning. They walked in comfortable silence, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. Harry felt the golden light in his soul, steady and strong. The shadow was still there, lurking in the cracks. But the light was growing brighter every day. And Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that he would win. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, The First Healing. The days that followed Harry's revelation about the Horcrux were some of the strangest of his life. Knowledge that should have shattered him, that he carried a piece of Voldemort's soul within his own, instead became a source of grim determination. The golden light in his chest pulsed with renewed purpose, as if recognizing its true enemy for the first time. Harry spent his mornings in the Room of Requirement, which had transformed itself into a training chamber filled with ancient texts and meditation cushions. The crystal shard from the soul mirror rested on a pedestal at the center, its golden light casting dancing shadows on the walls. He sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, focusing on the warmth in his soul. The techniques from the mirror were slowly becoming second nature, the ability to reach inward, to feel the landscape of his own spirit, to identify the damage and begin the slow work of repair. But it was difficult. So difficult. Every time he reached for the golden light, the shadow pushed back. Voldemort's fragment was deeply embedded, its tendrils wrapped around Harry's soul like vines around a tree. The ancient corruption, the shadow that Moreau had spoken of, fed on Harry's fears, his doubts, his memories of Privet Drive and the graveyard and all the pain he'd endured. "Focus, Harry." Fleur's voice was soft but firm. She sat across from him, her own eyes closed, her presence a steady warmth through the bond. "The light is stronger than the darkness. You must believe that." Harry took a deep breath and tried again. He pushed past the fear, past the doubt, past the memories that threatened to drown him. And he reached the golden light. It blazed through him, bright and warm, filling the cracks in his soul with healing energy. The shadow recoiled, hissing like a wounded animal. But Harry held firm. He felt the light spread through him, repairing the damage, pushing back the darkness. It was slow work, agonizingly slow, but it was working. When Harry finally opened his eyes, he was trembling with exhaustion. Sweat dripped down his face, and his hands shook. "You did it," Fleur said, her voice filled with wonder. "I felt it through the bond. The light is growing stronger." Harry nodded weakly. "I can feel it too. But it's exhausting. I don't know how much more I can take." Fleur moved to sit beside him, her hand finding his. The warmth of the bond flooded through him, soothing his tired muscles. "You do not have to do it all at once," she said gently. "Healing takes time, Harry. The guardians of old spent years learning to control their powers." Harry leaned against her, grateful for her support. "I know. But I don't have years. Voldemort is out there, growing stronger. The shadow is spreading. I need to be ready." Fleur wrapped an arm around him, pulling him close. "And you will be. We will be ready together." That night, Harry had another dream. He was standing in the graveyard again, the same cold, dark place where Voldemort had tried to resurrect. But this time, the graveyard was different. The graves were covered in golden light, their headstones glowing with a warm, gentle radiance. The sky above was clear, the stars shining bright. And standing in the center of the graveyard was a figure, a woman with golden hair and kind eyes, her robes flowing around her like water. Harry knew her instantly. "Mom," he breathed. Lily Potter smiled, her eyes bright with tears. "Hello, Harry. I've been waiting for you." Harry felt his heart swell with emotion. He'd seen his mother in photographs, in the mirror of Eriste, but this was different. This was real. He could feel her presence, warm and loving, filling the empty spaces in his soul. "Am I dead?" he asked, his voice shaking. Lily laughed, a soft, musical sound that made Harry's heart ache. "No, sweetheart. This is just a dream. But it's a special dream. I wanted to talk to you." "About what?" Harry asked. "About Voldemort. About the Horcrux." Lily's expression grew serious. "About all of it. And about the golden light." Harry stepped forward, his eyes fixed on his mother. "I don't understand what's happening to me. I found the soul mirror, and it showed me the truth about my soul. There's a piece of Voldemort inside me, and I don't know how to destroy it." Lily nodded slowly. The Horcrux is dangerous, Harry. It's been feeding on your soul since the night we died. But the golden light, the power of the soul guardians, it can destroy it. How? Harry asked desperately. How do I use the light to destroy the Horcrux? Lily reached out and cupped his face in her hands. The warmth of her touch flooded through him, golden and pure. The light is love, Harry. Pure, unconditional love. It's the power that saved you from Voldemort's killing curse. It's the power that has been healing your soul since the day you were born. Harry's eyes widened. But I thought love couldn't defeat Voldemort. I thought. Love is the only thing that can defeat him, Lily interrupted gently. Not just romantic love, but all love. The love of friends, of family, of people who believe in you. That's what the golden light is, Harry. It's love given form. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I never knew. I always thought love was weakness. Something that could be used against me. Lily shook her head. Love is strength, Harry. It's the strongest magic there is. And you have more of it than anyone I've ever known. She pressed her forehead to his, her warmth enveloping him. Don't give up, sweetheart. The golden light will save you. All you have to do is let it. Harry nodded, his throat too tight for words. Lily smiled, her eyes bright with tears. I'm so proud of you, Harry. So proud of the man you're becoming. And then she was gone, the dream fading into mist. Harry woke with tears streaming down his face and the golden light in his soul blazing brighter than ever. Harry. Fleur was at his side immediately, her hand on his cheek. What happened? I felt you through the bond, you were crying. Harry took a shaky breath. I dreamed about my mother. She told me that the golden light is love. Pure, unconditional love. And that it can destroy the Horcrux. Fleur's eyes widened. Your mother. But she's dead, I know. Harry shook his head. But it felt real, Fleur. More real than any dream I've ever had. I think she was trying to tell me something important. Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression thoughtful. The Vila archives speak of something called the Heart of Love. An ancient magic that can heal even the most damaged souls. Harry's heart raced. Can we find out more about it? Is there anything in the archives? Fleur nodded slowly. There are texts in my family's library. They are forbidden, but I know where they are hidden. Harry felt a surge of hope. Then we need to go. Today. Fleur squeezed his hand. We will go, Harry. But first, you need to rest. The healing you did today took a lot out of you. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the words died in his throat. She was right. He was exhausted, his body and soul worn thin from the effort of fighting the shadow. Okay, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. But first thing tomorrow, we leave for the Vila archives. Fleur smiled, leaning forward to press a kiss to his forehead. First thing tomorrow. The Vila archives were hidden deep in the mountains of the Pyrenees, accessible only through a winding path that seemed to shift and change with each step. Harry followed Fleur through the treacherous terrain, his hand in hers, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. The golden light in his soul flickered with each step, as if sensing the ancient magic that surrounded them. The archives are protected by powerful wards. Fleur explained, her voice low. My grandmother spent decades strengthening them. She wanted to ensure that no one could access the forbidden knowledge. Harry nodded, his eyes scanning the rocky terrain. And you think the Heart of Love is in the forbidden section? Fleur nodded slowly. There are texts that speak of it. I have seen them referenced, but I was never allowed to read them. They reached a cliff face, smooth and unbroken. Fleur pressed her hand to the stone, and a shimmering doorway appeared, its edges glowing with silver light. The archives, Fleur said softly, stepping through the doorway. Harry followed, and the world shifted around him. They were standing in a vast cavern, its walls lined with shelves upon shelves of ancient texts. The air was cool and dry, the silence absolute. Thousands of books, scrolls, and artifacts filled the space, their magic humming softly in the darkness. "Where do we start?" Harry asked, his voice echoing in the cavern. Fleur moved to a section of shelves marked with a silver symbol. "Here. The forbidden texts are kept in a separate section, protected by additional wards." She pressed her hand to another symbol, and the shelves parted, revealing a hidden alcove. Inside were more books, their covers dark and unmarked, their presence radiating power. Fleur reached for a slim volume bound in white leather. "This one. It speaks of the heart of love." She opened the book, and Harry leaned in to read over her shoulder. The text was in ancient French, but through the bond, Harry could understand it. The heart of love is the purest form of magic, a power that exists in all souls but is accessible only to those who have been broken and healed. It is the light that fills the cracks, the warmth that mends the damage. To access the heart of love, one must be willing to accept love without reservation. No walls, no defenses, no fear. Only the pure, unconditional acceptance of love, both giving and receiving. When the soul guardian and the Vila unite in love, the heart of love awakens. Their souls become one, their powers combined. And the shadow that corrupts the world is destroyed. Harry looked up, his eyes meeting Fleur's. "That's us. That's exactly what we're doing." Fleur nodded slowly, her expression filled with wonder. "The heart of love exists within us, Harry. It has been there all along, waiting to be awakened." Harry reached out, taking her hand. The warmth of the bond flared, golden and bright. "Then let's awaken it," he said softly. "Let's accept love completely, without walls or defenses." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. Together. They found a quiet corner of the archives, a small alcove with a cushioned bench. Harry and Fleur sat facing each other, their hands clasped, their eyes locked. "Close your eyes," Fleur instructed softly. "Focus on the bond between us. Feel the warmth, the love, the connection." Harry did as she instructed, letting his awareness sink into the bond. The golden light in his soul pulsed in rhythm with Fleur's presence, their energies intertwining. "Now," Fleur continued, "let go of all your defenses. All your fears. All your doubts. Just let yourself feel." Harry felt his walls begin to crumble, the defenses he built over years of abuse and neglect, the armor that protected him from the pain of being unwanted. It was terrifying. He felt exposed, vulnerable, raw. But beneath the fear, there was something else. Something warm and golden, filling the empty spaces in his soul. He let go completely, and the golden light blazed through him. Harry felt his mother's presence, warm and loving, filling him with strength. He felt Sirius's loyalty, Ron's friendship, Hermione's unwavering belief. He felt the love of everyone who had ever believed in him, ever supported him, ever cared. And he felt Fleur's love, pure and unconditional, filling every crack in his soul. The golden light blazed brighter than ever, pushing back the shadow. Voldemort's fragments screamed in protest as the light enveloped it, burning away the darkness. When Harry opened his eyes, he was crying. Tears streamed down his face, but they were tears of joy, not sorrow. "Fleur," he breathed. "I can feel it. The heart of love. It's inside me." Fleur smiled, her own eyes wet with tears. "It's inside us, Harry. Together, we are the heart of love." Harry leaned forward, pressing his forehead to hers. The warmth between them was overwhelming, filling every corner of his soul. "I love you," he said softly. "I know it's fast, and I know we barely know each other, but I love you." Fleur's smile widened. I love you too, Harry. I think I have loved you since the moment we met. They sat together in the ancient archives, the golden light pulsing around them, their souls intertwined forever. And for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly whole. The journey back to Hogwarts was quiet, both of them lost in thought. The golden light in Harry's soul was brighter than ever, pulsing with a steady warmth that filled him with peace. The shadow was still there, lurking in the cracks, but it was weaker now. The heart of love had done its work. We need to find Dumbledore, Harry said as they approached the castle gates. He needs to know what we've discovered. Fleur nodded. And we need to make a plan. The shadow is growing stronger, and Voldemort will not wait forever. They found Dumbledore in his office, the headmaster gazing out the window at the darkening sky. He turned as they entered, his expression curious. Harry. Miss Delacour. I sensed something different about you. Harry stepped forward, the golden light pulsing in his chest. We found something important, Professor. The heart of love. It's the key to defeating the shadow. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The heart of love. I have read references to it, but I never believed it was real. It's real, Harry said firmly. Fleur and I felt it. The golden light, it's love, Professor. Pure, unconditional love. And it can destroy the Horcrux inside me. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed. I have been a fool, he admitted. I believed that you needed to suffer, Harry. That your pain was necessary for the greater good. But I see now that I was wrong. Harry blinked. What do you mean? Dumbledore's eyes met his, ancient and sad. I knew about the prophecy, Harry. I knew that you were destined to face Voldemort. And I believed that your hardships, the Dursleys, the neglect, the pain, were necessary to make you strong. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. You knew about the Dursleys. You knew what they did to me. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I knew. And I allowed it, because I believed it was necessary. Harry felt the golden light flicker, dimming slightly. The betrayal cut deep, deeper than any physical wound. You let me suffer, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. You let me be abused and neglected, and you called it necessary. Dumbledore's expression was pained. I was wrong, Harry. I see that now. The heart of love, it has shown me the error of my ways. Harry took a shaky breath. I don't know if I can forgive you. Not yet. But I need your help. I need to destroy the Horcrux, and I need to defeat the shadow. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I will help you, Harry. In whatever way I can. Harry left Dumbledore's office with a heavy heart. The betrayal still stung, the knowledge that Dumbledore had known about the abuse and done nothing. It made Harry question everything the headmaster had ever told him. But beneath the anger, there was something else. Something that the heart of love had awakened. Forgiveness. Not yet, Harry thought. He wasn't ready to forgive Dumbledore, not fully. But he was willing to try. Fleur was waiting for him in the corridor, her expression worried. Harry. What happened? Harry took her hand, the warmth of the bond soothing his frayed nerves. Dumbledore knew about the Dursleys. He knew what they did to me, and he let it happen. Fleur's eyes widened. That is terrible. How could he? He thought it was necessary, Harry interrupted. He thought my suffering was needed to make me strong. Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression troubled. And now? Do you still trust him? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I know I need his help. The Horcrux isn't going to destroy itself. Fleur squeezed his hand. We will figure this out together, Harry. Whatever happens, we will face it together. Harry nodded, drawing strength from her presence. I know. That's the only thing that keeps me going. The next few days were spent in intense training. Harry and Fleur worked together, their souls intertwined, their powers combined. The golden light grew stronger with each passing day, pushing back the shadow, healing the cracks in Harry's soul. But the process was painful. Every time Harry reached for the light, Voldemort's fragment fought back. The shadow screamed in protest, lashing out with memories and fears and doubts. Harry saw himself as the Dursleys saw him, worthless, unwanted, a burden to be endured. He saw himself as the wizarding world saw him, a symbol, a weapon, a tool to be used. He saw himself as he feared he truly was, broken beyond repair. But through it all, Fleur was there. Her presence in his mind was a constant comfort, her love a steady warmth that never wavered. When the darkness threatened to overwhelm him, she pulled him back. When the doubt crept in, she reminded him of the truth. He was not worthless. He was not broken. He was Harry, the boy who lived, the sole guardian, the one who would defeat the shadow. And he was loved. "The healing is working," Fleur said one evening, her eyes bright with wonder. "I can see it in your soul. The cracks are almost gone." Harry looked at his hands, which were steady for the first time in months. "I can feel it too. The golden light is stronger than ever." Fleur smiled, leaning forward to press a kiss to his cheek. "You are healing, Harry. Truly healing." Harry reached out, pulling her into an embrace. The warmth between them was overwhelming, filling every corner of his soul. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." Fleur held him close, her voice soft. "Always, Harry. Always." The night before the full moon, Harry had another dream. He was standing in the graveyard again, but this time, it was different. The graves were covered in golden light, their headstones glowing with warmth and peace. And standing at the center of the graveyard were his parents. James Potter was tall and handsome, his dark hair messy, his eyes bright with laughter. Lily stood beside him, her golden hair gleaming, her smile radiant. "Harry," James said, his voice filled with pride. "We've been watching you. You've made us so proud." Lily stepped forward, her hand reaching out to touch his cheek. "The golden light, sweetheart, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You're healing. You're becoming whole." Harry felt tears stream down his face. "I miss you. I miss you so much." Lily's eyes glistened with tears. "We miss you too, Harry. But we're always with you. In your heart, in your soul, in the golden light." James moved to stand beside his wife, his hand on Harry's shoulder. "You're going to face Voldemort, son. And you're going to win. We know it." Harry shook his head. "I don't know how. I don't know if I'm strong enough." Lily cupped his face in her hands, her warmth flooding through him. "You are strong enough, Harry. You have the heart of love. You have Fleur. And you have us. We will always be with you." Harry nodded, his throat too tight for words. Lily pressed a kiss to his forehead. "We have to go now, sweetheart. But remember, you are loved. You have always been loved. And you will never be alone." The dream faded, and Harry woke with tears streaming down his face. But this time, the tears were not of grief. They were of hope. The morning of the full moon, Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, staring out at the grounds. The golden light in his soul was steady and strong, pulsing with warmth. The shadow was still there, lurking in the cracks, but it was weakened. The heart of love had done its work. "Harry." Fleur's voice was soft, her hand finding his. "Are you ready?" Harry turned to face her, his eyes steady. "I'm ready. The Horcrux needs to be destroyed. The shadow needs to be defeated. And I'm going to do it." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "Together." Harry nodded. "Together. They walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The castle was quiet, the students asleep, the professors preparing for the battle to come. Dumbledore was waiting for them in the room of requirement, his expression grave. The Horcrux is inside you, Harry. To destroy it, you must face the shadow directly. It will fight you, try to consume you. Harry nodded, his gaze steady. I know. But I'm not afraid. I have the heart of love. I have Fleur. And I have my parents watching over me. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. Then let us begin. The ritual was intense and painful. Harry sat in the center of the room, his eyes closed, his soul open to the golden light. Fleur sat beside him, her hand in his, her presence a constant warmth. The shadow surged, lashing out with memories and fears. Harry felt Voldemort's fragment trying to consume him, trying to take control. But the golden light fought back. Harry felt the heart of love blaze through him, pure and powerful. He felt his mother's love, his father's pride, Sirius's loyalty, Ron and Hermione's friendship, Fleur's unwavering devotion. And he felt the shadow scream. No. Voldemort's voice echoed in his mind. I will not be destroyed. But it was too late. The golden light enveloped the Horcrux, burning away the darkness, purifying the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Harry felt the shadow break apart, the corruption dissolving into nothing. And then it was over. Harry opened his eyes, the golden light pulsing gently in his chest. The shadow was gone. The cracks in his soul were healed. He was whole. Harry. Fleur's voice was filled with joy. You did it. The Horcrux is destroyed. Harry smiled, the warmth of the bond flooding through him. We did it, Fleur. Together. He reached out, pulling her into his arms. The embrace was fierce, desperate, joyful. The shadow was gone. The Horcrux was destroyed. And Harry Potter was finally, truly, completely whole. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Hidden Enemies. The days following the destruction of the Horcrux were the most peaceful Harry had ever known. The golden light in his soul had settled into a steady, warm pulse, not the frantic blaze of battle, but the quiet glow of a hearth fire. The cracks that had defined his existence for so long were gone, replaced by smooth, healed surfaces that hummed with quiet strength. Harry woke each morning without the weight of the world pressing down on his chest. He ate breakfast without flinching at unexpected sounds. He walked the corridors of Hogwarts without looking over his shoulder. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt normal. But there was a shadow on the horizon that refused to be ignored. I've been thinking about the prophecy, Harry said one evening, sitting in the room of requirement with Fleur. The space had transformed itself into a cozy sitting room, complete with a crackling fire and comfortable armchairs. Fleur looked up from the ancient text she'd been studying. Which part? All of it. Harry leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. The part about the shadow, the ancient corruption. We destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux, but the shadow is still out there. Still waiting. Fleur set down the book, her expression thoughtful. The shadow existed before Voldemort, and it will exist after him. It is the source of all dark magic, the corruption that feeds on fear and hatred. And it's not going to stop just because we destroyed one Horcrux, Harry finished. It's going to find another vessel. Another Dark Lord. Fleur nodded slowly. That is what the prophecy warns. The shadow will keep rising until someone destroys it permanently. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. And that someone is supposed to be me. The sole guardian. Fleur reached out, taking his hand. We are supposed to be the ones, Harry. Together. Harry squeezed her hand, drawing strength from the warmth of the bond. I know. But I still don't understand how. The golden light can heal souls, but can it destroy something as ancient as the shadow? Fleur was silent for a moment. I have been researching that exact question. There is a text in the Vila archives that speaks of a ritual, a purification ceremony that can cleanse the corruption from the world. Harry's heart raced. A purification ceremony? How does it work? Fleur's expression grew troubled. It requires the heart of love to be at its fullest power. And it requires the soul guardian to sacrifice something precious, something that holds great personal meaning. Harry felt his stomach drop. Sacrifice? Like what? I do not know. Fleur shook her head. The text is vague. It says only that the guardian must give up something they hold dear, something that represents their connection to the world. Harry stared into the fire, his mind racing. What could he possibly sacrifice? His friends? His memories of his parents? His life? I don't know if I can do it, he admitted quietly. I don't know if I'm strong enough. Fleur moved to sit beside him, her hand finding his. You are stronger than you know, Harry. And you will not be alone. I will be with you, every step of the way. Harry leaned into her, grateful for her warmth. I don't deserve you. Fleur laughed softly. You deserve everything good, Harry. You have suffered enough. Now it is time for happiness. But happiness, Harry was learning, was a fragile thing. It started with small things. A strange chill in the air. Shadows that seemed to move when he wasn't looking. The feeling of being watched, even when he was alone. Harry tried to dismiss it as paranoia, the lingering effects of years of trauma. But the golden light in his soul told a different story. It flickered whenever he felt the chill, dimming slightly as if sensing a threat. You feel it too, he asked Fleur one morning, as they walked through the corridors of Hogwarts. Fleur nodded, her expression grim. The shadow is nearby. It is searching for something, or someone. Harry felt his blood run cold. It's looking for me, isn't it? The shadow wants to stop me from becoming the sole guardian. I think so, Fleur admitted. The shadow knows what you are becoming. It sees you as a threat. Harry's jaw tightened. Then we need to be ready. We need to strengthen our defenses. The attack came on a Thursday night. Harry was in the room of requirement, practicing the techniques he'd learned from the soul mirror. The golden light blazed around him, filling the room with warmth and power. He was so focused on his training that he almost missed the change in the air, a sudden drop in temperature, a shift in the shadows. But the golden light reacted instantly, flaring bright as the shadow coalesced in the corner of the room. Harry spun around, his wand raised. Who's there? The shadow laughed, a cold, mocking sound that made Harry's blood run cold. The boy who lived. The sole guardian. So predictable, healing, the bonding with the Vila. He's not pleased. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Where is Voldemort? What does he want? Malfoy stepped closer, his wand raised. He wants you dead, of course. But first, he wants to make you suffer. He wants to destroy everything you love. Harry felt the golden light pulse in his chest, responding to his anger. You won't touch anyone I care about. Malfoy laughed again. Brave words, Potter. But words are all they are. He raised his wand, and a jet of green light shot toward Harry. But the golden light acted first. It erupted from Harry's chest, forming a shield that absorbed the killing curse. The green light splashed against the barrier like water against stone, dissipating harmlessly. Malfoy's eyes widened behind his mask. Impossible. Harry stepped forward, the golden light blazing around him. You're the one who's impossible, Malfoy. You and all the other Death Eaters. You serve a master who can't even keep his own soul together. The golden light surged, and Harry felt the power of the soul guardians flow through him. He raised his hand, and the light shot forward, slamming into Malfoy's chest. The Death Eater screamed as the light enveloped him, burning away the dark magic that clung to his soul. When the light faded, Malfoy lay crumpled on the floor, unconscious but alive. Harry stood over him, his chest heaving, the golden light pulsing steadily in his soul. He'd done it. He'd defended himself against a Death Eater, not with curses or hexes, but with the pure power of the Soul Guardians. Harry! Fleur burst into the room, her wand raised. I felt the attack through the bond. Are you all right? Harry nodded slowly, the golden light dimming. I'm fine. Malfoy attacked me, but the light protected me. Fleur looked down at the unconscious Death Eater, her expression grim. The shadow is growing bolder. It knows we are a threat. Harry nodded, his jaw set. Then we need to act. We can't wait any longer. They took Malfoy to Dumbledore's office, the headmaster's expression grim as he looked down at the unconscious Death Eater. The shadow is testing us, Dumbledore said slowly. It wants to see what we are capable of. Harry stepped forward. Then we show it. We show it that we're not afraid. Dumbledore's eyes met his, ancient and sad. Fear is not the enemy, Harry. Hatred is not the enemy. The shadow feeds on both. The only way to defeat it is with love. Harry nodded slowly. That's what the heart of love is for. Dumbledore smiled, a tired, genuine smile. You have grown so much, Harry. I am proud of you. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Thank you, Professor. Dumbledore turned to look out the window. The shadow will not stop. It will keep coming, keep testing, keep trying to break you. But if you remember what you have learned, if you hold on to the heart of love, you will prevail. Harry nodded firmly. I won't forget. I promise. The next attack came 3 days later. Harry was in the library with Hermione, researching the purification ritual, when the air grew cold. The shadows in the corners of the room began to writhe, and Harry felt the golden light in his soul flicker. Hermione, get down, he shouted, shoving her behind a bookshelf. The shadow coalesced into a form, a tall, gaunt figure with red eyes and a snake-like face. Voldemort. Harry Potter, Voldemort hissed. We meet again. Harry raised his wand, the golden light blazing around him. Get out of here, Voldemort. You're not welcome. Voldemort laughed, a cold, high-pitched sound that made Harry's skin crawl. His wand again, and this time the attack was different, not a curse, but a wave of pure shadow, the ancient corruption that had plagued the world for centuries. The golden light flickered, dimming as the shadow pressed against it. Harry felt his soul tremble, the healed cracks threatening to reopen. Harry. Hermione's voice was filled with fear. What's happening? Harry couldn't answer. All his concentration was focused on holding the light, keeping the shadow at bay. And then Fleur was there. She burst into the room, her silver hair flying, her wand blazing with white light. The light of the heart of magic, the power of the Vila. Get away from him. Fleur shouted, and a wave of white light shot toward Voldemort. The Dark Lord staggered back, his red eyes widening. The Vila. The heart of magic. Fleur moved to stand beside Harry, her hand finding his. The golden light flared, mingling with the white light, creating something new and powerful. Together, Fleur said softly. We face him together. Harry nodded, feeling the warmth of the bond flood through him. Together. Voldemort hissed, his form flickering. You think your love can defeat me? Love is weakness. Love is nothing. Harry felt the golden light surge, and he knew what he had to do. Love is the only thing that can defeat you, he said, his voice steady. Love is the power that saved me from your killing curse. Love is the power that healed my soul. And love is the power that will destroy you. He raised his wand, and the golden light erupted from his chest, mingling with Fleur's white light. Together, they formed a wave of pure, radiant power that shot toward Voldemort. The Dark Lord screamed as the light enveloped him, burning away the shadow that clung to his soul. His form flickered, distorted, and then vanished. The library fell silent. Harry stood in the center of the room, his chest heaving, the golden light pulsing steadily in his soul. Beside him, Fleur was trembling, her hand still clasped in his. "We did it," Harry breathed. "We actually did it." Fleur turned to him, her eyes bright with tears. "We drove him away, Harry. We made him flee." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. The warmth of the bond flooded through him, steady and strong. "We're going to win," he whispered. "I know we are." But the victory was short-lived. Dumbledore gathered them in his office that night, Harry, Fleur, Ron, Hermione, and a few trusted members of the Order of the Phoenix. His expression was grave. "Voldemort has retreated, but he will not stay away for long," the headmaster said. "The shadow is growing stronger, and he is its vessel. He will return, and he will be even more powerful than before." Harry felt the golden light flicker. "What do we do?" Dumbledore's eyes met his. "We prepare. We train. And we find the purification ritual." Harry nodded slowly. "The ritual. I've been researching it. I need to sacrifice something precious, something that represents my connection to the world." Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. "Do you know what you will sacrifice?" Harry shook his head. "Not yet. But I'll find it. I have to." Fleur's hand found his, squeezing tightly. "You will not do it alone, Harry. I will be with you." Harry smiled, drawing strength from her presence. "I know. That's what makes it bearable." The weeks that followed were a blur of training and research. Harry worked tirelessly with Fleur, their souls intertwined, their powers combined. The golden light grew stronger with each passing day, but the shadow was growing too, lurking at the edges of their consciousness. "We need to find the purification ritual," Harry said one evening, his voice filled with frustration. "It's the only way to destroy the shadow permanently." Fleur nodded, her expression thoughtful. "I have been researching the Vila archives. There is a reference to a place, the Soul Temple. It is said to be the birthplace of the Soul Guardians." Harry's heart raced. "The Soul Temple? Where is it?" Fleur shook her head. "I do not know. The location has been lost for centuries. But there are clues, ancient texts that speak of its location." Harry felt a surge of determination. "Then we find it. We search every archive, every library, every forgotten corner of the magical world. We won't stop until we find the Soul Temple." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright. "I knew you would say that." The search took them across Europe. They traveled to France, to Italy, to Greece, following clues that were centuries old. They visited libraries hidden in mountain caves, archives buried beneath ancient cities, and temples that had been forgotten by time. And finally, they found it. The Soul Temple was hidden in the heart of the Alps, a vast structure carved into the mountainside. Its walls were covered in the same symbols that adorned the soul mirror, pulsing with a faint golden light. "This is it," Harry breathed, his eyes fixed on the entrance. "This is where the Soul Guardians were born." Fleur's hand found his, the warmth of the bond flooding through him. "Together, Harry. We enter together." They stepped through the entrance, and the world shifted around them. The temple was vast and ancient, its walls covered in murals that told the story of the Soul Guardians. Harry saw the Guardians fighting shadowy creatures, their souls blazing with golden light. He saw them healing damaged souls, protecting the innocent, preserving the balance between life and death. And he saw the prophecy, the words that had haunted him since the beginning. When the broken soul finds the pure heart, the golden light shall be born. And the Guardian shall rise to face the shadow that has haunted the world since time immemorial. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. It was all real. Every moment of suffering, every moment of hope, every moment of love, it had all been leading to this. Harry. Fleur's voice was soft. Look. She pointed to a mural at the center of the temple, a depiction of the purification ritual. Harry saw a figure standing in a circle of golden light, their soul blazing bright, a gift held in their hands. What is that? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What are they holding? Fleur studied the mural, her expression troubled. It is a symbol. A representation of their connection to the world. Harry stared at the mural, his mind racing. What is my connection to the world? What could I possibly sacrifice? Fleur turned to him, her eyes filled with love. I don't know, Harry. But I know you will find the answer. They left the Soul Temple with more questions than answers. The golden light in Harry's soul was stronger than ever, but the shadow was growing too. He could feel it, lurking at the edges of his consciousness, waiting for the right moment to strike. We need to be ready, Harry said, his voice filled with determination. The shadow will not wait forever. Fleur nodded slowly. We will be ready, Harry. Together. And then the attack came. Harry was walking through the corridors of Hogwarts when the shadows began to writhe. He felt the golden light in his soul flicker, and then the darkness descended. Death Eaters poured out of the shadows, dozens of them, their masks gleaming in the torchlight. At their head stood Voldemort, his red eyes blazing with triumph. Harry Potter, the Dark Lord hissed. We meet again. Harry raised his wand, the golden light blazing around him. Get out of my way, Voldemort. I'm not afraid of you. Voldemort laughed, a cold, mocking sound. You should be afraid, Potter. I have brought an army. And I have brought something else, something you will find familiar. He gestured, and a figure was dragged forward, a woman with silver hair and pale eyes, her robes torn, her face bruised. Fleur. Harry's blood ran cold. No. Voldemort's smile was cruel. I have been watching you, Potter. I know what you feel for her. And now I will use that feeling against you. Harry felt the golden light surge, but it wasn't enough. Voldemort had Fleur, and the shadow was closing in. Let her go. Harry shouted, his voice raw with desperation. Let her go, or I'll. You'll what? Voldemort interrupted, his voice dripping with contempt. You'll destroy me. You can't. You don't have the power. Harry felt the golden light pulse, and he knew what he had to do. He reached inward, to the heart of love, and he let it fill him completely. The golden light erupted from his chest, blinding and brilliant. It shot toward Voldemort, but the Dark Lord was ready. He raised his wand, and a wave of shadow shot forward, meeting the light head-on. The two forces clashed in the center of the corridor, the air crackling with power. Harry felt the strain, felt the shadow pressing against his light, trying to overwhelm him. And then Fleur's voice echoed in his mind. Harry, don't fight the shadow. Accept it. Love it. That's the only way to win. Harry hesitated, confusion flooding through him. Love the shadow? How could he love something so evil? But he trusted Fleur. He trusted her more than anyone in the world. Harry let go of his hatred, his fear, his anger. He let the golden light fill him, but he didn't use it to attack. Instead, he opened his arms wide, embracing the shadow. The darkness poured into him, and Harry felt the shadow's full weight settle on his soul. It was cold and vast and ancient, but beneath the coldness, Harry sensed something else. Pain. The shadow was in pain. Harry reached out with the golden light, not to attack, but to heal. He poured his love, his compassion, his hope into the shadow. And the shadow screamed. Harry felt the darkness begin to dissolve, the ancient corruption crumbling under the weight of his love. The pain was unbearable, but Harry held on, channeling every ounce of love he possessed. And then it was over. The shadow was gone. The Death Eaters had fled. Voldemort lay crumpled on the floor, his soul broken, his body barely alive. Harry stood in the center of the corridor, the golden light blazing around him. He was exhausted, drained, barely able to stand. But he was victorious. Harry. Fleur rushed to him, her arms wrapping around him. You did it. You defeated the shadow. Harry collapsed into her embrace, the golden light flickering and dimming. I couldn't have done it without you. You told me to love the shadow. You showed me how. Fleur held him tight, her tears soaking into his robes. You are the sole guardian, Harry. You have always been the sole guardian. Harry smiled, the warmth of the bond flooding through him. Together, Fleur. We are together. The golden light pulsed one last time, and then faded, leaving Harry and Fleur standing in the darkness of the corridor. But it was no longer a threatening darkness. It was simply darkness, waiting to be filled with light. Harry Potter had won. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Secrets of the Potters. The aftermath of the battle left Harry in a strange state of limbo. He had defeated Voldemort, or at least, he had destroyed the shadow that had been possessing him. The Dark Lord lay in the hospital wing at St. Mungo's, his body broken, his soul shattered beyond repair. He would never threaten the wizarding world again. But Harry didn't feel victorious. The golden light in his soul had dimmed to a faint glow, exhausted by the effort of purifying the shadow. The healed cracks in his soul were holding, but Harry felt hollow, drained, as if he'd given away a piece of himself that he could never get back. He sat in the Gryffindor common room, staring into the fire, trying to process everything that had happened. The battle, the sacrifice, the overwhelming love that had poured through him when he'd embraced the shadow. Harry. Fleur's voice was soft as she sat beside him, her hand finding his. You've been staring at that fire for hours. What are you thinking about? Harry was silent for a moment, his eyes still fixed on the flames. I'm thinking about what I did. About the shadow. I felt it, Fleur. I felt its pain. Its loneliness. It was like it had been suffering for centuries. Fleur's grip tightened on his hand. The shadow was corrupted, Harry. It fed on hatred and fear. But beneath all that, it was still something that had once been pure. Harry nodded slowly. I know. And that's what makes me sad. All that suffering, all that pain, it didn't have to be that way. Fleur leaned against him, her warmth seeping into his tired body. You healed it, Harry. You gave it peace. That is what matters. Harry wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. I couldn't have done it without you. You showed me how to love. You showed me that love was the answer. Fleur smiled, pressing a kiss to his cheek. We showed each other, Harry. That is what the bond is for. The days that followed were filled with celebrations. The wizarding world had been liberated from the shadow that had haunted it for centuries. Voldemort was defeated, his Death Eaters scattered or captured. The future was bright with hope. But Harry found little joy in the celebrations. He smiled when people congratulated him, accepted their thanks with grace, but inside, he felt disconnected from the euphoria that surrounded him. He had given so much of himself to destroy the shadow that there was little left for celebrating. It's like I'm watching everything from far away, he admitted to Fleur one evening, as they walked through the gardens of Hogwarts. Like I'm here, but I'm not really here. Fleur stopped walking, turning to face him. Harry, you gave more of yourself than anyone should have to give. It is natural to feel empty. But you will heal. The golden light is still there, waiting to grow strong again. Harry looked down at his hands, which were steady but felt strangely distant. I know. I don't know who I am anymore. Before the shadow, I was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Now, Now I'm the sole guardian. But I don't feel like a guardian. I feel like a fraud. Fleur cupped his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. You are not a fraud, Harry. You are the bravest, strongest person I have ever known. You faced the shadow and embraced it with love. That is not something a fraud could do. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I don't know what I'd do without you. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. You will never have to find out. The invitation came a week later, delivered by a silver-tongued goblin who appeared at the gates of Hogwarts with a scroll sealed in green wax. Harry Potter, the goblin said, his voice rasping. The Gringotts Bank has uncovered ancient records pertaining to your family. You are requested to attend a reading of the Potter family vault. Harry stared at the scroll, his heart racing. The Potter family vault? But I already have access to my parents' vault. The goblin's expression was unreadable. There is more than one Potter vault, Mr. Potter. Your ancestors were powerful. Their secrets have been hidden for centuries. Now they have been found. Harry felt the golden light in his soul flicker, as if responding to the goblin's words. When should I come? Tomorrow, the goblin said. Bring your Vila companion. The vault is warded against those without pure intent. Her presence may be necessary. Harry nodded, his mind racing. I'll be there. The journey to Gringotts was filled with tension. Harry and Fleur traveled by Fleur powder, emerging in the bustling lobby of the bank. Goblins scurried about their business, their sharp eyes watching the two of them with interest. Harry Potter, a goblin said, approaching them. I am Grip Hook. I will be escorting you to the vault. Harry nodded, his hand finding Fleur's. Lead the way. They descended into the depths of the bank, traveling through winding tunnels and past ancient chambers. The golden light in Harry's soul pulsed with each step, as if recognizing something familiar. The Potter vault is in the deepest level, Grip Hook explained, his voice echoing in the darkness. It has been sealed for over 500 years. Harry's heart raced. 500 years? What could possibly be in a vault that old? Grip Hook's expression was unreadable. You will see soon enough. They reached a massive stone door, covered in the same symbols that adorned the soul mirror. Harry felt the golden light surge, and the symbols flared in response. The vault recognizes you, Fleur said softly. It knows you are a Potter. Grip Hook pressed his hand to the door, and it swung open, revealing a chamber filled with treasures beyond imagination. Gold coins, jeweled artifacts, ancient texts, all of it gleamed in the light of the torches that lined the walls. But Harry's attention was drawn to the center of the room, where a single object sat on a pedestal. It was a crystal, smooth and clear, pulsing with a faint golden light. The light was weak, barely visible, but Harry could feel its presence. It was connected to him, to his soul, to everything he was becoming. What is that? Harry breathed, stepping toward the pedestal. Grip Hook's voice was reverent. That is the soul crystal, Mr. Potter. It is the source of your family's power. The Potters were not just ordinary wizards, they were soul guardians. Harry felt the golden light in his chest surge, mingling with the light from the crystal. The Potters were soul guardians. But I thought the order was destroyed. The order was destroyed, Grip Hook confirmed. But the bloodline survived. Your ancestors passed down the knowledge through the generations, waiting for the time when a new guardian would rise. Harry reached out, his hand hovering over the crystal. The light flared, and Harry felt the knowledge of his ancestors flood into his mind, centuries of wisdom, techniques. Secrets. Harry, Fleur's voice was filled with awe. The crystal is bonding with you. Harry could feel it, the crystal's energy merging with the golden light in his soul, making it stronger, brighter. The faded glow from his battle with the shadow was growing, filling the empty spaces that had been left behind. The Potters were protectors, Harry said, his voice distant. They guarded the balance between life and death. They healed broken souls and defended the innocent. Fleur stepped closer, her hand finding his. And you are carrying on that legacy, Harry. You are the soul guardian they were waiting for. Harry turned to her, his eyes bright with tears. I never knew. I never knew my family was so important. Fleur squeezed his hand. Now you do. And now you know what you must do. Harry nodded, his heart filled with purpose. I need to learn everything I can. The knowledge in this crystal, it can help me become stronger. It can help me protect the world. They spent the rest of the day in the vault, exploring its treasures. Harry pored over ancient texts, absorbing the wisdom of his ancestors. Fleur studied the artifacts, cataloging their magical properties. The soul crystal pulsed steadily on its pedestal, the golden light flowing through Harry's veins. The potters were connected to the soul temple, Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. They were the ones who built it. They created the soul mirror and the other artifacts we found. Fleur nodded slowly. That explains why you were drawn to the mirror. It was made by your family. Harry felt the golden light surge, and he knew what he had to do. I need to go back to the soul temple. I need to learn more. Fleur's expression was troubled. The temple is dangerous, Harry. The shadow may still be lurking there. Harry shook his head. The shadow is gone. I felt it dissolve when I purified it. There's nothing left to fear. Fleur hesitated, then nodded. Then we go together. Tomorrow. The soul temple was different this time. The golden light that had once pulsed weakly through its walls was now blazing bright, filling every corner with warmth and power. The murals seemed to come alive, their figures moving and shifting as Harry watched. The temple is welcoming you, Fleur said softly. It knows you are its master. Harry stepped forward, his hand pressed to the wall. The symbols flared, and the golden light surged, filling him with strength. And then he saw it. A chamber that hadn't been there before, hidden behind a wall that had shimmered and dissolved at his touch. Inside, a pedestal held a single object. Harry moved toward it, his heart pounding. The object was a book, an ancient tome bound in leather that gleamed with a golden sheen. The title was written in a language Harry didn't recognize, but the golden light in his soul translated it. The Book of Souls. Harry reached out and opened the book. The pages were filled with text and diagrams, all of them glowing with the same golden light that pulsed in his soul. Harry, Fleur breathed. This is incredible. Harry nodded, his eyes scanning the pages. It's everything I need to know. The history of the soul guardians. The techniques for healing damaged souls. And the purification ritual. He turned to a page near the end, and his breath caught in his throat. The purification ritual requires the guardian to offer a piece of their soul, a precious memory, a cherished connection, to the shadow. In return, the shadow is purified, and the guardian is reborn. Harry stared at the words, his mind reeling. A piece of my soul. The purification ritual requires me to give away a piece of my soul. Fleur's hand found his, her grip tight. Harry. I can't give away a piece of my soul, Harry interrupted, his voice shaking. My soul was shattered. I barely have it together as it is. Fleur was silent for a moment. What if the piece is not your soul, but something connected to it? A memory. A feeling, a connection. Harry read further, his eyes scanning the text. It says, a precious memory, a cherished connection. It doesn't have to be part of my actual soul. It can be a memory that I hold dear. He looked up, his eyes meeting Fleur's. What memory could I possibly sacrifice? Everything I have is precious to me. Fleur squeezed his hand. We will find the answer, Harry. Together, we will find the answer. They returned to Hogwarts with the book, spending hours studying its contents. Harry was consumed by the knowledge, poring over every page, memorizing every detail. The golden light in his soul grew stronger with each passing day, filling him with purpose and hope. But the question remained, what would he sacrifice? It has to be something that represents my connection to the world, Harry mused, staring into the fire. Something that defines who I am. Fleur sat beside him, her hand in his. What defines you, Harry? What is the core of your identity? Harry was silent for a long moment. I've always defined myself by my suffering. The Dursleys, Voldemort, the Horcrux, all of it. But I don't want to be defined by pain anymore. I want to be defined by love. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright. Then that is what you must sacrifice. A memory of pain. A memory that has shaped you but no longer serves you. Harry nodded slowly, the idea settling into his soul. I think I know what to do. There's a memory, one of the worst ones. The night my parents died. Fleur's grip tightened on his hand. Harry. I've held on to it for so long, Harry continued, his voice low. It's defined me, shaped me. But I don't want to be defined by that night anymore. I want to be free of it. Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. Then you will be free, Harry. You will sacrifice that memory to the purification ritual, and you will be reborn. Harry felt the golden light surge, filling him with strength. I'm ready. I'm ready to let go. The ritual was performed in the Soul Temple, under the light of the full moon. Harry stood at the center of the chamber, the golden light blazing around him. Fleur stood beside him, her hand in his, the warmth of the bond flooding through him. I am ready, Harry said, his voice steady. I am ready to sacrifice the memory of my parents' death. He closed his eyes, reaching into the deepest part of his soul. The memory was there, the flash of green light, his mother's scream, the coldness that had settled over him like a shroud. Harry held the memory in his hands, feeling its weight. It had defined him for so long, shaped every aspect of his life. But he didn't need it anymore. He had something better now. He had love. Harry let go of the memory, offering it to the golden light. The light flared, bright and blinding, and Harry felt the memory dissolve, consumed by the purifying power of the soul guardians. And then it was over. Harry opened his eyes, and the world looked different. The weight that had pressed down on him for years was gone, replaced by a lightness that made him feel like he was floating. Harry, Fleur breathed. Your soul, it's whole. Completely whole. Harry looked at his hands, which were steady and sure. The golden light in his chest was burning bright, filling every corner of his being. I'm free, he said, his voice filled with wonder. I'm finally free. Fleur threw her arms around him, holding him tight. You did it, Harry. You truly did it. Harry held her close, feeling the warmth of the bond flood through him. We did it, Fleur. Together. They left the Soul Temple as the sun was rising, the golden light of dawn painting the mountains in shades of pink and gold. Harry felt different, lighter, freer, more himself than he'd ever been. The memory of his parents' death was gone, replaced by a sense of peace that settled deep in his soul. I can still see their faces, Harry said softly, as they walked through the mountains. I can still hear their voices. But the pain is gone. The fear is gone. Fleur squeezed his hand. They are still with you, Harry. In your heart, in your soul. The memory you sacrificed was only the pain. The love remains. Harry smiled, the golden light pulsing gently in his chest. I know. And that's enough. The news of Harry's success spread quickly through the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic declared him a hero. The Order of the Phoenix celebrated his victory. The Daily Prophet ran headlines praising his courage. But Harry felt disconnected from the acclaim. He had done what he'd done not for fame or glory, but for love. The world sees me as the boy who lived, Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur sat in the room of requirement. They see me as the hero who defeated Voldemort. But I'm not that person anymore. I'm something different. Fleur looked at him, her eyes soft. What are you, Harry? Harry was silent for a moment, the golden light pulsing gently in his chest. I'm the Soul Guardian. The protector of souls. And I'm ready to fulfill my destiny. Fleur smiled, leaning forward to press a kiss to his lips. Then we fulfill it together, Harry. Always together. The next day, Harry made a decision. He gathered his friends, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and others who had fought alongside him, and told them about his plans. I'm going to build a new order, he said, his voice steady. An order of soul guardians. We'll protect the innocent, heal the damaged, and guard the balance between life and death. Ron's eyes widened. Mate, that's huge. How are you going to do that? Harry smiled. I have the knowledge of my ancestors. I have the soul crystal. And I have Fleur. Hermione stepped forward, her eyes bright with determination. Then we'll help you. We'll all help you. Harry felt the golden light surge, filling him with gratitude. Thank you. All of you. I couldn't do this without your support. Neville grinned. We've got your back, Harry. Always. The months that followed were a whirlwind of activity. Harry worked tirelessly to establish the new order, recruiting members and training them in the techniques of the Soul Guardians. The golden light in his soul grew stronger with each passing day, filling him with purpose and hope. And through it all, Fleur was by his side. Harry, she said one evening, as they stood on the balcony of the newly established Soul Guardian headquarters. Are you happy? Harry looked out at the world below, the golden light of sunset painting the sky. I am, Fleur. For the first time in my life, I truly am. Fleur smiled, leaning against him. Good. Because you deserve happiness, Harry. You deserve everything good. Harry wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close. I have everything good. I have you. The golden light pulsed gently, and Harry felt the warmth of the bond flood through him. He was whole. He was loved. And he was ready for whatever the future held. Harry Potter had found his purpose. And he would never be alone again. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Growing Feelings. The new Soul Guardian headquarters was a converted manor house in the Scottish Highlands, its ancient stones humming with protective wards that Harry had woven himself. The golden light of his soul had become so powerful that it infused the very walls of the building, creating an atmosphere of warmth and safety that drew people to it like moths to a flame. Harry stood in the central courtyard, watching his fledgling order train. Ron was sparring with Neville, their wands flashing with spells that Harry had taught them, not curses or hexes, but healing techniques and protective magic. Hermione was bent over a stack of ancient texts, her brow furrowed in concentration. Luna floated nearby, her dreamy expression fixed on something only she could see. And Fleur. Fleur stood at the edge of the courtyard, her silver hair gleaming in the pale Scottish sun. She was watching Harry with an expression that made his heart skip, a soft, warm look that had become increasingly familiar over the past few weeks. Harry felt the golden light in his soul pulse, responding to her presence. The bond between them hummed with warmth, a constant reminder that they were connected in ways that went beyond the physical. Harry. She approached him, her hand finding his. You look tired. When did you last sleep? Harry blinked, realizing he couldn't remember. There had been so much to do, training sessions, research, planning for the future. The days had blurred together into a haze of activity. I'm fine, he said automatically. There's too much work to rest. Fleur's eyes narrowed. That is not true, and you know it. Come. You need to eat, and then you need to sleep. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the words died in his throat. She was right. He was exhausted, the golden light in his soul flickering with fatigue. Okay, he admitted. Maybe just a short break. Fleur smiled, her grip on his hand tightening. That is all I ask. They ate in the small kitchen of the manor house, the afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows. Fleur had prepared a simple meal, bread, cheese, fruit, and a steaming pot of tea that smelled of lavender and honey. Your cooking has improved, Harry said, taking a bite of the bread. Remember that first week? I thought I was going to poison myself. Fleur laughed, a musical sound that made Harry's heart ache. I was not used to cooking for others. At Beaux Batons, the house elves did everything. The house elves here keep offering to help, Harry said, but I told them they don't have to work for us. They can stay if they want, but as free beings. Fleur's eyes softened. That was kind of you, Harry. Most wizards would not think to free the house elves. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. It's just what felt right. After everything I've been through, I couldn't stand the thought of anyone being forced to serve. Fleur reached across the table, her hand covering his. That is why I love you, Harry. You see the value in everyone, even those others overlook. The golden light in Harry's soul surged, and he felt the warmth of the bond flood through him. I love you too, Fleur. More than I ever thought I could love anyone. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. I never thought I would find someone like you. Someone who saw past my beauty and loved me for who I am. Harry squeezed her hand. I see you, Fleur. The real you. And I love every part of you. They spent the afternoon together, walking through the gardens of the manor house. The flowers were in bloom, their colors brilliant in the sunlight. Harry felt the golden light in his soul pulse gently, responding to the beauty around him. Harry, Fleur said softly, I want to ask you something. Harry turned to her, his heart racing. What is it? Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression uncertain. The bond between us, it is stronger than I ever imagined. I can feel your emotions, your thoughts, your hopes and fears. And I know you can feel mine. Harry nodded slowly. I can. It's like you're part of me now. Fleur took a deep breath. What if we made the bond permanent? What if we committed to each other fully, not just as allies, but as partners? Harry felt his heart stop. You mean, marriage? Fleur nodded, her cheeks flushing. I know it is fast. I know we have only known each other for a few months. But I have never felt this way about anyone, Harry. I know that we are meant to be together. Harry was silent for a long moment, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. He thought about everything they'd been through, the graveyard, the soul mirror, the battles, the healing. He thought about the way Fleur had seen him at his worst and loved him anyway. He thought about how empty his life had been before her. Fleur, he said, his voice barely above. A whisper. I want to marry you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Fleur's face lit up with joy. Harry. But, Harry continued, not yet. Not while there's still so much we don't know about the shadow. Not while there's still a chance I could put you in danger. Fleur's expression faltered. Danger? Harry, I have faced danger with you before. I am not afraid. I know you're not afraid. Harry reached out, cupping her face in his hands. But I am. I've lost so many people I love. I can't lose you too. Fleur's eyes glistened with tears. You will not lose me, Harry. I will always be with you. Harry leaned forward, pressing his forehead to hers. Then wait for me. Just a little longer. Until the shadow is truly gone. Fleur was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. I will wait, Harry. I will wait for you forever. That night, Harry lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The golden light in his soul was pulsing gently, steady and warm. He could feel Fleur's presence through the bond, her love, her hope, her patience. But beneath the warmth, there was something else. A flicker of fear. A shadow of doubt. What if he couldn't protect her? What if the shadow returned and took her from him? Harry closed his eyes, trying to push the thoughts away. But they persisted, gnawing at him like a persistent ache. "You're thinking too much," Fleur's voice echoed in his mind. "I can feel your worry from across the house." Harry smiled despite himself. "I can't help it. It's what I do." "Come to me," Fleur said softly. "Let me hold you. Let me take your worries away." Harry rose from his bed and walked through the corridors of the manor house, his feet carrying him to Fleur's room. She was waiting for him, her arms open, her warmth enveloping him. Harry sank into her embrace, the golden light in his soul pulsing with gratitude. "I don't deserve you." Fleur laughed softly. "You deserve everything, Harry. Everything good in the world." She held him close, and for the first time in weeks, Harry felt truly at peace. The days that followed were some of the happiest Harry had ever known. He worked with his friends, building the new order and training new guardians. He studied the ancient texts, learning more about the power that flowed through his veins. And he spent every spare moment with Fleur, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. But the shadow was still there, lurking at the edges of his consciousness. It had been weakened by Harry's purification, but it wasn't gone. Not entirely. Harry could feel it, waiting, biding its time, looking for a way to return. "Harry." Fleur's voice was soft, her hand finding his. "You're worrying again." Harry blinked, realizing he'd been staring out the window for the past 10 minutes. "Sorry. I was just thinking." "About the shadow," Fleur said. "It wasn't a question." Harry nodded slowly. "It's still out there, Fleur. I can feel it. It's weak, but it's not gone. And I don't know how to destroy it completely." Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "The purification ritual required you to sacrifice a precious memory. What if there is another ritual? One that requires a different sacrifice?" Harry's heart raced. "What kind of sacrifice?" Fleur shook her head. "I do not know. But I will search the archives. There must be something." Harry squeezed her hand. "Thank you, Fleur. For never giving up." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "I will never give up on you, Harry. Never." The search took them to the depths of the Villa archives, hidden in the mountains of the Pyrenees. Fleur led Harry through the winding tunnels, her hand in his, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. The archives were vast and ancient, filled with texts that had been forgotten by the rest of the magical world. "There is a section I have never explored," Fleur admitted, her voice echoing in the darkness. "My grandmother forbade me from entering it. But now, I think it is time." They reached a massive stone door, covered in the same symbols that adorned the soul mirror. Harry felt the golden light in his soul pulse, responding to the ancient magic. "The door recognizes you," Fleur said softly. "It knows you are a guardian." Harry pressed his hand to the door, and the symbols flared with golden light. The door swung open, revealing a chamber filled with texts and artifacts. "These are the forbidden texts," Fleur breathed. "The ones my grandmother tried to hide." Harry stepped into the chamber, his eyes scanning the shelves. The golden light in his soul pulsed gently, guiding him toward a particular book, an ancient tome bound in black leather. Harry pulled the book from the shelf, its pages yellowed with age. The title was written in a language he didn't recognize, but the golden light translated it. "The Shadow's Heart." Harry opened the book, his eyes scanning the pages. The text described the Shadow's origin, how it had been created by the corruption of the first soul guardians, how it had grown and spread until it consumed everything it touched. And there, near the end of the book, was a ritual. The shadow's heart can only be destroyed when a soul guardian of pure intent sacrifices the one thing that matters most to them. Only then will the shadow be consumed by love and dissolved forever. Harry read the words 3 times, his mind racing. The one thing that matters most to me. What could that possibly be? Fleur moved to stand beside him, her hand finding his. I do not know, Harry. But we will find out together. Harry nodded slowly, the golden light in his soul pulsing with determination. Then we keep searching. We keep fighting. And we don't give up. The weeks that followed were a blur of research and training. Harry and Fleur worked tirelessly, poring over texts and practicing techniques. The golden light in Harry's soul grew stronger with each passing day, but the shadow remained. A constant presence at the edge of his consciousness. I feel like I'm running out of time, Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur sat in the manor house's library. The shadow is growing stronger, and I don't know how to stop it. Fleur reached out, taking his hand. We will find a way, Harry. I believe that. Harry squeezed her hand, drawing strength from her presence. I know. I just wish there was a way to speed things up. Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression thoughtful. What if we could speak to someone who had faced the shadow before? Someone who had triumphed? Harry's heart raced. Like who? All the soul guardians are dead. Fleur shook her head. Not all of them. There is a legend, Avila who bonded with a soul guardian and survived. Her name was Isolde. She lived over 1,000 years ago. Harry's eyes widened. Avila from 1,000 years ago? How could we possibly speak to her? Fleur smiled mysteriously. The Vila have a way of preserving the memories of our ancestors. There is a ritual, the calling, that allows us to speak to those who have passed on. Harry felt a surge of hope. Then we need to do it. We need to call Isolde. Fleur nodded slowly. The ritual is dangerous, Harry. It requires us to open a gateway between the living and the dead. Harry's jaw tightened. I don't care about the danger. If there's even a chance that Isolde can help us, we have to try. The ritual was performed in the Soul Temple, under the light of the waning moon. Harry and Fleur stood at the center of the chamber, their hands clasped, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. Light in his soul flickered, responding to the magic. And then a figure appeared, a woman with silver hair and pale eyes, her robes flowing like water. She was beautiful, ethereal, her presence radiating power. Isolde, Fleur breathed. You came. Isolde smiled, her eyes bright with wisdom. I sensed the call, little one. I knew that you would need my help. Harry stepped forward, his heart racing. Please, Isolde. We need to know how to destroy the shadow permanently. Isolde studied him, her expression thoughtful. You are the soul guardian. I can see the golden light in your soul. It is strong, but it is not yet complete. Harry nodded slowly. I know. I've been trying to strengthen it, but I feel like I'm missing something. Isolde smiled gently. What you are missing, guardian, is trust. Trust in yourself. Trust in your bond. Trust in the love that connects you to your Vila. Harry blinked. Trust. But I trust Fleur. I trust her completely. Isolde shook her head. Trust is not just about believing in others. It is about believing in yourself. You must trust that you are worthy of love, Harry Potter. You must trust that you are strong enough to face the shadow. Harry felt the golden light in his soul pulse, responding to her words. I don't know if I can do that. I've spent so long doubting myself. Isolde stepped closer, her hand reaching out to touch his cheek. You have been broken, guardian. But you have been healed. Now you must believe that you are whole. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. I'll try. I'll try to believe. Isolde smiled. That is all I ask. She turned to Fleur, her expression softening. And you, little one. You have done well. The bond between you is strong, stronger than any I have seen. But you must be careful. The shadow will try to use your love against you. Fleur's grip on Harry's hand tightened. I will not let it. Isolde nodded slowly. Then you are ready. The shadow can be defeated, but only if you trust in each other completely. Isolde faded away, and the chamber fell silent. Harry stood in the darkness, the golden light in his soul pulsing gently. Fleur was beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them humming with warmth. Trust, Harry said softly. She said I need to trust myself. Fleur nodded slowly. And she is right, Harry. You have always been your own worst enemy. You have always doubted yourself, believed that you were not worthy of love or happiness. Harry felt the golden light surge, filling him with courage. Then I'll stop doubting. I'll trust myself. I'll trust that I'm good enough. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. You are more than good enough, Harry. You are everything. Harry leaned forward, pressing his forehead to hers. I love you, Fleur. I love you more than anything. Fleur's voice was soft, filled with emotion. I love you too, Harry. And I always will. The days that followed were different. Harry felt the change in himself, a lightness, a confidence that he had never known. The golden light in his soul blazed bright, filling him with purpose and hope. He worked tirelessly with his friends, training them in the techniques of the soul guardians. He studied the ancient texts, learning more about the power that flowed through his veins. And he spent every spare moment with Fleur, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. But the shadow was still there, waiting. I feel it, Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur stood on the balcony of the manor house. The shadow is growing stronger. It's planning something. Fleur nodded slowly. I feel it too. The darkness is building, like a storm waiting to break. Harry reached out, taking her hand. Then we need to be ready. We need to face it together. Fleur squeezed his hand, her eyes bright with determination. Together, Harry. Always together. The attack came on a moonless night. Harry felt it first, a chill in the air, a darkness that pressed against his soul. The golden light in his chest flared, responding to the threat. Fleur, he said, his voice urgent. It's here. Fleur was at his side instantly, her wand raised. I feel it too. The shadow is coming. They ran through the corridors of the manor house, rousing the other guardians. The darkness was pressing in from all sides, thick and suffocating. And then the shadow appeared. It was vast and formless, a darkness that seemed to swallow the light around it. Harry felt its presence, ancient, malevolent, hungry. Harry Potter, the shadow hissed. I have been waiting for you. Harry raised his wand, the golden light blazing around him. I'm not afraid of you, shadow. I've faced you before. The shadow laughed, a cold, hollow sound. You faced a fragment of me, little guardian. I am the whole. I am the beginning and the end. Harry felt the golden light surge, and he knew what he had to do. Fleur, stay with me. Whatever happens, stay with me. Fleur's hand found his, her voice steady. I am with you, Harry. I will always be with you. The shadow surged forward, and Harry met it with the golden light. The battle was fierce, a clash of light and darkness that shook the very foundations of the manor house. Harry poured every ounce of his love, his hope, his determination into the golden light, pushing back against the shadow. But the shadow was strong. Stronger than he had expected. Your love is weakness, the shadow hissed. It is a crack in your armor, a vulnerability I can exploit. Harry felt the shadow press against his soul, searching for the wounds that had healed. But the golden light held firm, protecting him from its influence. "You're wrong," Harry said, his voice steady. "Love is not weakness. Love is strength. Love is the only thing that can defeat you." The shadow screamed, and Harry felt the golden light surge, filling him with power. He channeled every ounce of his love, for his friends, his family, for Fleur, into the light. And the shadow began to retreat. Harry pressed forward, the golden light blazing bright. "You are defeated, shadow. You have no power over me." The shadow writhed, its form flickering. "This is not the end, guardian. I will return. I will always return." And then it was gone, dissolving into the darkness from which it had come. Harry stood in the center of the manor house, his chest heaving, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Fleur was beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them warm and steady. "We did it," Harry breathed. "We drove it away." Fleur nodded, her eyes bright with tears. "We did, Harry. Together." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. The golden light pulsed gently, filling him with peace. "I love you, Fleur," he whispered. "I love you more than anything." Fleur held him tight, her voice soft. "I love you too, Harry. More than you will ever know." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Voldemort learns the truth. The shadow's retreat brought a fragile peace to the manor house, but Harry knew it was only temporary. The ancient corruption was wounded but not destroyed, and it would return stronger than before. What he hadn't anticipated was how the shadow's defeat would ripple through the darker corners of the wizarding world, and how quickly news would reach the one person who could use it against him. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, carried by a bedraggled owl that collapsed on the windowsill of Harry's study. The parchment was damp and crumpled, the handwriting shaky and urgent. "Harry. I don't know if this letter will reach you in time. The wards at the manor are strong, but the Death Eaters have found ways around them. They're planning something big. I overheard them talking in Hogsmeade. They said Voldemort is recovering. They said he knows about the golden light. They said he's coming for Fleur, Be careful, mate. And watch your back, Ron." Harry read the letter 3 times, his blood running cold. Voldemort knew about the golden light. Voldemort knew about his connection to Fleur. And Voldemort was coming for her. "Fleur!" Harry shouted, racing through the corridors of the manor house. "Fleur, where are you?" He found her in the library, surrounded by ancient texts. She looked up as he burst in, her expression shifting from surprise to concern. "Harry? What is wrong?" Harry thrust the letter into her hands, his heart pounding. "Ron sent word. Voldemort knows about the golden light. He knows about us. And he's coming for you." Fleur read the letter quickly, her face paling. "He wants to use me against you. He wants to weaken you." Harry nodded, his jaw tight. "And he'll succeed. If he takes you, I don't know what I'll do. I can't lose you, Fleur. I can't." Fleur set down the letter and crossed to him, her hand finding his. The warmth of the bond flooded through him, steady and strong. "Then we will not let him take me," she said firmly. "We will fight him together, Harry. We will not let him win." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I'll protect you. I swear I'll protect you." Fleur held him close, her voice soft. "I know you will, Harry. I know." The next few days were spent fortifying the manor house. Harry worked tirelessly, weaving protective wards into the very stones of the building. The golden light in his soul blazed bright, powering the spells with an intensity that left him exhausted but determined. "You can't keep this up forever," Hermione said, watching him from the doorway. "You need to rest." Harry shook his head, his eyes fixed on the ward he was crafting. I can't rest. Not while Voldemort is out there. Not while Fleur is in danger. Hermione crossed to him, her expression troubled. Harry, I understand how you feel. But you're running yourself ragged. If you collapse from exhaustion, you won't be able to protect anyone. Harry paused, the golden light flickering. I know. But I can't stop. Every moment I'm not working, I'm thinking about what could happen. What Voldemort could do to her. Hermione's expression softened. We'll protect her, Harry. All of us. You're not alone in this. Harry nodded slowly, drawing strength from her words. I know. Thank you, Hermione. The attack came 3 nights later. Harry was in the library with Fleur, studying the ancient texts for any clue about how to permanently destroy the shadow, when the wards around the manor house shuddered. Harry. Fleur's voice was sharp with alarm. Someone is trying to breach the wards. Harry was on his feet instantly, the golden light blazing around him. Stay here. Don't move. Harry. Please, Harry said, his voice urgent. I need to know you're safe. Fleur hesitated, then nodded. Be careful. Harry raced through the corridors, his wand raised, the golden light pulsing in his chest. The wards were buckling, the ancient magic straining against an onslaught of dark power. And then he saw them. Death Eaters, dozens of them, pouring through a breach in the eastern wall. At their head stood a figure in dark robes, his face hidden behind a silver mask. But Harry knew who it was. Voldemort, he snarled. I knew you'd come. The Dark Lord laughed, a cold, mocking sound that made Harry's blood run cold. Did you think I would stay away, Potter? Did you think I would let you and your Vila whore continue to heal your soul? Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Don't call her that. Voldemort's eyes gleamed behind his mask. Ah, I see. You truly care for her. That will make this so much sweeter. He raised his wand, and the Death Eaters surged forward. Harry met them with the golden light, the power of the Soul Guardians blazing through him. He fought with a ferocity he hadn't known he possessed, his spells striking true, his defenses holding strong. But there were too many of them. Harry was pushed back, step by step, the golden light flickering with exhaustion. He could feel Fleur's presence through the bond, her fear, her determination, her love. And then he heard her scream. Fleur. Harry's voice was raw with desperation as he turned to see Voldemort dragging Fleur through the breach in the wards. Her silver hair was tangled, her face bruised, her eyes filled with defiance. Let her go. Harry shouted, the golden light blazing around him. Let her go, or I'll. You'll what, Potter? Voldemort's voice was cold with triumph. You can't hurt me. Not while I hold what you love most. Harry felt the golden light surge, but it wasn't enough. Voldemort had Fleur, and the shadow was closing in. Harry. Fleur's voice was steady, even in the face of danger. Don't let him win. Don't let him destroy you. Harry's eyes met hers, and he felt the bond between them pulse with warmth. I won't, Fleur. I promise. Voldemort laughed, his grip on Fleur tightening. How touching. But this is where your story ends, Potter. The shadow will consume you, and I will rule the world. He raised his wand, and a wave of shadow shot toward Harry. But the golden light was faster. It erupted from Harry's chest, a blinding wave of pure, radiant power that swept through the manor house. The Death Eaters screamed as the light enveloped them, their dark magic shattering like glass. Voldemort staggered back, his grip on Fleur loosening. The golden light had burned away the shadow that surrounded him, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. Now, Harry. Fleur shouted. Now. Harry raised his wand, the golden light blazing around him. This is for everything you've done, Voldemort. For my parents. For Cedric. For everyone you've hurt. The golden light shot forward, striking Voldemort in the chest. The Dark Lord screamed as the light enveloped him, burning away the darkness that clung to his soul. When the light faded, Voldemort lay crumpled on the floor, his body broken, his soul shattered. But Harry had no time to celebrate. He raced to Fleur's side, his hands checking her for injuries. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Did he hurt you?" Fleur shook her head, wincing slightly. "I am fine, Harry." He did not have time to do anything. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I thought I'd lost you. I thought. I am here, Harry." Fleur's voice was soft, filled with love. "I am here, and I am not going anywhere." Harry held her close, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. "I love you, Fleur. I love you so much." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. "I love you too, Harry. More than you will ever know." The aftermath of the battle was chaotic. The Death Eaters had been defeated, their dark magic shattered by the golden light. Voldemort lay in the hospital wing at St. Mungo's, his body barely alive, his soul beyond repair. But Harry couldn't celebrate. The shadow was still out there, waiting. And the ritual to destroy it required a sacrifice he wasn't sure he could make. "Harry." Fleur's voice was soft as she entered his study. "You have been sitting here for hours. What are you thinking about?" Harry looked up, his eyes tired. "I'm thinking about the shadow. About the ritual. About what I have to sacrifice." Fleur crossed to him, her hand finding his. "Have you decided what it will be?" Harry shook his head slowly. "I thought I knew. I thought sacrificing the memory of my parents' death would be enough. But the shadow is still there. It's weakened, but it's not gone." Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression thoughtful. "Perhaps the sacrifice needs to be something more than a memory. Something more, tangible." Harry's heart raced. "What do you mean?" Fleur met his eyes, her gaze steady. "The shadow feeds on fear and hatred and despair. To destroy it, you must offer it something that represents the opposite. Something that represents hope and love and joy." Harry felt the golden light in his soul pulse, responding to her words. What could possibly represent all of that? Fleur reached out, cupping his face in her hands. "Your future, Harry. Your dreams. Everything you have ever hoped for." Harry's breath caught in his throat. "My future? But that's everything," Fleur finished softly. "You would be sacrificing your hopes for the future. Your dreams of what your life could be." Harry stared at her, his mind racing. "If I sacrifice my future, what will I have left?" Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "You will have the present, Harry. You will have me. And you will have the knowledge that you saved the world from the shadow." Harry was silent for a long moment, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. He thought about everything he had dreamed of, a peaceful life, a family, a future with Fleur. And he knew what he had to do. "I'll do it," he said softly. "I'll sacrifice my future. For the world. For everyone I love." Fleur pulled him into her arms, holding him tight. "You are so brave, Harry. So incredibly brave." Harry held her close, the golden light pulsing with warmth. "I'm not brave, Fleur. I'm just doing what I have to do." The ritual was performed in the Soul Temple, under the light of the full moon. Harry stood at the center of the chamber, the golden light blazing around him. Fleur stood beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. "I am ready," Harry said, his voice steady. "I am ready to sacrifice my future." He closed his eyes, reaching into the deepest part of his soul. The golden light blazed bright, and Harry felt his hopes and dreams rise to the surface, his desire for a peaceful life, his wish for a family, his dream of growing old with Fleur. He held them in his hands, feeling their weight. They were precious, irreplaceable, everything he had ever wanted. And he let them go. The golden light flared, bright and blinding, and Harry felt his future dissolve, consumed by the purifying power of the soul guardians. And then it was over. Harry opened his eyes, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. He felt different, lighter, freer, unburdened. The shadow was gone. Harry. Fleur's voice was soft, filled with wonder. The shadow, it is gone. I can feel it. Harry nodded slowly, a smile spreading across his face. I know. I can feel it too. Fleur threw her arms around him, holding him tight. You did it, Harry. You saved the world. Harry held her close, the golden light pulsing with warmth. We did it, Fleur. Together. The news of Harry's victory spread quickly through the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic declared him a hero. The Order of the Phoenix celebrated his triumph. The Daily Prophet ran headlines praising his courage. But Harry felt disconnected from the acclaim. He had done what he'd done not for fame or glory, but for love. I never thought I would be here, Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur stood on the balcony of the manor house. I never thought I would be the one to save the world. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. You were always the one, Harry. I knew it from the moment I met you. Harry turned to her, his heart full. I love you, Fleur. I love you more than anything. Fleur leaned forward, pressing her lips to his. I love you too, Harry. And I always will. The weeks that followed were filled with peace. The shadow was gone, destroyed by Harry's sacrifice. Voldemort was defeated, his soul shattered beyond repair. The wizarding world was safe. And Harry was happy. He spent his days training the new soul guardians, his nights with Fleur. The bond between them was stronger than ever, pulsing with warmth and love. Harry, Fleur said one evening, as they sat in the garden of the manor house. I have been thinking. Harry turned to her, his curiosity piqued. About what? Fleur took his hand, her eyes meeting his. About the future. About what comes next. Harry felt a flutter of nervousness. I thought I sacrificed my future. Fleur shook her head slowly. You sacrificed your hopes and dreams, Harry. But the future is still there, waiting to be created. We can build a new future together. Harry smiled, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I would like that, Fleur. I would like that very much. Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. Then let us build it together, Harry. Let us build a future filled with love and hope and joy. Harry nodded, his heart full. Together, Fleur. Always together. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, The Price of Saving a Soul. The peace that followed Voldemort's defeat was fragile, like a spiderweb stretched too thin. Harry could feel the tension in the air, the way the golden light in his soul flickered whenever he thought about the shadow's retreat. It wasn't gone, not truly. It was waiting, biding its time, gathering strength for another assault. And Harry knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that the next attack would be worse. The morning of the attack dawned grey and cold. Harry stood at the window of his study, watching the mist roll across the Scottish hills. The golden light in his soul pulsed gently, a steady warmth that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Fleur entered the room, her footsteps soft on the stone floor. Harry. You have been standing there for hours. Harry turned, a smile tugging at his lips. I was thinking. About the shadow? Fleur crossed to him, her hand finding his. About everything. Harry squeezed her hand, drawing strength from the bond. About how fragile this peace feels. About how quickly it could all end. Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression thoughtful. You feel it too, then? The shadow stirring. Harry nodded slowly. It's not gone. It's just, waiting. Fleur stepped closer, her warmth enveloping him. Then we will be ready, Harry. We will face it together. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. I know. I just wish. The explosion cut him off. The manor house shuddered, the walls groaning in protest. Harry felt the protective wards shatter like glass, the golden light in his soul flaring in alarm. Fleur, get behind me. Harry shouted, his wand in hand. But it was too late. The shadows coalesced in the center of the room, forming a figure that Harry recognized with a jolt of terror. Voldemort, no, not Voldemort. Something worse. The shadow had found a new vessel, a new form, and it was more powerful than ever. Harry Potter, the shadow hissed, its voice a chorus of whispers. We meet again. Harry raised his wand, the golden light blazing around him. You won't touch her. I won't let you. The shadow laughed, a cold, hollow sound that made Harry's blood run cold. You cannot stop me, little guardian. I have grown stronger. I have consumed the darkness that Voldemort left behind. Harry felt the golden light surge, but the shadow was faster. It lunged forward, its form twisting and writhing, and Harry was thrown back against the wall. Harry! Fleur's voice was sharp with fear. Harry scrambled to his feet, the golden light blazing around him. Fleur, run! Get out of here! But Fleur didn't run. She raised her wand, her eyes blazing with determination. I will not leave you, Harry. I will never leave you. The shadow turned toward her, its form pulsing with malevolent energy. The Vila. The heart of magic. You will make a fine vessel. Harry felt his heart stop. No. Take me instead. Leave her alone. The shadow laughed, its form flickering. Oh, I will take you, guardian. But first, I will destroy everything you love. It lunged toward Fleur, and Harry threw himself in front of her. The golden light blazed from his chest, forming a shield that absorbed the shadow's attack. But the strain was immense, the shadow's power pressing against him like a physical weight. Harry, no. Fleur's voice was desperate. You can't. I can, Harry gritted out, the golden light flickering. I have to protect you. I have to. The shadow surged forward, and Harry felt something snap. It was like a thread being severed, a connection breaking that he hadn't even known existed. The golden light in his soul flickered, dimmed, and Harry felt the shadow pour into the space it left behind. He screamed as the darkness flooded through him, filling the cracks in his soul, consuming the golden light. And then everything went black. When Harry woke, he was in the hospital wing of the manor house. The golden light in his soul was dim, barely a flicker. He felt hollow, empty, as if something vital had been ripped away from him. Harry. Fleur's voice was soft, her hand on his cheek. You're awake. Harry tried to sit up, but his body wouldn't obey. What happened? The shadow. It's gone, Fleur said, her voice trembling. You drove it away, Harry. But, she paused, her eyes filling with tears. But you almost died. Harry stared at her, the words not quite processing. I almost died. How? Fleur's grip on his hand tightened. The shadow tried to consume you, Harry. It poured into your soul, filling the spaces where the golden light used to be. You would have been lost if I hadn't. She stopped abruptly, her face pale. Harry's heart raced. If you hadn't what? Fleur, what did you do? Fleur was silent for a long moment. Then she met his eyes, and Harry saw something there that made his blood run cold. I gave you a piece of my soul, she said softly. To replace what the shadow took. Harry felt the world tilt around him. You what? Fleur, that's impossible. You can't just give someone a piece of your soul. Fleur shook her head slowly. I did, Harry. It was the only way to save you. The shadow had taken so much of your soul that there was almost nothing left. I had to give you something to hold on to. Harry reached out, his hand finding hers. The golden light in his soul flickered, and he felt something else, a warmth. That wasn't entirely his own. Fleur's presence, woven into the fabric of his being. Fleur, he breathed. I can feel you. Inside me. It's like the bond, but deeper. Fleur nodded, tears streaming down her face. I gave you part of myself, Harry. Part of my soul. We are connected now in ways that can never be undone. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. Why would you do that? Why would you risk yourself for me? Fleur's voice was muffled against his chest. Because I love you, Harry. I love you more than I have ever loved anyone. I could not let you die. Harry held her close, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I love you too, Fleur. More than you will ever know. The days that followed were difficult. Harry was weak, the golden light in his soul struggling to regain its strength. The shadow had taken so much from him, and the piece of Fleur's soul was the only thing keeping him alive. The shadow is still out there, Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur sat in the garden of the manor house. It's weakened, but it's not gone. And now it has a piece of my soul. Fleur nodded slowly, her expression troubled. The shadow will use that piece to try to control you, Harry. To corrupt you. Harry's jaw tightened. Then we need to destroy it. Permanently. Fleur reached out, taking his hand. The ritual you performed before, the one that required you to sacrifice your future, it weakened the shadow, but it did not destroy it. We need to find another way. Harry felt a surge of determination. Then we'll find it. We'll search every archive, every library, every forgotten corner of the magical world. We won't stop until we find a way to destroy the shadow forever. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. Together, Harry. We will do it together. The search took them across Europe once again. They visited libraries hidden in mountain caves, archives buried beneath ancient cities, and temples that had been forgotten. By time, they pored over ancient texts, their eyes straining in the dim light, searching for any clue that might lead them to the answer. And finally, they found it. The text was hidden in a vault beneath the ruins of an ancient villa temple, its pages yellowed with age. The handwriting was elegant, flowing, the words filled with a wisdom that seemed to echo through the centuries. Asterisk, the shadow cannot be destroyed by force. It can only be transformed, purified by the love that created it. Asterisk. Harry read the words 3 times, his mind racing. Purified by the love that created it. What does that mean? Fleur's expression was troubled. I think it means we cannot destroy the shadow. We must heal it. Harry blinked. Heal the shadow? But it's evil. It's the source of all dark magic. Fleur shook her head slowly. The shadow was not always evil, Harry. It was created by the corruption of the first soul guardians. It is a wound, an ancient wound that has festered for centuries. Harry stared at the text, the words blurring before his eyes. So I have to heal it. Like I healed my own soul. Fleur nodded slowly. Yes, Harry. But it will be harder. The shadow has been corrupted for so long that it has forgotten what it means to be pure. Harry felt the golden light in his soul flicker. How do I heal something that doesn't want to be healed? Fleur reached out, taking his hand. With love, Harry. The same way you healed your own soul. You have to show the shadow that it is worthy of love. Harry took a deep breath, the weight of the task settling on his shoulders. I'll try. I'll try my best. Fleur squeezed his hand. That is all anyone can do, Harry. Try. The ritual to heal the shadow was performed in the Soul Temple, under the light of the new moon. Harry stood at the center of the chamber, the golden light pulsing weakly in his soul. Fleur stood beside him, her hand in his, her presence a steady warmth. I am ready, Harry said, his voice steady. I am ready to heal the shadow. He closed his eyes, reaching into the deepest part of his soul. The golden light flickered, and Harry felt the shadow stir, the piece that had taken root in his soul, the fragment that Voldemort had left behind. Shadow, Harry said, his voice gentle. I know you are in pain. I know you have been hurt. But I am here to help you. I am here to heal you. The shadow recoiled, hissing with rage. You cannot heal me, guardian. I am beyond healing. Harry felt the golden light pulse, and he reached out with love, pure, unconditional love that flowed from the deepest part of his being. Nothing is beyond healing, Harry said softly. Not even you. The shadow screamed, thrashing against the golden light. But Harry held on, pouring every ounce of his love into the darkness. And slowly, the shadow began to change. Harry felt the corruption begin to dissolve, the ancient wounds starting to heal. The shadow's form flickered, shifted, and for the first time, Harry saw something beneath the darkness, a spark of purity, a glimmer of light. Let go of your pain, Harry urged. Let go of your fear. Let yourself be healed. The shadow wept, great, heaving sobs that shook its form. I have been alone for so long. So very long. Harry reached out, his hand finding the shadow's form. You are not alone anymore. I am here. Fleur is here. We will not abandon you. The golden light surged, bright and blinding, and the shadow dissolved into a shower of golden sparks that filled the chamber. When the light faded, Harry stood in the center of the room, his chest heaving, the golden light blazing in his soul. The shadow was gone, not destroyed, but healed. Transformed. Harry. Fleur's voice was filled with wonder. You did it. You healed the shadow. Harry turned to her, a smile spreading across his face. We did it, Fleur. Together. Fleur threw her arms around him, holding him tight. I knew you could do it. I always knew. Harry held her close, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I love you, Fleur. I love you more than anything. Fleur's voice was soft, filled with emotion. I love you too, Harry. Always. The months that followed were peaceful. The shadow was healed, its corruption purified by Harry's love. The wizarding world was safe, and Harry was free to live the life he had always wanted. He and Fleur built a life together, their bond stronger than ever. The golden light in Harry's soul blazed bright, a constant reminder of everything they had overcome. And Harry was happy. He spent his days training the new soul guardians, his nights with Fleur. They traveled the world together, exploring ancient temples and forgotten archives, spreading the message of love and healing. Harry, Fleur said one evening, as they sat in the garden of the manor house. Are you happy? Harry turned to her, a smile spreading across his face. I am, Fleur. For the first time in my life, I truly am. Fleur leaned forward, pressing her lips to his. Good. Because you deserve happiness, Harry. You deserve everything good. Harry wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I have everything good. I have you. The final battle against the shadow was anticlimactic. Harry had expected a great clash of light and darkness, a final showdown that would determine the fate of the world. Instead, the shadow simply dissolved. It had been healed, purified by Harry's love. There was nothing left to fight. Harry stood in the center of the Soul Temple, the golden light blazing in his soul. The shadow was gone, and in its place was something new, a gentle warmth that filled the world with hope. "It's over," Harry said softly. "It's finally over." Fleur stepped up beside him, her hand finding his. "You did it, Harry. You saved the world." Harry shook his head slowly. "We did it, Fleur. Together." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "Together." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. The golden light in his soul pulsed with warmth, and for the first time in his life, Harry felt truly at peace. The shadow was gone. The world was safe. And Harry Potter had found the one thing he had always been searching for, love. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11, The Ancient Soul Temple. The healing of the shadow had left Harry transformed in ways he was only beginning to understand. The golden light in his soul no longer flickered or dimmed, it blazed with a steady, eternal warmth that seemed to connect him to everything around him. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the whisper of the wind through the trees, the gentle hum of magic that wove through the fabric of existence. And he could feel the soul temple calling to him. It was a subtle pull at first, like a memory of a dream. But as the days passed, the call grew stronger, more insistent. Harry found himself dreaming of the temple every night, its ancient halls, its golden-lit chambers, the whispered secrets that echoed through its corridors. "Harry." Fleur's voice broke through his reverie. She was standing in the doorway of his study, her expression concerned. "You've been staring at that wall for an hour. What's wrong?" Harry blinked, realizing she was right. He'd been so lost in the temple's call that he'd lost track of time. "The Soul Temple," he said slowly. "It's calling me. I can feel it, like a thread pulling me toward something." Fleur crossed to him, her hand finding his. The warmth of the bond flooded through him, steadying his thoughts. "Then we should go," she said simply. "The temple has never called to you before. There must be a reason." Harry nodded slowly. "I think it's connected to the shadow's healing. Something has changed. Something important." Fleur squeezed his hand. "Then we find out what it is. Together." The journey to the Soul Temple was different this time. The mountain paths that had once been treacherous and winding now seemed to open before them, the way clear and unobstructed. The golden light in Harry's soul pulsed in rhythm with the ancient stones, as if the very mountain was welcoming him home. "The temple knows you," Fleur said softly, her eyes fixed on the glowing entrance ahead. "It recognizes you as its master." Harry shook his head slowly. "I'm not its master. I'm just Harry." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "You are more than just Harry, my love. You are the Soul Guardian. The one who healed the shadow. The temple knows what you have become." They stepped through the entrance, and the world shifted around them. The temple was different. The walls that had once been covered in dust and cobwebs now gleamed with golden light, the symbols that adorned them pulsing with warmth and life. The air was filled with the scent of incense and the soft hum of ancient magic. "The temple is healing," Harry breathed. "Just like the shadow." Fleur nodded slowly. "The shadow's corruption was not just in the world, Harry. It was in the temple too. The temple was wounded, just like the shadow." Harry moved through the corridors, his hand trailing along the glowing walls. The golden light in his soul pulsed in time with the temple's magic, and he felt a sense of peace settle over him. And then he saw it. A chamber he had never noticed before, hidden behind a wall that shimmered and dissolved at his touch. Inside, a pedestal held a single object, a crystal, clear and pure, pulsing with a light that matched the golden glow in Harry's soul. "What is that?" Fleur breathed, stepping up beside him. Harry moved toward the pedestal, his heart pounding. The crystal called to him, its light resonating with the warmth in his soul. And when he touched it, the knowledge flooded into him. The crystal was the heart of the temple. Harry saw it all, the temple's history, its purpose, its connection to the soul guardians. He saw the first guardian standing in this very chamber, their souls blazing with golden light, their voices raised in prayer. He saw the shadow's creation, the corruption that had festered in the hearts of the guardians who had sought power over balance. He saw the temple's wound, the ancient injury that had never fully healed. And he saw the ritual that could complete the healing. The temple needs to be purified, Harry said, his voice distant. Just like the shadow. The corruption is still here, buried deep in the stones. Fleur's expression was troubled. How do we purify the temple? It is not a living thing, Harry. Harry shook his head slowly. It is. The temple is alive, just like the shadow. It has a soul, a presence that has been wounded by the corruption. Fleur reached out, her hand finding his. Then we heal it. The same way we healed the shadow. Harry turned to her, his eyes bright with determination. Together. The ritual to purify the temple was performed at midnight, under the light of the full moon. Harry stood at the center of the chamber, the crystal pulsing in his hands. Fleur stood beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them blazing with warmth. I call upon the soul of the temple, Harry said, his voice echoing in the chamber. I call upon the ancient magic that dwells within these walls. Hear me, and let yourself be healed. The golden light in Harry's soul surged, flowing into the crystal. The crystal blazed bright, and the temple responded, its walls pulsing with light, its chambers glowing with warmth. And then Harry saw it. The temple's soul, a vast, ancient presence that had been wounded by the shadow's corruption. It was in pain, its light dimmed, its magic weakened. I am here to help you, Harry said, his voice gentle. I am here to heal you. He reached out with the golden light, pouring his love into the temple's soul. The temple wept, great, heaving sobs that shook its walls, and Harry felt the ancient wound begin to heal. When it was over, the temple blazed with golden light, its magic restored, its soul whole once more. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, his chest heaving, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. The crystal in his hands had gone dark, its purpose fulfilled. Harry. Fleur's voice was filled with wonder. You healed the temple. Harry turned to her, a smile spreading across his face. We healed it, Fleur. Together. Fleur threw her arms around him, holding him tight. I knew you could do it. I always knew. The temple's healing unlocked something within Harry. He could feel it, a new power, a new understanding. The golden light in his soul had grown stronger, brighter, more attuned to the ancient magic that flowed through the world. The temple has given me a gift, Harry said, his voice distant. A piece of its knowledge. The history of the soul guardians. The secrets of the ancient magic. Fleur's eyes widened. What secrets? What did the temple show you? Harry turned to her, his expression solemn. It showed me the origin of the soul guardians. They were not just protectors of the balance between life and death. They were guardians of something else, something that exists within the soul itself. Fleur stepped closer, her hand finding his. What, Harry? What did the temple show you? Harry took a deep breath. It showed me the truth about souls. They are not just the essence of a person, they are the connection to everything. To the world, to each other, to the magic that flows through all things. Fleur was silent for a long moment, her expression troubled. That is, a lot to process. Harry nodded slowly. I know. And there's more. The temple showed me the purpose of the soul guardians. We are not just meant to protect the balance between life and death. We are meant to protect the connection between all souls. Fleur's grip on his hand tightened. That is a great responsibility, Harry. I know. Harry's voice was soft. But I'm ready for it. I'm ready to fulfill my purpose. The days that followed were filled with discovery. Harry spent hours in the temple's chambers, studying the ancient texts, absorbing the knowledge that had been hidden for centuries. The golden light in his soul blazed bright, guiding him through the labyrinth of information. And slowly, the truth began to emerge. The shadow was not the only threat, Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur sat in the temple's main chamber. There is something else. Something that has been waiting for the shadow to be healed. Fleur's expression was troubled. What could possibly be worse than the shadow? Harry met her eyes, his own filled with dread. The shadow was a wound, Fleur. A wound that festered for centuries. But there were others, guardians who fell to the corruption, who embraced the darkness. And they had been waiting for the shadow to fall so they could rise. Fleur's face paled. You mean there are more like Voldemort? Harry shook his head slowly. Worse. Voldemort was a vessel. These are the source. The original guardians who chose darkness over light. Fleur was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. How do we defeat them? Harry's jaw tightened. The temple showed me a ritual, the same ritual that purified the shadow. But it will require more this time. A greater sacrifice. Fleur reached out, taking his hand. What sacrifice, Harry? Harry was silent for a long moment. I have to give up the golden light. Fleur's eyes widened. But the golden light is. It's a gift, Harry said softly. A gift from the temple, from my ancestors. But it's not mine to keep. It was given to me to use, and when the time comes, I have to give it back. Fleur stared at him, her expression filled with anguish. If you give up the golden light, what will you become? Harry smiled, reaching out to cup her face in his hands. I'll still be me, Fleur. Just, without the power. Without the destiny. Fleur shook her head slowly. I don't care about the power, Harry. I care about you. And I don't want to lose you. Harry leaned forward, pressing his forehead to hers. You won't lose me, Fleur. I promise. The golden light is part of me, but it's not all of me. What I am, who I am, that doesn't come from the light. It comes from you. From everyone I love. Fleur's eyes glistened with tears. I love you, Harry. I love you so much. Harry held her close, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I love you too, Fleur. Always. The ritual to face the fallen guardians was performed in the temple's deepest chamber, under the light of the dying moon. Harry stood at the center of the room, the golden light blazing around him. Fleur stood beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them pulsing with warmth. I am ready, Harry said, his voice steady. I am ready to face the fallen. The chamber darkened, and the figures emerged from the shadows. They were ancient, their forms twisted by the corruption that had consumed them. Their eyes burned with a cold fire, their presence radiating malevolence. Harry Potter, one of them hissed. The sole guardian. We have been waiting for you. Harry raised his wand, the golden light blazing around him. I'm not afraid of you. You're just shadows, echoes of what you once were. The fallen laughed, a cold, hollow sound. We are more than shadows, guardian. We are the beginning and the end. We are the corruption that has haunted the world since the dawn of magic. Harry felt the golden light surge, and he knew what he had to do. Fleur, he said softly. Whatever happens, stay with me. Fleur's grip on his hand tightened. I am with you, Harry. Always. The fallen surged forward, and Harry met them with the golden light. The battle was fierce, a clash of light and darkness that shook the very foundations of the temple. Harry poured every ounce of his love, his hope, his determination into the golden light, pushing back against the corrupted guardians. But they were strong. Stronger than he had expected. Your love is weakness, one of them hissed. It is a crack in your armor, a vulnerability we can exploit. Harry felt the fallen press against his soul, searching for the wounds that had healed. But the golden light held firm, protecting him from their influence. "You're wrong," Harry said, his voice steady. "Love is not weakness. Love is strength. Love is the only thing that can defeat you." The fallen screamed, and Harry felt the golden light surge, filling him with power. He channeled every ounce of his love, for his friends, his family, for Fleur, into the light. And the fallen began to retreat. Harry pressed forward, the golden light blazing bright. "You are defeated, fallen. You have no power over me." The fallen writhed, their forms flickering. "This is not the end, guardian. We will return. We will always return." And then they were gone, dissolving into the darkness from which they had come. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, his chest heaving, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Fleur was beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them warm and steady. "We did it," Harry breathed. "We drove them away." Fleur nodded, her eyes bright with tears. "We did, Harry. Together." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close. The golden light pulsed gently, filling him with peace. "I love you, Fleur," he whispered. "I love you more than anything." Fleur held him tight, her voice soft. "I love you too, Harry. More than you will ever know." The temple was quiet after the battle. Harry and Fleur sat in the main chamber, the golden light pulsing gently around them. The fallen were gone, defeated by the power of love and sacrifice. "It's over," Harry said softly. "The corruption is gone. The temple is healed." Fleur nodded slowly, her head resting on his shoulder. "And the world is safe. Because of you, Harry." Harry shook his head slowly. "Because of us, Fleur. Because of everyone who believed in me." Fleur lifted her head, her eyes meeting his. "What happens now, Harry? What comes next?" Harry was silent for a long moment, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I know that whatever comes, I want to face it with you." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "Then we face it together, Harry. Always together." Harry leaned forward, pressing his lips to hers. The golden light surged, filling the chamber with warmth and light. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter knew that he had found his home. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12, Dumbledore's Hidden Choice. The victory over the fallen guardians should have been a moment of pure triumph. But as the golden light settled back into Harry's soul, a shadow of a different kind began to creep into his consciousness, not the ancient corruption he had fought so hard to heal, but something far more personal. A question that had been buried deep in his mind for years, finally demanding to be answered. Why had Dumbledore let him suffer? The confrontation came on a grey November afternoon, when the Scottish hills were shrouded in mist and the manor house felt empty despite its many occupants. Harry had been avoiding the headmaster ever since the battle at the Soul Temple. Every time he thought about confronting Dumbledore, the words died in his throat. What could he possibly say? I know you let me be abused for years. I know you thought my suffering was necessary. I know you saw the cracks in my soul and did nothing to heal them. But the question burned in his mind, refusing to be silenced. Harry. Fleur's voice was soft as she entered his study. You've been sitting here for hours. What are you thinking about? Harry looked up, his eyes tired. I'm thinking about Dumbledore. About everything he did, or didn't do. Fleur crossed to him, her hand finding his. Then go speak to him, Harry. Get the answers you need. Harry shook his head slowly. I don't even know where to start. How do you ask someone why they let you suffer? Fleur squeezed his hand. You just ask, Harry. The truth may hurt, but it will set you free. The journey to Hogwarts was brief but fraught with tension. Harry apparat to Hogsmeade and walked through the familiar streets, his heart pounding with each step. The castle loomed ahead, its towers dark against the grey sky. Dumbledore was in his office, as expected. The headmaster looked up as Harry entered, his expression unreadable. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice calm. "I have been expecting you." Harry closed the door behind him, his jaw tight. "Have you? Then you know why I'm here." Dumbledore nodded slowly, gesturing for Harry to sit. "I know you have questions. Questions that have been festering for a long time." Harry remained standing, his eyes fixed on the headmaster. "Why didn't you help me, Professor? You knew about the Dursleys. You knew what they did to me. And you did nothing." Dumbledore's expression flickered, a flash of pain, quickly suppressed. "I believed that your suffering was necessary, Harry. I believed that it would make you strong." Harry felt the golden light in his soul flicker with anger. "Strong? You call what I went through strength? I was abused, neglected, beaten down until I didn't even know who I was. And you think that was necessary?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with regret. "I was wrong, Harry. I see that now. The prophecy, I thought it meant you had to be broken to be strong. I thought the pain would shape you into the weapon we needed." "I'm not a weapon," Harry said, his voice cold. "I'm a person. And the person you shaped was barely holding himself together." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I know, Harry. And I am sorry. I am more sorry than you can possibly imagine." Harry felt the anger drain out of him, replaced by a deep, aching sadness. "Why, Professor? Why did you think suffering was the answer?" Dumbledore's eyes met his, ancient and weary. "Because I suffered too, Harry. I made terrible mistakes in my youth, mistakes that cost me everything I loved. I believed that suffering was the price of wisdom, the cost of becoming something greater." Harry shook his head slowly. "That's not true, Professor. Suffering doesn't make you wise. It just makes you hurt." Dumbledore smiled, a sad, tired smile. "You are right, Harry. You have always been wiser than I gave you credit for." Harry left Dumbledore's office with a heavy heart. He had wanted answers, and he had gotten them. But the answers only raised more questions. How could Dumbledore have been so wrong? How could the headmaster have believed that suffering was the path to strength? "Harry." Fleur's voice was soft as she joined him in the corridor. "What happened? You look shaken." Harry shook his head slowly. He knew, Fleur. He knew everything. And he let it happen. Fleur reached out, taking his hand. "I know, Harry. And I am so sorry." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I thought I could forgive him. I thought I could move past it. But it hurts. It hurts so much." Fleur held him close, her voice soft. "I know, Harry. I know." The days that followed were difficult. Harry tried to focus on his work with the Soul Guardians, but the anger and hurt kept bubbling to the surface. Every time he looked at Dumbledore, he felt the betrayal fresh and raw. "I can't do this," Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur sat in the garden of the manor house. "I can't keep pretending that everything is fine." Fleur reached out, taking his hand. "Then don't pretend, Harry. Be honest with yourself. Be honest with Dumbledore." Harry shook his head slowly. "I don't know if I can forgive him. I don't know if I want to." Fleur squeezed his hand. "Forgiveness is not about what Dumbledore deserves, Harry. It is about what you need. Holding on to anger will only hurt you." Harry was silent for a long moment, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. "I know. But it's hard. So hard." Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. I know, Harry. But I believe in you. I believe you can find a way. The reconciliation came slowly, in small moments. Harry began to see Dumbledore differently, not as the all-knowing mentor he had once believed him to be, but as a flawed, broken man who had made terrible mistakes. He was trying to do what he thought was right, Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur walked through the grounds of the manor. He believed that my suffering was necessary for the greater good. He was wrong, but he wasn't evil. Fleur nodded slowly. It is often harder to forgive those who had good intentions than those who did not. Harry shook his head slowly. I don't know if I can forgive him completely. But I can try. I can try to understand. Fleur squeezed his hand. That is all anyone can do, Harry. Try. The final conversation came on a crisp December morning. Harry stood in Dumbledore's office, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. The headmaster looked tired, older than Harry had ever seen him. I've been thinking, Harry said slowly. About everything. About the past. About what you did. Dumbledore nodded, his expression unreadable. I understand if you cannot forgive me, Harry. I would not blame you. Harry shook his head slowly. I don't know if I can forgive you completely. But I can try to understand. I can try to move forward. Dumbledore's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, Harry. That means more than you know. Harry stepped forward, his hand outstretched. I'm not saying everything is okay. I'm not saying I've forgotten. But I'm willing to try. I'm willing to give us a chance. Dumbledore took his hand, his grip firm. I will spend the rest of my life trying to earn your trust, Harry. I promise you that. Harry nodded slowly. That's all I ask, Professor. That's all I ask. The healing of the relationship was slow, but it was real. Harry found himself able to look at Dumbledore without the anger and hurt clouding his vision. The headmaster had made terrible mistakes, but he had also tried to do what he thought was right. He was wrong, Harry told Fleur one evening. But he wasn't evil. He was just, misguided. Fleur nodded slowly. It is often easier to condemn than to understand. You are showing great strength, Harry. Harry shook his head slowly. I'm just trying to do what's right. That's all I've ever tried to do. Fleur leaned forward, pressing a kiss to his cheek. And that is why I love you, Harry. Because you always try to do what is right. The new year brought new challenges. Harry threw himself into his work with the Soul Guardians, training new members, healing damaged souls, protecting the balance between life and death. The golden light in his soul blazed bright, guiding him through the labyrinth of ancient knowledge. But the shadow of the past still lingered. Dumbledore's betrayal had left a wound that would take time to heal. I don't know if I'll ever fully trust him, Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur sat in the garden of the manor. But I can try. I can give him a chance. Fleur nodded slowly. That is all anyone can do, Harry. Try. Harry smiled, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. Thank you, Fleur. For always believing in me. Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. I will always believe in you, Harry. Always. The final chapter of Harry's journey with Dumbledore came in the spring. The headmaster had grown frail, his health failing. Harry visited him in the hospital wing of Hogwarts, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice weak but clear. You came. Harry nodded, pulling a chair up to the bed. I wanted to see you, Professor. To say, thank you. For everything. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Slightly. Thank me. After everything I did. Harry shook his head slowly. You made mistakes, Professor. Terrible mistakes. But you also gave me a chance. You believed in me when no one else did. Dumbledore's eyes glistened with tears. I am so sorry, Harry. For everything. For all the pain I caused you. Harry reached out, taking the old man's hand. I know, Professor. And I forgive you. Dumbledore's grip on his hand tightened. Thank you, Harry. I do not deserve your forgiveness, but I am grateful for it. Harry smiled, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. We all make mistakes, Professor. What matters is that we try to do better. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You have become more than I ever imagined, Harry. You have become the man I always hoped you would be. Harry squeezed his hand. Thank you, Professor. That means more than you know. Dumbledore passed away 2 days later, surrounded by the people who loved him. Harry stood at the funeral, the golden light in his soul pulsing gently with grief. The headmaster had been flawed, broken, and deeply human. But he had also been a mentor, a guide, and a friend. He was a complicated man, Harry said softly, as he and Fleur stood at the graveside. But he always tried to do what he thought was right. Fleur nodded slowly, her hand finding his. And in the end, that is all any of us can do. Harry looked up at the sky, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I'm going to miss him, Fleur. I'm going to miss him so much. Fleur wrapped her arms around him, holding him close. I know, Harry. I know. The weeks that followed were filled with grief and healing. Harry poured himself into his work with the Soul Guardians, finding solace in the ancient knowledge and the healing of damaged souls. The golden light in his soul blazed bright, guiding him through the darkness. I'm going to carry on his legacy, Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur sat in the garden of the manor. I'm going to be the guardian he always believed I could be. Fleur nodded slowly, her hand finding his. I know you will, Harry. I have always believed in you. Harry smiled, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Thank you, Fleur. For always being there. For always believing in me. Fleur leaned forward, pressing a kiss to his lips. I will always be there, Harry. Always. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, The True Soul Bond. The spring rains came to the Scottish Highlands, washing the manor house in shades of grey and green. Harry stood at his study window, watching the mist curl around the ancient stones, the golden light in his soul pulsing with a quiet, steady warmth. He had been thinking about the bond. Not the magical connection that had formed between him and Fleur in the graveyard, that had been accidental, a byproduct of their souls recognizing each other. No, Harry had been thinking about something deeper. Something more intentional. The true soul bond. The ancient text spoke of it in hushed, reverent tones. Unlike the accidental bonds that sometimes formed between powerful wizards, the true soul bond was a deliberate act, a joining of two souls that was deeper than marriage, more intimate than any magical contract. It was a commitment that transcended death itself. And Harry wanted it. He had loved Fleur from the moment he'd seen her in the Great Hall, though it had taken him months to recognize the feeling for what it was. She had seen him at his worst, broken, damaged, barely holding himself together, and she had loved him anyway. She had given him a piece of her soul to save his life. She had stood by him through battles and rituals and the weight of destiny. She was everything to him. And Harry wanted to bind himself to her forever. Fleur, he said that evening, as they walked through the gardens. The rain had stopped, leaving the air fresh and clean. I need to talk to you about something. Fleur turned to him, her silver hair gleaming in the fading light. What is it, Harry? You look serious. Harry stopped walking, turning to face her. The golden light in his soul pulsed with nervous energy. I've been thinking about the bond. About what we are to each other. Fleur's expression softened. I think about it too, Harry. Every day. Harry reached out, taking both of her hands in his. I know that our connection was accidental at first. But I don't want it to be accidental anymore. I want to choose it. I want to choose you. Fleur's eyes widened. Harry. The true soul bond, he continued, his voice steady. The texts say it's a deliberate joining of two souls. A commitment that goes deeper than marriage. I want that, Fleur. I want to bind myself to you forever. Fleur's eyes glistened with tears. Harry, that is a serious commitment. Once the bond is formed, it cannot be undone. Harry nodded slowly. I know. And I'm ready. I've never been more ready for anything in my life. Fleur was silent for a long moment, her gaze searching his. Then she smiled, a radiant, joyful smile that made Harry's heart ache. Yes, she said softly. Yes, Harry. I want to bond with you. I want to be yours forever. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. The golden light in his soul blazed bright, mingling with the warmth of the bond that already connected them. I love you, Fleur, he whispered. I love you more than anything. Fleur held him close, her voice soft. I love you too, Harry. Always. The preparation for the true soul bond took weeks. Harry and Fleur studied the ancient texts together, learning the rituals and incantations that would join their souls. The process was complex, requiring absolute trust and complete surrender. This is different from the accidental bond, Harry said one evening, as they sat in the library of the manor house. The accidental bond formed because our souls recognized each other. This bond requires us to actively choose each other. Fleur nodded slowly, her hand in his. It is a commitment, Harry. A choice that we make with our eyes open. Harry squeezed her hand. I know. And I'm ready. The ritual was performed in the Soul Temple, under the light of the full moon. Harry and Fleur stood at the center of the chamber, surrounded by the symbols of the ancient order. The golden light in Harry's soul blazed bright, mingling with the silver light of Fleur's Vila magic. I, Harry James Potter, Harry said, his voice steady. Offer my soul to Fleur Isabel Delacour. I give her my love, my loyalty, my trust. I bind myself to her for all eternity. Fleur's voice was clear and strong. I, Fleur Isabel Delacour, offer my soul to Harry James Potter. I give him my love, my loyalty, my trust. I bind myself to him for all eternity. The golden light surged, bright and blinding. Harry felt the bond between them deepen, strengthening into something far more powerful than before. He could feel Fleur's soul, not just her presence, but her essence, her being. And she could feel his. The bond was complete. When the light faded, Harry and Fleur stood in the center of the chamber, their hands clasped, their souls intertwined. I can feel you, Harry breathed. Not just your presence, everything. Your thoughts, your feelings, your hopes and fears. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. I can feel you too, Harry. We are truly one now. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. The bond between them hummed with warmth, a constant reminder of their commitment. I love you, Fleur, he whispered. I will always love you. Fleur held him close, her voice soft. And I will always love you, Harry. Forever. The days that followed were filled with a new kind of peace. The true soul bond had deepened their connection in ways Harry hadn't anticipated. He could feel Fleur's emotions as if they were his own, her thoughts sometimes filtering into his consciousness. It was disorienting. At first, but soon became a comfort, a constant reminder that he was never alone. This bond is incredible, Harry said one evening, as they sat in the garden of the manor house. I can feel you even when we're apart. It's like you're always with me. Fleur nodded slowly, her hand in his. I feel the same way, Harry. It is like we are two halves of the same soul. Harry smiled, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I never thought I could feel this way. So connected. So complete. Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. Neither did I, Harry. But I am grateful. So grateful. The true soul bond also brought unexpected benefits. Harry found that his magical power had increased dramatically, the golden light in his soul blazing brighter than ever. The bond with Fleur had unlocked something within him, a depth of magic that he hadn't known existed. I can feel the magic flowing through me, Harry said, his voice filled with wonder. It's like the entire world is connected to me. Fleur nodded, her expression thoughtful. The true soul bond amplifies both partners' magic, Harry. We are stronger together than we could ever be apart. Harry reached out, and a wave of golden light flowed from his hand, washing over the garden. The flowers bloomed brighter, the grass grew greener, and the air filled with the scent of spring. This is incredible, Harry breathed. I can do things I never thought possible. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. You are incredible, Harry. You always have been. The bond also brought challenges. Harry found himself experiencing Fleur's emotions as intensely as his own, her joy, her sadness, her fears and hopes. It was a gift, but also a responsibility. I feel everything you feel, Harry said one evening, as they sat in the library. I know when you're worried, when you're happy, when you're afraid. Fleur nodded slowly. I feel the same, Harry. It is overwhelming at times. Harry reached out, taking her hand. But it's also beautiful. Knowing that we're connected in this way, it's a gift. Fleur squeezed his hand, her eyes bright with tears. It is a gift, Harry. A gift that I will treasure forever. The first real test of the true soul bond came unexpectedly. Harry and Fleur were walking through the grounds of the manor house when a group of dark wizards appeared, remnants of Voldemort's army, still loyal to the fallen Dark Lord. Harry Potter, their leader hissed. The Vila. We have been waiting for this moment. Harry's wand was in his hand instantly, the golden light blazing around him. You're making a mistake. Leave now, and I might let you live. The dark wizards laughed, their wands raised. You're outnumbered, Potter. Even with your precious golden light. Harry felt the bond pulse, and Fleur's voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk together, Harry. We fight together, asterisk. Harry nodded, his grip on his wand tightening. You're right about one thing, I'm not alone. The golden light surged, mingling with Fleur's silver magic. Together, they formed a wave of pure, radiant power that swept through the dark wizards. The battle was brief but fierce. Harry and Fleur fought as one, their movements perfectly synchronized, their magic flowing together like water. The dark wizards fell one by one, their curses shattering against the combined power of the true soul bond. When it was over, Harry stood in the center of the courtyard, his chest heaving, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Fleur was beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them warm and steady. We did it, Harry breathed. We defeated them. Fleur nodded, her eyes bright with love. Together, Harry. Always together. The bond continued to deepen over the following weeks. Harry found himself anticipating Fleur's needs before she expressed them, knowing what she was thinking before she spoke. It was disorienting at first, but soon became natural. It's like we're one person, Harry said one evening, as they sat in the garden. Two bodies, but one soul. Fleur nodded slowly. The true soul bond is the deepest connection two people can share, Harry. It is a gift that few ever experience. Harry reached out, cupping her face in his hands. I'm glad we experienced it. I'm glad I get to share this with you. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. I am glad too, Harry. More than you will ever know. The summer came, and with it, a new challenge. Harry received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, summoning him to a hearing about the Soul Guardians. The ministry was concerned about the power he wielded, the influence he had gained. "They want to control you," Fleur said, her voice sharp. "They want to limit what you can do." Harry shook his head slowly. "They don't understand. The Soul Guardians are not about power. They're about healing." Fleur reached out, taking his hand. "Then you must make them understand, Harry. You must show them the truth." Harry nodded, the golden light in his soul pulsing with determination. "I will. I'll show them everything." The hearing was held in the ministry's grand hall, filled with officials and reporters. Harry stood at the center of the room, the golden light blazing around him. "The Soul Guardians are not a threat," Harry said, his voice clear and strong. "We are here to heal, to protect, to guard the balance between life and death. Our power is not for conquest, it is for service." The minister's face was skeptical. "And we are supposed to trust you, Potter? You, who has accumulated more power than anyone in a century?" Harry met his gaze steadily. "You can trust me because I have proved myself. I have faced Voldemort and the Shadow and the fallen Guardians. I have healed damaged souls and protected the innocent. I am not your enemy." The minister was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded slowly. "Very well, Potter. We will give you a chance. But we will be watching." Harry nodded, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. "That's all I ask." The summer faded into autumn, and Harry's work with the Soul Guardians continued. He trained new members, healed damaged souls, and protected the balance between life and death. The golden light in his soul blazed bright, guiding him through the labyrinth of ancient knowledge. And through it all, Fleur was by his side. "Harry," she said one evening, as they sat in the garden of the manor house. "Are you happy?" Harry turned to her, a smile spreading across his face. "I am, Fleur. Truly, deeply happy." Fleur leaned forward, pressing her lips to his. "Good. Because you deserve happiness, Harry. You deserve everything good." Harry wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. "I have everything good. I have you." The golden light in his soul pulsed gently, filling him with warmth and peace. He had found his purpose. He had found his love. And he had found his home. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Rise of the Soul Guardian. The true soul bond had transformed Harry in ways he was only beginning to understand. The golden light that had once pulsed weakly in his damaged soul now blazed with a steady, eternal radiance that seemed to connect him to everything around him. He could feel the pulse of the earth, the whisper of the wind, the gentle hum of magic that wove through the fabric of existence. The bond with Fleur had unlocked something profound, a depth of power that went far beyond the ordinary magic he had learned at Hogwarts. But with great power came great responsibility. And Harry was beginning to understand just how heavy that responsibility could be. The first sign of his new abilities came on a quiet Tuesday morning. Harry was in the training yard of the manor house, working with a group of new recruits. They were practicing basic defensive spells when one of the younger trainees, a nervous girl named Eliza, lost control of her magic. Her wand sparked wildly, and a bolt of uncontrolled energy shot toward the group. Harry reacted instinctively, raising his hand. The golden light blazed from his palm, intercepting the bolt and absorbing it harmlessly. But that wasn't what made everyone stop. The golden light didn't just absorb the energy, it transformed it. The wild, chaotic magic became calm, gentle, flowing back toward Eliza like a warm embrace. The girl's eyes widened as the magic settled into her, soothing her frayed nerves. What happened?" Eliza asked, her voice trembling. Harry stared at his hand, the golden light pulsing gently. "I don't know. I felt the magic, and I knew I could change it." Fleur stepped forward, her expression filled with wonder. Harry, you are not just healing souls anymore. You are healing magic itself. The discovery sent ripples through the Soul Guardian community. Harry spent the next few weeks experimenting with his new abilities, learning to control the power that had awakened within him. He could sense corrupted magic now, dark enchantments, cursed objects, even the lingering residue of dark spells, and he could purify it with a touch of the golden light. "This is extraordinary," Hermione said, watching as Harry cleansed a cursed necklace that had been brought to the manor. "The power to heal magic itself, it's unprecedented." Harry shook his head slowly. "It's not unprecedented. The ancient Soul Guardians could do this too. The knowledge is in the temple's texts." Hermione's eyes widened. "Then why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you share this knowledge?" Harry met her gaze steadily. "Because I didn't fully understand it myself. Not until now." The training was intense and demanding. Harry worked tirelessly, pushing himself to master the new abilities that had awakened within him. The golden light in his soul blazed brighter with each success, but the effort left him exhausted. "You need to rest," Fleur said one evening, finding him slumped over a desk in the library. "You have been working for hours." Harry looked up, his eyes tired but determined. "I can't rest. There's too much to learn. Too much to do." Fleur crossed to him, her hand finding his. "Harry, you cannot help anyone if you burn yourself out. The power will still be there tomorrow." Harry shook his head slowly. "I don't know that, Fleur. The shadow is gone, but there are still threats out there. Dark wizards, corrupted magic, damaged souls. I need to be ready." Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression troubled. "Then let me help you, Harry. Let me share the burden." Harry looked at her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. "You already do, Fleur. You're the only thing that keeps me going." Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. "Then let me do more. Let me train with you. Let me learn what you are learning." Harry nodded slowly, a smile spreading across his face. Together. Always together. The days that followed were a blur of training and discovery. Harry and Fleur worked side by side, learning to harness the power of the golden light. The bond between them grew stronger with each passing day, their souls intertwining more deeply than ever. "I can feel your magic now," Harry said one evening, as they sat in the garden. "Not just your presence, the actual magic flowing through you." Fleur nodded slowly. "I can feel yours too, Harry. It is like we are connected on a level that goes beyond the physical." Harry reached out, cupping her face in his hands. "We are connected, Fleur. We always will be." The first real test of Harry's new abilities came a week later. A village in the north of England had been cursed, a dark enchantment that had seeped into the very soil, corrupting the crops and poisoning the water. The villagers were sick, their magic fading, their hope dwindling. Harry arrived with a team of soul guardians, his heart heavy with the weight of the suffering he saw. The curse was ancient and powerful, its magic woven deep into the fabric of the land. "I can feel it," Harry said, his voice distant. "The corruption. It's everywhere." Fleur stepped up beside him, her hand finding his. "Can you heal it, Harry?" Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with the golden light. The corruption pulsed against his senses, dark and cold and hungry. But the golden light was stronger. It flowed through him, spreading across the land like warm water, washing away the darkness. The villagers watched in awe as the corruption faded, the crops turning green, the water running clear. The golden light pulsed gently, and Harry felt the land's soul, its pain, its hope, its gratitude. "It's done," Harry said softly, opening his eyes. "The land is healed." The villagers cheered, their voices filled with joy and relief. Harry stood in the center of the square, the golden light blazing around him, and felt a sense of peace settle over him. He had done what he was meant to do. The news of the miracle spread quickly. Harry's reputation as the sole guardian grew, and people began to seek him out, not just for healing, but for hope. He became a symbol of what could be achieved through love and compassion. "People look up to you now," Fleur said one evening, as they walked through the grounds of the manor house. "They see you as a savior." Harry shook his head slowly. "I'm not a savior, Fleur. I'm just someone who was given a gift and is trying to use it wisely." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "That is exactly what a savior is, Harry. Someone who uses their gifts to help others." Harry reached out, taking her hand. "I couldn't do any of this without you, Fleur. You're the reason I'm still here. You're the reason I'm whole." Fleur squeezed his hand, her voice soft. "And you are the reason I am whole, Harry. We complete each other." The challenges continued to come. Dark wizards, corrupted creatures, damaged souls, all of them seeking Harry's help. He traveled across Britain and beyond, healing and protecting, spreading the golden light wherever he went. "It's exhausting," Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur lay in bed. "There's so much suffering in the world. So much pain." Fleur reached out, her hand finding his. "I know, Harry. But you cannot heal everyone. You must learn to accept your limits." Harry shook his head slowly. "I can't accept limits. Not when people are suffering." Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression troubled. "Then let me help you, Harry. Let me share the burden. Let us find others to help us." Harry turned to her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. "You're right, Fleur. I can't do this alone. I need to build an army of healers. An army of soul guardians." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with determination. "Then we will build it together, Harry. Together, we will change the world." The recruitment began immediately. Harry and Fleur traveled across the magical world, seeking out those who had the potential to become soul guardians. They found them in unlikely places: a healer in a small village, a scholar in a hidden library, a young wizard with a gift for empathy. "You have the potential," Harry told each of them. "The golden light exists in all souls. It just needs to be awakened." The new guardians trained tirelessly, learning to harness the power that lay dormant within them. The manor house became a hub of activity, filled with the energy of people dedicated to healing and protection. "This is incredible," Hermione said, watching the trainees practice. "You're building an army, Harry. An army of healers." Harry nodded slowly. "That's what the world needs. Not warriors, healers. People who can mend what's broken." The months that followed were a blur of training and healing. Harry's abilities continued to grow, the golden light in his soul blazing brighter than ever. He could heal almost anything now: cursed objects, corrupted magic, damaged souls. But there was one thing he couldn't heal: the scars of his own past. "I still have nightmares," Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur sat in the garden. "Not about Voldemort or the Shadow. About the Dursleys. About the cupboard. About all the years I spent feeling worthless." Fleur reached out, taking his hand. "Those scars are part of you, Harry. They shaped you into the person you are today." Harry shook his head slowly. "I know. But I wish I could forget. I wish I could move on." Fleur squeezed his hand, her voice soft. "You don't have to forget, Harry. You just have to accept. Accept that you were hurt, and accept that you are healing." Harry looked at her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. "How do you always know exactly what to say?" Fleur smiled, leaning forward to press a kiss to his cheek. "Because I know you, Harry. I know you better than anyone." The final challenge came in the form of a dying man. He was brought to the manor house by his family, his body racked with a curse that had been eating away at his soul for years. The healers had done everything they could, but nothing had worked. "Please," the man's wife begged. "Please help him." Harry looked at the dying man, the golden light in his soul pulsing with compassion. "I'll try." He reached out, placing his hand on the man's chest. The golden light flowed from him, filling the man's body, washing away the corruption. But the corruption was deep, so deep that it had become part of the man's soul. Harry felt the man's pain, his fear, his despair. And he knew that healing him would require a sacrifice. "What is it?" Fleur asked, her voice sharp with concern. "Harry, what's wrong?" Harry shook his head slowly. "The corruption has fused with his soul. To heal him, I have to take the corruption into myself." Fleur's face paled. "Harry, no. That could kill you." Harry met her eyes, the golden light blazing around him. "I know. But I have to try. I have to." He closed his eyes, reaching out with the golden light. The corruption flowed into him, cold and dark, and Harry felt his soul scream in protest. But the golden light was stronger. It burned away the corruption, transforming it, purifying it. When Harry opened his eyes, the man was healed. And Harry was still standing. "Harry," Fleur breathed. "You did it." Harry nodded slowly, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. "I did. But it took everything I had." Fleur threw her arms around him, holding him tight. "Don't ever scare me like that again." Harry held her close, the golden light pulsing with warmth. "I promise, Fleur. I promise." The healing of the dying man solidified Harry's reputation. He was no longer just the boy who lived or the savior of the wizarding world. He was the sole guardian, a healer, a protector, a symbol of hope. "People are looking to you now," Fleur said one evening, as they stood on the balcony of the manor house. "They see you as the answer to their prayers." Harry shook his head slowly. "I'm not the answer, Fleur. The golden light is the answer. Love is the answer." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "And you are the vessel of that love, Harry. The one who carries it into the world." Harry reached out, taking her hand. "I carry it because of you, Fleur. Because you showed me what love really means." Fleur leaned forward, pressing her lips to his. "And I will show you for the rest of our lives, Harry. I will show you every day." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, The Hunt Begins. The peace that had settled over the wizarding world was shattered on a cold November morning. Harry was in the training yard of the manor house, working with a group of new soul guardians, when the first reports came in. A village in the north of England had been attacked, not by Death Eaters or dark wizards, but by something far worse. Corrupted magical creatures. The reports are coming in from all over, Hermione said, her face pale as she read from a scroll. Acromantulas in Scotland. Werewolves in Wales. Trolls in the Lake District. They're all acting strangely, attacking without provocation, ignoring their natural behaviors. Harry felt the golden light in his soul flicker. It's the shadow. It's found a new way to spread. Fleur stepped up beside him, her hand finding his. "The shadow was healed, Harry. We purified it." Harry shook his head slowly. "The shadow was healed, but the corruption it left behind is still there. It seeped into the land, into the creatures, into the magic itself." Hermione's face grew even paler. "Harry, if that's true, then we're looking at a pandemic. Magical creatures all over Britain could be corrupted." Harry's jaw tightened. "Then we stop it. We find the source of the corruption and we heal it." The investigation began immediately. Harry and Fleur led a team of soul guardians across Britain, traveling from village to village, healing the corrupted creatures they encountered. But the corruption was spreading faster than they could contain it. "We're losing ground," Harry admitted one evening, as he and Fleur sat in a small inn in the Lake District. "Every time we heal one creature, 2 more become corrupted." Fleur nodded slowly, her expression troubled. "The corruption is being fed by something, Harry. Something that is actively spreading it." Harry felt the golden light in his soul pulse with anger. "Then we find it. We find whatever is causing this and we stop it." The trail led them to an ancient forest in the heart of Wales. The forest was dark and twisted, its trees gnarled with corruption. Harry could feel the darkness pressing against his senses, the golden light in his soul flickering in response. "This is the source," Harry said softly. "I can feel it." Fleur's hand found his, her grip tight. "Be careful, Harry. The corruption is strong here." Harry nodded, his wand raised. "Stay close to me. Whatever happens, stay close." They moved through the forest, the golden light blazing around them. The corruption pulsed against their defenses, testing, probing, searching for a weakness. And then they found it. A clearing in the center of the forest, where a massive stone altar stood. The altar was covered in dark runes, pulsing with malevolent energy. And at its center lay a crystal, black and jagged, radiating corruption like a cancerous heart. "This is it," Harry breathed. "This is what's spreading the corruption." Fleur stepped forward, her wand raised. "We need to destroy it, Harry. Before it spreads any further." Harry nodded, the golden light blazing around him. "I'll do it. Stay back." He raised his wand, channeling the golden light into a beam of pure, radiant power. The beam struck the crystal, and the corruption screamed, a sound that was both physical and spiritual, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. But the crystal held. "It's not working," Harry said, his voice strained. "The corruption is too strong." Fleur stepped up beside him, her hand finding his. "Together, Harry. We do it together." Harry felt the bond surge, their combined power flowing into the golden light. The beam intensified, blazing brighter than ever. And the crystal began to crack. The corruption screamed again, louder this time, and Harry felt something in his soul shift. The golden light was being drawn into the crystal, feeding its destruction. "Hold on, Harry!" Fleur shouted, her voice barely audible over the roar of the magic. Harry held on, pouring every ounce of his love, his hope, his determination into the golden light. The crystal shattered, and the corruption exploded outward. And then it was over. Harry collapsed to his knees, the golden light in his soul flickering weakly. Fleur was beside him instantly, her arms around him. "Harry. Are you all right?" Harry nodded weakly, his chest heaving. "I'm fine. Just tired." Fleur held him close, her voice trembling. "You did it, Harry. You destroyed the source." Harry looked up at the shattered crystal, the golden light in his soul pulsing with exhaustion. "We did it, Fleur. Together." The destruction of the crystal halted the corruption's spread. But the damage had already been done. Magical creatures across Britain had been corrupted, their souls scarred by the darkness that had consumed them. "We need to heal them," Harry said, his voice filled with determination. "Every single one of them." Fleur nodded slowly. "That will take time, Harry. Years, perhaps." Harry met her eyes, the golden light in his soul blazing with renewed strength. "Then we take years. We don't stop until every creature is healed." The healing campaign began immediately. Harry and his team of soul guardians traveled across Britain, seeking out the corrupted creatures and healing them. It was slow, painstaking work, but they made progress. "We've healed over 100 creatures," Hermione reported one evening, her voice filled with hope. "The corruption is receding." Harry nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Good. But we're not done yet. Not until every creature is healed." Fleur stepped up beside him, her hand finding his. "We will heal them all, Harry. I believe that. Harry turned to her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I believe it too, Fleur. Because we're doing it together. The hunt for the source of the corruption had taught Harry an important lesson. The shadow had been healed, but the corruption it had left behind was still there. It would take time, years, perhaps decades, to fully cleanse the world of its influence. But Harry was patient. We have time, he told the gathered soul guardians. We have time to heal the world. We have time to make things right. The guardians nodded, their faces filled with determination. They would follow him wherever he led. Harry looked out at them, the golden light in his soul blazing with hope. He had found his purpose. He had found his love. And he had found his home. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Battle of Broken Souls. The winter that followed the destruction of the crystal was the harshest in living memory. Snow blanketed the Scottish Highlands, burying the manor house in a white shroud that seemed to isolate them from the rest of the world. But Harry and his soul guardians worked tirelessly, traveling through the frozen landscape to heal the corrupted creatures that still plagued the countryside. The work was grueling. Each healing required Harry to pour the golden light into the corrupted creature's soul, purifying the darkness that had taken root. It left him exhausted, the golden light in his soul flickering with fatigue. You can't keep this up, Fleur said one evening, her voice sharp with concern. You're running yourself ragged. Harry looked up from the report he was reading, his eyes tired. I know. But there's so much to do. So many creatures still suffering. Fleur crossed to him, her hand finding his. Harry, you cannot heal everyone. You must learn to accept your limits. Harry shook his head slowly. I can't accept limits, Fleur. Not when creatures are suffering. Not when I have the power to help them. Fleur was silent for a moment, her expression troubled. Then let us help you, Harry. Let the other guardians share the burden. Harry looked at her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with gratitude. You're right, Fleur. I can't do this alone. I need to trust my team. The delegation of tasks was difficult at first. Harry had grown so accustomed to carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders that he didn't know how to let go. But with Fleur's gentle guidance, he began to trust his fellow guardians. You are not alone, Harry, Fleur said, as they watched the other guardians heal a corrupted unicorn. You have never been alone. Harry watched as the golden light flowed from the guardian's hands, washing over the unicorn, purifying the corruption that had taken root in its soul. The creature's eyes cleared, its body relaxing. I see that now, Harry said softly. I see that I was trying to do everything myself. But I don't have to. Not anymore. Fleur smiled, her hand finding his. That is growth, Harry. That is healing. The work continued through the winter and into the spring. Harry and his guardians traveled across Britain, healing corrupted creatures and damaged souls. The golden light blazed from their hands, washing away the darkness that had taken root. But the corruption was still spreading. We're losing ground, Hermione reported one evening, her voice filled with frustration. Every time we heal a creature, 2 more become corrupted. Harry felt the golden light in his soul flicker. We need to find the source. The real source. Fleur's expression was troubled. The crystal was destroyed, Harry. There is no source. Harry shook his head slowly. There has to be. The corruption is spreading too quickly for there to be no source. The search for the source led them to the ruins of an ancient temple, hidden deep in the mountains of Scotland. Harry and Fleur stood at the entrance, the golden light blazing around them. The temple was dark and foreboding, its walls covered in the same symbols that adorned the soul mirror. This is it, Harry said softly. I can feel it. The source is here. Fleur's hand found his, her grip tight. Be careful, Harry. The corruption is strong here. Harry nodded, his wand raised. Stay close to me. Whatever happens, stay close. They moved through the temple, the golden light blazing around them. The darkness pressed against their defenses, but the light held firm. And then they found it. A chamber deep in the heart of the temple, filled with twisted, corrupted creatures. At the center of the chamber stood a figure, a woman with silver hair and pale eyes, her body racked with corruption. Isolde? Harry breathed. The figure turned, and Harry felt his blood run cold. It was Isolde, the Vila who had spoken to them in the Soul Temple. But she was changed, corrupted by the darkness that had consumed her. Harry Potter, Isolde's voice was twisted, filled with malevolent energy. I have been waiting for you. Harry stepped forward, the golden light blazing around him. Isolde, what happened to you? The corruption. The corruption set me free, Isolde hissed. It showed me the truth. That the Soul Guardians were wrong. That love is weakness. Harry shook his head slowly. That's not true, Isolde. Love is strength. Love is the only thing that can defeat the darkness. Isolde laughed, a cold, hollow sound. You are a fool, Harry Potter. A child playing at being a guardian. She raised her hand, and a wave of darkness shot toward him. Harry raised his wand, the golden light blazing, absorbing the attack. But the strain was immense. Fleur, get out of here. Harry shouted. Take the others and go. Fleur shook her head, her eyes blazing with determination. I will not leave you, Harry. We face this together. Isolde laughed again. How touching. The Soul Guardian and his precious Vila. But love will not save you. Not here. Not now. She raised her hand again, and the corrupted creatures surged forward. Harry met them with the golden light, fighting with a ferocity he hadn't known he possessed. He healed as he fought, purifying the corrupted creatures with every strike. But there were too many of them. Harry was pushed back, step by step, the golden light flickering with exhaustion. Fleur fought beside him, her magic blending with his, but it wasn't enough. And then Harry saw it. A crack in the golden light, a weakness that the corruption could exploit. Isolde saw it too, her eyes gleaming with triumph. You are weak, Harry Potter, she hissed. Your love is a vulnerability, not a strength. Harry felt the darkness surge, pressing against the crack in his defenses. He struggled to hold on, to keep the light burning, but it wasn't enough. And then he heard Fleur's voice in his mind. Harry, trust me. Let me in. Let me share the burden, Harry felt the bond surge, and Fleur's presence flooded into his soul. The golden light blazed brighter than ever, mingling with her silver magic, creating something new and powerful. Together, Harry said aloud, his voice steady. We face this together. Isolde screamed as the combined magic washed over her, purifying the corruption that had taken root in her soul. The darkness dissolved, and Isolde's true form was revealed, a woman with silver hair and pale eyes, her face filled with regret. Harry, she breathed. I am so sorry. I did not mean. I know, Harry said softly. The corruption took control of you. But you're free now. Isolde nodded slowly, her eyes filling with tears. Thank you, Harry. Thank you for saving me. The battle was over. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, his chest heaving, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Fleur was beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them warm and steady. We did it, Harry breathed. We saved her. Fleur nodded, her eyes bright with tears. We did, Harry. Together. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. The golden light pulsed gently, filling him with peace. I love you, Fleur, he whispered. I love you more than anything. Fleur held him close, her voice soft. I love you too, Harry. Always. The aftermath of the battle brought a new understanding. Isolde had been corrupted by the shadow's influence, but she had been healed by the golden light. She offered her knowledge to Harry, sharing the ancient secrets of the soul guardians. The corruption will always be a threat, Isolde said, her voice heavy with regret. But it can be healed. It can be purified. You must never give up, Harry. Never stop fighting. Harry nodded slowly, the golden light in his soul pulsing with determination. I won't, Isolde. I promise. The months that followed were filled with healing and growth. Harry and his guardians traveled across Britain, purifying the corruption that had taken root. Isolde's knowledge proved invaluable, helping them to identify and heal the sources of the darkness. We're making progress, Hermione reported one evening, her voice filled with hope. The corruption is receding. Harry nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Good. But we're not done yet. We can't stop until every creature is healed. Fleur stepped up beside him, her hand finding his. We will heal them all, Harry. I believe that. Harry turned to her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I believe it too, Fleur. Because we're doing it together. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, the final revelation. The spring brought with it a sense of renewal, but also a deepening unease that Harry couldn't shake. The golden light in his soul had never been stronger. He had healed hundreds of corrupted creatures, purified ancient temples, and trained dozens of new soul guardians. By all measures, he was succeeding in his mission. But something was wrong. It started with the dreams, fragments of visions that came to him in the dead of night. He saw Voldemort's broken body, the shattered pieces of his soul scattered across the floor of the Soul Temple. He saw the shadow, healed and transformed, but still present in ways that defied logic. And he saw himself. Not as he was now, whole and healed and at peace, but as he had been. Broken. Fractured. Barely holding himself together. The dreams left him unsettled, the golden light in his soul flickering with unease. Harry. Fleur's voice was soft as she woke him from yet another nightmare. You were thrashing. What did you see? Harry sat up, his heart pounding. I saw Voldemort. I saw the shadow. And I saw. He paused, the words catching in his throat. I saw myself. The way I used to be. Fleur reached out, her hand finding his. The dreams are memories, Harry. Echoes of the past. They cannot hurt you. Harry shook his head slowly. I don't think they're just memories, Fleur. I think they're warnings. Something is coming. Fleur's expression grew troubled. What do you mean? Harry met her eyes, the golden light in his soul pulsing with unease. I think the shadow isn't gone. I think it's been waiting. Biding its time. The revelation came in the form of a letter, delivered by a falcon that collapsed on the windowsill of Harry's study. The parchment was yellowed with age, the handwriting elegant and familiar. Isolde's writing. Dear Harry. I have been researching the ancient texts, searching for answers about the shadow. What I have found is troubling, The shadow was not just a corruption, Harry. It was a prison, a vessel that contained something far more ancient and dangerous. When you purified the shadow, you released what was inside, The original soul guardians did not just create the shadow. They created something else. Something that has been waiting for centuries to be set free, I am so sorry, Harry. I should have told you sooner. But I was afraid, Please, come to the Soul Temple as soon as you can. There is something I need to show you, Isolde. Harry read the letter 3 times, his blood running cold. The shadow had been a prison. And he had released what was inside. Fleur, he said, his voice urgent. We need to go to the Soul Temple. Now. The journey to the Soul Temple was fraught with tension. Harry and Fleur brought to the base of the mountain, then climbed the winding path to the temple's entrance. The golden light in Harry's soul blazed bright, responding to the ancient magic that pulsed through the stones. Isolde was waiting for them in the main chamber, her expression grim. Harry. Thank you for coming. Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding. What did you find, Isolde? What was inside the shadow? Isolde was silent for a long moment, her eyes fixed on the ground. Then she looked up, and Harry saw something he had never seen in her expression before. Fear. The shadow was created by the first soul guardians, Isolde said slowly. They sought to imprison something that threatened the balance between life and death. Something that had existed since the dawn of magic. Harry felt his stomach drop. What was it, Isolde? What did they imprison? Isolde met his eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. They imprisoned the first corrupted soul. The one who started it all. A guardian who fell to the darkness and became something beyond redemption. Harry felt the golden light in his soul flicker. A guardian? You mean? The first soul guardian, Isolde confirmed. The one who betrayed the order and embraced the shadow. His name was Alfric. And he has been waiting for centuries to be set free. Harry felt the world tilt around him. I released him. When I purified the shadow, I released Alfric. Isolde nodded slowly. Yes, Harry. You set him free. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. He had spent months healing the world, purifying the corruption, believing that he was making things better. But instead, he had unleashed an ancient evil that had been imprisoned for centuries. I don't understand, Harry said, his voice trembling. The shadow was evil. I could feel it. How could I have known it was a prison? Isolde shook her head slowly. You could not have known, Harry. The shadow was the prison, and it had been corrupted over centuries. It was both the cage and the evil. You had no way of knowing that there was something worse inside. Fleur stepped forward, her hand finding Harry's. What do we do now? How do we stop Alfric? Isolde's expression was troubled. I have been researching that very question. The ancient texts speak of a way to re-imprison Alfric, but it requires something that has been lost for centuries. Harry's heart raced. What? What do we need? Isolde met his eyes, her voice heavy with sorrow. We need the soul of a pure Vila, a heart of magic that has never been corrupted. And we need the soul of a soul guardian who is willing to sacrifice everything to contain Alfric. Harry felt the golden light in his soul pulse. A soul guardian willing to sacrifice everything. That's me. Fleur's grip on his hand tightened. Harry, no. You cannot. I have to, Fleur. Harry's voice was steady, filled with determination. I released Alfric. I have to be the one to stop him. Fleur shook her head slowly, tears streaming down her face. There has to be another way. There has to be. Isolde stepped forward, her expression gentle. There is another way, Fleur. But it requires something even more difficult. Harry's eyes met hers. What is it, Isolde? Tell me. Isolde took a deep breath. You could heal Alfric. Just as you healed the shadow. Just as you healed me. Harry blinked, the words not quite processing. Heal him. But he's been corrupted for centuries. He's beyond healing. Isolde shook her head slowly. No one is beyond healing, Harry. You taught me that. The shadow, Isolde, the corrupted creatures, you healed them all. Why would Alfric be any different? Harry was silent for a long moment, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. Because he's the source, he said slowly. He's the original. The one who started it all. Isolde nodded. Yes. And if you can heal him, you can end the cycle forever. No more shadows. No more corruptions. No more Alfrics. Harry felt the weight of the decision settle on his shoulders. Healing Alfric would be the greatest challenge he had ever faced. It would require everything he had, every ounce of love, every spark of hope, every particle of the golden light. But if he succeeded, he would truly save the world. "I'll do it," Harry said softly. "I'll heal him." Fleur's eyes widened. "Harry, are you certain? You don't even know where he is." Harry smiled, the golden light in his soul blazing bright. "I know where he is, Fleur. He's been here all along." He pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the golden light pulse beneath his palm. "He's inside me. Part of the shadow that Voldemort left behind. Alfric has been hiding in my soul, waiting for the right moment to emerge." Fleur's face went white. "Harry, that's... I know." Harry's voice was steady. "But I can't let him win. I can't let him hurt anyone else. I have to face him." Fleur reached out, her hand finding his. "Then you will face him, Harry. But you will not face him alone." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I know, Fleur. I know." The confrontation with Alfric came 3 nights later. Harry was in his study, the golden light blazing around him, when he felt the presence stir in his soul. The ancient corruption, the original evil, the first soul guardian who had fallen to darkness. Harry Potter. Alfric's voice was ancient and cold, filled with the weight of centuries. "I have been waiting for this moment." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the golden light. "I know, Alfric. I've been waiting for it too." Alfric laughed, a cold, hollow sound that made Harry's blood run cold. "You think you can heal me? You, a child who barely understands his own power." Harry felt the golden light surge, and he reached out with love, pure, unconditional love that flowed from the deepest part of his being. "I don't need to understand my power," Harry said softly. "I just need to understand you." Alfric recoiled, his presence flickering. "You know nothing of me, child. You know nothing of the pain I have endured." Harry felt the ancient guardian's pain, his sorrow, his loneliness. It was vast and deep, a wound that had festered for centuries. "Then show me," Harry said gently. "Show me your pain. Let me help you heal." Alfric screamed, his presence thrashing against the golden light. But Harry held on, pouring every ounce of his love into the ancient soul. And slowly, Alfric began to change. The corruption began to dissolve, the ancient wounds starting to heal. Alfric's presence shifted, his pain giving way to something softer. "I have been alone for so long," Alfric whispered, his voice filled with sorrow. "So very long." Harry reached out, his soul embracing the ancient guardian. "You are not alone anymore, Alfric. I am here. And I will not abandon you." The golden light blazed bright, and Alfric dissolved into a shower of golden sparks that filled the room. When the light faded, Harry stood in the center of his study, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Alfric was gone, not destroyed, but healed. Transformed. Harry had done it. He had healed the first soul guardian. Fleur burst into the room, her face pale with fear. "Harry." "I felt, what happened?" Harry turned to her, a smile spreading across his face. "I healed him, Fleur. I healed Alfric." Fleur's eyes widened. "You did? But how?" "I showed him love," Harry said simply. "I showed him that he was not alone." Fleur crossed to him, her hand finding his. "You are incredible, Harry. Absolutely incredible." Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. "I couldn't have done it without you, Fleur. You showed me what love really means." Fleur held him close, her voice soft. "And I will show you for the rest of our lives, Harry." I will show you every day. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18, The Last Sacrifice. The healing of Alfred brought a fragile peace to Harry's soul, but it also awakened something he had not anticipated. The golden light in his chest was changing. It had always been warm, steady, a constant presence that filled him with strength and hope. But now it pulsed with a new intensity, an urgency that seemed to whisper that time was running out. Harry felt the change most keenly in his dreams. He dreamed of the Soul Temple, its walls gleaming with golden light. He dreamed of his parents, their faces filled with love and sorrow. He dreamed of Fleur, her silver hair flowing like water, her voice calling to him from a great distance. And he dreamed of the sacrifice. It was always the same. He stood at the center of the temple, the golden light blazing around him, and he knew that he had to give something up. Something precious. Something that would cost him everything. The dreams left him shaken, the golden light in his soul flickering with unease. Harry, you have to tell me what's wrong. Fleur's voice was firm but gentle as she sat beside him on the balcony of the manor house. I can feel it through the bond, you're afraid of something. Harry looked out at the distant mountains, the golden light in his soul pulsing with the truth he had been trying to avoid. The temple wants something from me, Fleur. Another sacrifice. Fleur's grip on his hand tightened. What kind of sacrifice? Harry took a deep breath. The bond. The golden light. Everything I am. The temple is asking me to give it all up. Fleur's face went pale. Harry, that would kill you. Harry shook his head slowly. Not kill me. Just, change me. The golden light would return to the temple, and I would become something else. Something less. Fleur was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. What would you become? Harry met her eyes, his own filled with sorrow. I don't know. The dreams don't show me that part. They just show me the sacrifice. Fleur reached out, cupping his face in her hands. Then we find another way, Harry. There has to be another way. Harry leaned into her touch, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I don't think there is, Fleur. I think this is what I was always meant to do. The weeks that followed were filled with research and preparation. Harry and Fleur pored over the ancient texts, searching for any alternative to the sacrifice. But every path led back to the same conclusion: the temple required a soul to sustain its power, and that soul had to be a soul guardian. The golden light is not just power, Harry said one evening, his voice heavy with exhaustion. It's the temple's life force. Without it, the temple would fade, and the balance between life and death would crumble. Fleur's expression was troubled. But you cannot give up your soul, Harry. You cannot sacrifice everything you are. Harry reached out, taking her hand. I have to, Fleur. If I don't, the world will fall into chaos. The balance will be destroyed. Everything we've fought for will be lost. Fleur shook her head slowly, tears streaming down her face. I can't lose you, Harry. I can't. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her tight. You won't lose me, Fleur. I'll always be with you. In your heart, in your soul, in the golden light that binds us together. Fleur held him close, her voice trembling. I love you, Harry. I love you more than anything. Harry pressed a kiss to her forehead. I love you too, Fleur. Always. The day of the sacrifice dawned grey and cold. Harry stood at the window of his study, watching the mist curl across the Scottish hills. The golden light in his soul was blazing bright, pulsing with a warmth that seemed to fill every corner of his being. Fleur entered the room, her footsteps soft on the stone floor. Harry. It's time. Harry turned, his eyes meeting hers. I know. I'm ready. Fleur crossed to him, her hand finding his. I'm coming with you, Harry. I'm not letting you face this alone. Harry shook his head slowly. Fleur, the temple requires a single soul. If you come with me. I don't care what the temple requires, Fleur interrupted, her voice fierce. I am not letting you go alone. Whatever happens, we face it together. Harry felt the golden light in his soul surge, and he knew that arguing with her was futile. Together, then. Always together. The journey to the Soul Temple was silent. Harry and Fleur walked through the winding mountain paths, their hands clasped, their souls intertwined. The golden light blazed around them, lighting the way through the darkness. They reached the temple at sunset, the golden light of the dying sun painting the walls in shades of amber and gold. The temple seemed to pulse with anticipation, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Harry stood at the entrance, the golden light blazing around him. Are you ready, Fleur? Fleur squeezed his hand, her voice steady. I'm ready, Harry. Whatever happens, I'm ready. They stepped through the entrance, and the world shifted around them. The temple was alive. Harry could feel it, the ancient presence that dwelt within the walls, the soul of the temple itself. It was vast and powerful, its light pulsing in rhythm with the golden light in Harry's soul. I am here, Harry said, his voice echoing in the chamber. I am ready to make the sacrifice. The temple responded, its light flaring bright. Harry felt the golden light in his soul surge, and he knew what he had to do. Fleur, he said softly. Whatever happens, remember that I love you. I will always love you. Fleur's eyes filled with tears. I love you too, Harry. Always. Harry closed his eyes, reaching into the deepest part of his soul. The golden light blazed bright, and Harry felt the temple's presence pull at him, drawing the light from his soul. It was painful, a tearing, rending sensation that seemed to pull him apart from the inside. But Harry held on, pouring every ounce of his love into the temple. And then he heard it. A voice, ancient and wise, echoing in the depths of his soul. Harry Potter. You have done well. But the sacrifice is not complete. Harry's eyes flew open. What? What do you mean? The temple's voice was gentle, filled with a compassion that made Harry's heart ache. The sacrifice requires more than just the golden light, Harry. It requires a choice. A choice that you must make freely, without coercion. Harry felt his heart pound. What choice? The temple was silent for a moment, its presence pulsing with ancient wisdom. You must choose between the golden light and your love. The temple requires one or the other. You cannot keep both. Harry felt the world tilt around him. What? That's not. The balance must be maintained, the temple continued. The golden light is the temple's life force. But it can also sustain you. If you give up the light, you will become human, mortal, fragile, ordinary. But you will keep your love. Harry stared at the temple's presence, his mind reeling. And if I keep the light? Then you will remain the sole guardian, powerful and eternal. But you will lose your love. The bond will be severed, and Fleur will forget you. Harry felt his heart shatter. That's not a choice. That's a torture. The temple's voice was gentle. It is the only way, Harry. The balance must be maintained. One soul cannot hold both the light and the love. You must choose. Harry turned to Fleur, his eyes filled with tears. Fleur, I heard, Harry. Fleur's voice was steady, her eyes bright with love. I heard everything. Harry shook his head slowly. I can't choose, Fleur. I can't lose you. Fleur stepped forward, her hand finding his. You must choose, Harry. And you must choose wisely. Harry stared at her, his heart breaking. How can I choose between the light and you? How can I give up either? Fleur smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. You don't have to give up the light, Harry. You can give me up. Harry's eyes widened. What? No. I can't. Listen to me, Fleur said, her voice firm. The world needs the soul guardian. The balance needs to be maintained. You are the only one who can do this, Harry. Harry shook his head, his voice desperate. I don't care about the world. I care about you. Fleur reached up, cupping his face in her hands. I know you do, Harry. And that is why I love you. But you have to let me go. You have to make the choice that is right for the world. Harry felt the golden light in his soul pulse, and he knew that she was right. The world needed the soul guardian. The balance needed to be maintained. But he needed Fleur. Please, he whispered, his voice breaking. Please don't make me choose. Fleur pressed her forehead to his, her voice soft. I'm not making you choose, Harry. I'm just asking you to be brave. To do what you know is right. Harry closed his eyes, the golden light blazing around him. He could feel the temple's presence, waiting for his decision. He could feel Fleur's love, pulsing through the bond. And he made his choice. The golden light, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I choose the golden light. The temple's presence surged, and Harry felt the bond between him and Fleur begin to sever. The golden light blazed bright, and Harry felt himself being pulled away from her. But before the bond could break completely, Harry reached out, not with his hands, but with his soul. He grabbed hold of the golden light and pushed it back, sending it surging toward Fleur. What are you doing? Fleur's voice was filled with shock. Harry, you're... I'm giving you the light, Harry said, his voice steady. I'm choosing you, Fleur. I'm choosing love. The temple's presence recoiled, its light flickering. Harry Potter, you cannot. I can, Harry said firmly. I choose love over power. I choose Fleur over the temple. And I choose to trust that love will find a way. The golden light blazed bright, and Harry felt the temple's presence waver. The ancient magic that had held the balance for centuries was shifting, changing, adapting to his choice. And then it was over. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Fleur was beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them intact. What happened? Fleur's voice was filled with wonder. Harry. What did you do? Harry smiled, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I chose you, Fleur. I chose love. And the temple accepted it. The temple's voice echoed in the chamber, its tone filled with ancient wisdom. Harry Potter has proven that love is the greatest power of all. The temple will not require a sacrifice. The balance will be maintained through love. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. The journey back to the manor house was filled with a sense of peace. Harry and Fleur walked through the winding mountain paths, their hands clasped, their souls intertwined. The golden light in Harry's soul blazed bright, but it was different now, softer, warmer, filled with love. Harry, Fleur said softly. You chose me. You chose love over power. Harry turned to her, his heart full. Of course I did, Fleur. You're the most important thing in my life. You always have been. Fleur stopped walking, her eyes meeting his. I love you, Harry. I love you more than anything. Harry reached out, cupping her face in his hands. I love you too, Fleur. And I will never let you go. He leaned forward, pressing his lips to hers. The golden light in his soul surged, filling him with warmth and peace. He had made his choice. He had chosen love over power. And he would never regret it. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, The Battle for Every Soul. The temple's acceptance of Harry's choice had changed everything. The golden light in Harry's soul was no longer just a power to be wielded, it was a living, breathing extension of his love for Fleur. It pulsed with warmth and hope, connecting him to every soul he had ever healed, every creature he had ever saved. But the change had also awakened something else. Something that had been sleeping deep within the ancient magic of the world. The shadow was rising again. The first signs came in the form of nightmares. Harry dreamed of Hogwarts, its towers crumbling, its walls blackened with corruption. He dreamed of the students he had grown up with, their faces twisted with despair. He dreamed of the golden light flickering and dying, leaving the world in darkness. "The shadow is gathering strength," Harry said, his voice filled with dread. "It's using the fear and pain in the world to rebuild itself." Fleur's hand found his, her grip tight. "Then we stop it, Harry. We face it together." Harry shook his head slowly. "This is different, Fleur. The shadow isn't just attacking creatures anymore. It's attacking the very fabric of magic itself." The attacks came swiftly and without warning. Hogwarts was the first to fall. The ancient castle, which had stood for centuries as a bastion of magical learning, was overrun by shadow creatures. The students were evacuated, but the castle itself was lost. "The shadow is targeting places of power," Hermione said, her voice trembling. "Hogwarts, the Ministry, the Vila Archives. It's trying to destroy everything we've built." Harry felt the golden light in his soul flicker with anger. "Then we stop it. We take the fight to the shadow." The battle for Hogwarts was the first major confrontation. Harry led his soul guardians into the heart of the castle, the golden light blazing around them. The shadow creatures swarmed, their forms twisted and malevolent, but the guardians fought with determination. "Protect the students," Harry shouted, his voice echoing through the corridors. "Don't let the shadow take any more souls." Fleur fought beside him, her silver magic mingling with his golden light. The bond between them pulsed with warmth, giving them strength. And slowly, they began to push the shadow back. "We're winning," Ron shouted, his face alight with hope. "Harry, we're actually winning." Harry felt the golden light surge, and he knew what he had to do. He raised his wand, channeling every ounce of his love into the light. The golden wave swept through the castle, washing away the shadow creatures, purifying the corruption that had taken root. When the light faded, Hogwarts was restored, its walls gleaming, its magic intact. "We did it," Harry breathed. "We saved Hogwarts." Fleur stepped up beside him, her hand finding his. "We did, Harry. Together." The victory at Hogwarts was just the beginning. Harry and his guardians traveled across Britain, purifying the shadow's corruption wherever it appeared. They saved the Ministry, the Vila Archives, and countless villages and towns. But the shadow was growing stronger. "It's feeding on the fear," Harry said one evening, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "Every time we fight it, we're making it stronger." Fleur's expression was troubled. "Then what do we do, Harry? How do we stop it?" Harry was silent for a long moment, the golden light in his soul pulsing with a decision he had been trying to avoid. "We need to confront the shadow directly," he said softly. "We need to go to the source." The source of the shadow was the Soul Temple. Harry had known it from the moment the shadow had started rising again. The temple was the heart of all magical power, and the shadow had been corrupting it from the inside for centuries. "The temple accepted my choice," Harry said, his voice steady. "It accepted that love is the greatest power. But the shadow is still there, feeding on the temple's ancient magic." Fleur's hand found his. "Then we go to the temple, Harry. We face the shadow together." Harry nodded slowly, the golden light in his soul blazing with determination. "Together, Fleur. Always together." The journey to the Soul Temple was a march of war. Harry led his army of soul guardians through the winding mountain paths, their golden light blazing like a beacon in the darkness. Behind them followed the survivors, the students, the families, the friends who had refused to abandon them. The temple loomed ahead, its walls pulsing with the shadow's corruption. Harry could feel the ancient magic writhing in pain, the temple's soul crying out for help. "He's there," Harry said softly. "The shadow. He's waiting for us." Fleur squeezed his hand. "Then we face him, Harry. We face him together." The final battle was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The shadow had taken form, a massive, twisting creature of darkness that seemed to swallow the light around it. Its eyes burned with cold fire, its voice a chorus of whispers. "Harry Potter," the shadow hissed. "I have been waiting for you." Harry stepped forward, the golden light blazing around him. "I know, Shadow. And I'm ready." The shadow laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "You think you can defeat me, child? I am the darkness that existed before light. I am the corruption that created the first soul guardians." Harry shook his head slowly. "You're wrong, Shadow. You're just pain. Old, ancient pain that has been festering for centuries." The shadow recoiled, its form flickering. "You know nothing of pain, child." Harry felt the golden light surge, and he reached out with love, pure, unconditional love that flowed from the deepest part of his being. "I know pain," Harry said softly. "I know what it's like to be broken. I know what it's like to feel worthless. But I also know what it's like to be healed. To be loved. And that's what I'm offering you." The shadow screamed, its form thrashing against the golden light. But Harry held on, pouring every ounce of his love into the ancient darkness. And slowly, the shadow began to change. The corruption began to dissolve, the ancient pain starting to heal. The shadow's form flickered, shifted, and for the first time, Harry saw something beneath the darkness, a spark of purity, a glimmer of light. "Let go of your pain," Harry urged. "Let go of your fear. Let yourself be healed." The shadow wept, great, heaving sobs that shook its form. "I have been alone for so long. So very long." Harry reached out, his soul embracing the ancient darkness. "You are not alone anymore. I am here. Fleur is here. And we will not abandon you." The golden light blazed bright, and the shadow dissolved into a shower of golden sparks that filled the temple. When the light faded, the soul temple was restored, its walls gleaming, its magic intact. The shadow was gone, not destroyed, but healed. Transformed. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, his chest heaving, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Fleur was beside him, her hand in his, the bond between them warm and steady. "We did it," Harry breathed. "We saved the temple. We saved the world." Fleur pulled him into her arms, holding him tight. "You did it, Harry. You saved everyone." Harry held her close, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. "We did it, Fleur. Together." The celebration that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Wizards and witches from across the world gathered at the restored Soul Temple, their voices raised in songs of joy and gratitude. The golden light blazed around them, a constant reminder of the power of love. But Harry slipped away from the celebration, seeking a moment of peace. He found it in the temple's garden, a small courtyard filled with ancient flowers that bloomed in the golden light. Fleur was waiting for him there, her silver hair gleaming in the soft glow. "You knew I would come here," Harry said, a smile tugging at his lips. Fleur nodded, her eyes bright with love. "I always know where you are, Harry. The bond tells me." Harry crossed to her, his hand finding hers. "I love you, Fleur. I love you more than anything." Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. "I love you too, Harry. And I always will." They stood together in the garden, the golden light pulsing around them, their souls intertwined forever. The battle was over. The shadow was healed. And Harry Potter had found the one thing he had always been searching for, peace. End of chapter. 19***. Hashtag Chapter 20, The Soul That Chose Love. The world had changed. Harry stood on the balcony of the restored Soul Temple, watching the sun rise over the Scottish Highlands. The golden light in his soul pulsed gently, a steady warmth that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Below him, the gardens bloomed with ancient flowers, their petals shimmering with residual magic. The temple walls gleamed, the corruption that had festered for centuries finally cleansed. But it wasn't the temple's beauty that made Harry's heart ache with gratitude. It was the sounds drifting up from the courtyard below, laughter, conversation, the joyful chaos of people rebuilding their lives. The war was over. The shadow was healed. And Harry had finally found what he'd been searching for his entire life, peace. Harry. Fleur's voice was soft as she stepped onto the balcony, her hand finding his. You've been standing here for hours. What are you thinking about? Harry turned to her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I'm thinking about everything. About how far we've come. About how different my life is now. Fleur smiled, her silver hair gleaming in the morning light. Different in a good way? Harry nodded slowly. Different in the best way possible. When I was a kid, I thought my life would always be defined by suffering. I thought I would never escape the Dursleys, never find anyone who truly understood me. Fleur squeezed his hand. And now? Harry looked out at the horizon, the golden light blazing in his soul. Now I know that I was wrong. I found people who love me. I found a purpose that matters. And I found you. Fleur leaned forward, pressing a kiss to his cheek. You found me, Harry. And I found you. We found each other. The weeks that followed were filled with healing and rebuilding. Harry worked tirelessly with his soul guardians, traveling across Britain and beyond to heal the wounds left by the shadow. The corruption was gone. But the scars remained, damaged souls, fractured communities, broken families that needed mending. We're making progress, Hermione reported one evening, her voice filled with hope. The magical communities are rebuilding. The creatures are healing. The world is becoming whole again. Harry nodded slowly, the golden light in his soul pulsing with satisfaction. Good. We can't stop until everyone is healed. Fleur stepped up beside him, her hand finding his. We won't stop, Harry. We will keep healing until the world is whole. Harry turned to her, his heart full. I know, Fleur. Because we're doing it together. The announcement of Harry and Fleur's engagement was met with joy by the magical world. The Daily Prophet ran the story on its front page, accompanied by a photograph of the couple standing in the gardens of the Soul Temple. Harry's friends celebrated with them, their faces alight with happiness. Finally. Ron said, clapping Harry on the back. I was starting to think you'd never get around to it. Harry laughed, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. I was waiting for the right moment. Hermione smiled, her eyes bright with tears. I'm so happy for you both. You deserve this happiness. Fleur reached out, taking Harry's hand. We deserve it, Harry. We both do. The wedding was held in the Soul Temple, under the light of the full moon. Harry stood at the altar, the golden light blazing around him, his heart pounding with anticipation. Fleur walked toward him, her silver hair flowing like water, her white robes shimmering with ancient Vila magic. She was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. Fleur, he breathed, as she reached his side. You're stunning. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. You are stunning too, Harry. Absolutely stunning. They faced each other, their hands clasped, their souls intertwined. The golden light pulsed around them, filling the temple with warmth and love. I, Harry James Potter. Harry said, his voice steady. Promise to love you, Fleur Isabel Delacour, for all eternity. To stand by your side through joy and sorrow, through light and darkness. To cherish you, protect you, and honor you for the rest of my days. Fleur's voice was clear and strong. I, Fleur Isabel Delacour, promise to love you, Harry James Potter, for all eternity. To stand by your side through joy and sorrow, through light and darkness. To cherish you, protect you, and honor you for the rest of my days. The golden light blazed bright, and Harry felt the bond between them deepen, strengthening into something far more powerful than before. Their souls were united, their love eternal. You may kiss the bride, the officiant said, his voice filled with joy. Harry leaned forward, pressing his lips to Fleur's. The golden light surged, filling the temple with warmth and light. And Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that he had found his home. The years that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. He and Fleur built a life together, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. They established the Soul Guardian Academy, a school dedicated to training the next generation of healers and protectors. This is what I was meant to do, Harry said one evening, as he and Fleur stood on the balcony of the academy. This is my purpose. Fleur nodded slowly, her hand in his. To heal, to protect, to love. That has always been your purpose, Harry. You just needed to find it. Harry turned to her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. And I found it. I found it because of you. Fleur leaned forward, pressing her forehead to his. We found it together, Harry. That is what makes it beautiful. The legacy of the Soul Guardians grew with each passing year. Harry's students spread across the world, healing damaged souls and protecting the balance between life and death. The golden light blazed in their hearts, a constant reminder of the power of love. And Harry and Fleur were at the center of it all. People look up to you now, Hermione said one evening, as she visited the academy. They see you as a symbol of hope. Harry shook his head slowly. I'm not a symbol, Hermione. I'm just a man who learned to love. Hermione smiled, her eyes bright with tears. That's exactly what makes you a symbol, Harry. You prove that love is the greatest power of all. The final chapter of Harry's journey came on a quiet autumn evening. He was sitting in the gardens of the Soul Temple, the golden light pulsing gently in his soul. Fleur sat beside him, her head resting on his shoulder, the bond between them warm and steady. Harry, she said softly. Are you happy? Harry looked out at the world, at the temple's gleaming walls, the gardens filled with flowers, the distant mountains capped with snow. He thought about everything he had been through, everything he had overcome, everyone he had loved. And he smiled. I am happy, Fleur, he said softly. Truly, deeply happy. Fleur lifted her head, her eyes meeting his. Good. Because you deserve happiness, Harry. You deserve everything good. Harry reached out, cupping her face in his hands. I have everything good, Fleur. I have you. I have our family. I have the golden light. Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. And you have the future, Harry. A future filled with love and hope and joy. Harry leaned forward, pressing his lips to hers. The golden light surged, filling the garden with warmth and light. And Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that he had found everything he had ever been searching for. The story of Harry Potter was not just a story of magic and destiny. It was a story of love, love that healed broken souls, love that bridged the divide between light and darkness, love that proved itself stronger than death itself. Harry and Fleur's love was the greatest magic the world had ever known. And it was a magic that would never fade. Harry. Come inside. Fleur called from the doorway of the Soul Temple. It's getting cold, and the students are waiting for you. Harry turned, a smile spreading across his face. I'm coming, Fleur. I'm coming. He walked toward her, the golden light in his soul pulsing with warmth. Fleur reached out, her hand finding his, and together they walked into the temple. The students were gathered in the main chamber, their faces filled with hope and determination. They were the future, the next generation of Soul Guardians, the ones who would carry on Harry and Fleur's legacy. "Welcome," Harry said, his voice steady and clear. "Welcome to the Soul Guardian Academy." The students cheered, their golden light blazing bright. And Harry knew, with absolute certainty, that the world was in good hands. The years passed, and Harry and Fleur grew old together. Their love never faded, it only grew stronger, deeper, more profound. The bond between them was unbreakable, a constant reminder of everything they had been through and everything they had overcome. "I love you, Harry," Fleur whispered, as they sat together in the gardens of the Soul Temple. "I have loved you since the moment I met you." Harry reached out, his hand finding hers. "I love you too, Fleur. More than you will ever know." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with tears. "I know, Harry. I have always known." The golden light pulsed gently around them, a warm embrace that seemed to fill the world with hope. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Soul Guardian, the one who had chosen love over power, felt a sense of peace settle over him. He had found his purpose. He had found his love. And he had found his home. The end. 20 years later. A young woman stood in the entrance of the Soul Temple, her silver hair gleaming in the golden light. She was beautiful, graceful, her eyes filled with the same fierce determination that had defined her mother. "Grandmother," she said, her voice soft. "Tell me the story again. The story of how you and grandfather met." Fleur smiled, her eyes bright with love. "It is a long story, Lily. A story of magic and destiny and love." Lily settled beside her grandmother, her eyes wide with anticipation. "I want to hear it all." Fleur took a deep breath, the golden light pulsing gently in her soul. "It began in a castle, on a night when the stars were shining bright. Your grandfather was the bravest person I had ever met, and I knew from the moment I saw him that he was special." Lily leaned forward, her heart full. "What happened next?" Fleur smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. "He saved the world, Lily. He saved the world with love." The golden light blazed bright, filling the temple with warmth and hope. And the story of Harry Potter and Fleur Delacour lived on. The end. Thank you.